We'll get started here in a second. Alrighty, let's see what we got going on. What's going on? We're going to get started here in just a second.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
It gives me time to pull it up on my TV. Yeah, we're going to get started in just a second, guys. You can see your active tornado warnings over here and on the bottom. I will be right back. Howdy. Beautiful. Only one tornado up warning, or only one tornado warning up right now. The other one's dropped off. Let's take a look. 2.5-inch hail. Well, we have some updrafts here, don't we? Looks like this would be out here at this point, but it's hard to tell. No CC drop. Hard to tell if we have anything on here. Let me get up a storm chaser that I know is on that we can use. Oh, is he not on? What's going on? He said he was storm chasing today. Let me see something real quick. Let's see. I think he's going to get back on in a little bit here, so we'll pull him up. Yeah, we'll pull him up once he gets on. Can everyone hear me all right? Ohio's good today. Ohio, we're not worried about too much. You've got a bunch of rainfall, but nothing really that's expected to be severe. Let's take a look at our categorical. General thunderstorms. So, heavy downpours. Flash flooding could be an issue out here, but that's what we're watching there. New tornado warning. New tornado warning. right, here we go. Just to the west of Platte, you can already see inflow region, RFD, and a nice circulation in here, at least a decent one. Let's get into... This is a horrible look at the radar. Not much. Oh, wow, look at that couplet there. Look at that couplet. Wow. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Plate, how do you pronounce it? This looks like it's going to go to the south U, but I would still get in a safe spot. This is obviously a very tight circulation here, and it's a good looking cell. So this set it to the southeast towards Bone Steel and Lake Andes. All right, this has a very good structure, so this could end up becoming PDS tornado, 2.5-inch hail.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right. Again, this is just north of... Guys, is this Plate or Platte? I always get it wrong. You have sound lag? Lagging, cutting out, and freezing? Pronounce Platte? Okay. You guys experiencing that? Could be an internet issue. Could also be something with TikTok. Let me look on my end. Again, we're watching the potential development of a derecho out here as these storms form into an MCS. Okay, looks good for you. I'm just going to double check on my end. Let me double check on my end real quick. Sounds good to you? Okay. Yeah, so it could be an issue with some other people's internet or connection. Why does it keep repeating? Some people are having issues, some people aren't. Yeah, it's good for me. Yeah, I think the people who are having issues, I think it's on your end. All right, let me watch it on my end real quick. Yeah, I just looked from my other TikTok account. It's fine. All right, anyways. Yeah, get out of the live and come back if you're having issues. That might help it. Thanks, B. Platte. This is going to go just south of you. Headed towards, like I said, Lake Andes and the surrounding area. The storm does look impressive. We don't have confirmation if it's on the ground, but there's for sure a funnel cloud right here. You can see this is what models were showing. The HRRR that decided this event wasn't happening today is already wrong. The 12Z HRRR showed a big empty space here with no convection. Wrong. That's why people like Reed and some other meteorologists and storm chasers were saying ignore the HRRR. Well, they're correct. There was some rainfall in this area in the morning, and some people said lapse rates aren't going to recover or anything. There's not going to be enough. There's not going to be enough time for some of this cooled air to reheat. There's plenty of time. There was plenty of time. Let's take a look at some of these velocities. Got a little rotation up in this one too. That might just be radar distortion though. I don't know. That's starting to get a, one of those ominous hook looks, so we'll have to watch that as well. Large hail up here. Potentially. This is Tor possible as well. This is Tor possible. This is headed just north of Lower Brule towards Gan Valley. Could have some rotation in here, so we'll have to watch that one as well. There was a tornado warning on that earlier. It dropped off, but it may just be recycling, so we may get it back. All right. Where is this all going today? Well, let me show you. And then I'll answer some questions. Let's take a look. Our HRRR hopefully is caught on by now. It hasn't. But generally, this is what's happening. Wow. HRRR has decided we're going to get way more aggressive out towards eastern Minnesota. We should take a look at Pivotal and see what that's showing. All right. Let's take a look at this. We'll go to the, what, a 20Z. Severe weather. Activity. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, you see, it's not even showing the storms that are already ignited here. What is going on? The HRRR is really struggling, guys. We already have storms in this region, and the HRRR is just continuing to say that's not going to happen. They're already there. They're already there. So HRRR is not working correctly today. Yeah. So let's take a look at the Rufus. Rufus projected these storms there, and then does project these to move off into southern Minnesota and northern Iowa, out towards Minneapolis Metro potentially later on. NAM3K 18Z, same type of thing as the Rufus. You can see these storms moving out into the east, potential derecho in southwestern and south central Minnesota. What's the MPass saying? I really want to see what the MPass shows. Is this still the 00Z from the MPass? I don't know why. Oh, this is the 12Z from the MPass. Okay, let's look at the MPass. This is a really good new model. The MPass is very aggressive towards Minneapolis Metro. So for your guys' sake, let's hope the MPass. It's the only one that brings these supercells up that high, potential derecho conditions up that far north. But it's there on the MPass, so something to keep in mind. Let's take a look here. Okay, well, they still have this developing. The HRRR doesn't know what it's doing right now. The HRRR has no idea what it's doing. The HRRR is saying these storms aren't going to happen, but they're already there. They're already there. Will this make it to Southwest Michigan? No.
This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Here is your big moderate 4 out of 5 threat, 3 out of 5 threat. Pretty rare for late July heading into early August. Here's our day 2. Continuing to be out in plains, portions of the Midwest. Here's our day 3. So Michigan's just experiencing general thunderstorms. Maybe a little bit southwest of Michigan tomorrow, but not likely. Again, Platte. Very nice looking funnel cloud just to your southwest. I mean, this looks like it could be on the ground here. Still not observed, but this is headed right towards Lake Andes. 1.5 inch hail falling down here. Not really headed towards anywhere. Millboro, South Dakota. We have Tor possible up here with almost 2-inch hail. This is set out towards Gan Valley and Wessington Springs. There is a little bit of a couplet there. Up north here, we've got 60-mile-per-hour winds, up to 2-inch hail potentially. This is set out to the east towards Lidgerwood and Hangitson, North Dakota, southeastern North Dakota, and then Britain as well. Britain, South Dakota. This probably needs a Tor possible on it the way it's looking. You can see a little potential funnel cloud in here, a little couplet. And you can see on the reflectivity, that shape, and you can actually see the rotation right there. So Loyalton, South Dakota, heading out towards Powell, South Dakota. Just be aware of that. And this is heading out in the direction of Warner. This is the one area on the map where we did see some decent helicity earlier in the day when I was looking at models. Violent rotation. Potential out ahead. On the leading edge of these storms. Central Iowa is possible. Central Iowa is possible. The HRRR isn't doing well, but it's the only thing I got here. I mean, actually, I'll show you the NAM3K on here. So you can see how this develops. You see how this heads down into Iowa. We're talking around 10 p.m., 11 p.m. Central. And this pushes down into Iowa, out towards potentially as far south as Des Moines. It might stay north. Definitely through Waterloo and then out towards Cedar Rapids. So this is, yeah, this whole region of Iowa definitely needs to pay attention. Looks like we might not get into the Minneapolis metro region if it holds that far north until pretty late, 1, 2, or 12 or 1 in the morning Central Time at the earliest. Yeah, can I go through it again? Here's the timing. I mean, the HER's not showing right. The problem is the HER's not showing what's going to happen right. So the HER's going to have the best timing, but it's not showing what's going to happen right. 21Z's timing is a little bit better. Okay, here's your storms. Here's the general timing. Pay attention. You know where you guys know where you are. Here we go. So this is right now. So this is about 5 p.m. Central. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 Central. 1, 2, 3, 4. Although, again, the HRRR is not being very aggressive. It's keeping everything very far south. The timing with the HRRR should be right, but we'll probably have some more storms up here to the north, and we may have a little bit bigger of an MCS. So I disagree with how little storms the HRRR is showing, but its actual timing as it moves east is pretty correct, I think. How fast is it moving? We can see some of these storms right now moving at about 30 miles per hour, about average speed for storms like this.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Looks like we have a destructive tornado warning now. This is observed. This is observed now. We have an observed tornado down here. Head it straight down for Boonsteel, Fairfax, and potentially, I think it's going to go south of it, Lake Andes, South Dakota. Dangerous observed tornado with almost up to 3-inch hail. All right. Please, bottom floor of your home, interior, away from windows, in a closet or bathtub, or in a storm shelter. We will probably get a tornado warning here in a second. I think it should already be down. This is moving out towards Gan Valley and Wessington Springs. I think we're going to get a tornado warning here in a second. Any second now. This is definitely recycled and has a good inflow. This is where we might see our first major wind event, by the way, up here in this northern node.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
What was it? You have a tornado in South Dakota yesterday? I don't know. Probably low, because I don't think it did any. Did it do any damage to property, or it did very little damage to property? It was out in the fields for most of the time, so probably EF1, EF2. Someone might know. I know Matt wakes up, Mesomat wakes up every day and looks up like what the tornadoes were from the day before. I'm just I've got a lot of other stuff going on. Yep, all watches and warnings are scrolling in red at the bottom and top of the screen. Thank you, B. B, I appreciate you. Jacquelina, Marissa. Another tropical storm formed near Hawaii. What is going on, YouTube? Sorry. Reed is chasing in his personal vehicle. That's funny. No wishes on your end. Good on YouTube. Yeah, here's what's going on. Here's what's going on in the tropics. Let me get out of here. Got a Cat 1 hurricane, gonna go into a Cat 2. We've got a tropical storm, both moving south of Hawaii. Hawaii's gonna get some pretty big swells because of that. Right behind it, we've got a 60% chance of development in the next 2 days. And then back here, we've got a 60% chance of development in the next 2 days and 7% chance of development in the next 7 days. This is a nice looking storm right here. Look at that. That's actually a beauty on satellite. That's a really good looking storm on satellite. I'm surprised well, they're just saying it's only going to get to a Cat 2 because there's some cool waters out there. Since we're moving back down into La Nina territory. Again, observed tornado on the ground heading to the southeast in South Dakota towards Boonsteel, Gettys, Lake Andes. Take shelter, bottom floor of your home, interior, in closet, in a bathtub, away from windows, or in a storm shelter if you have one. I do think we're going to get a tornado warning on this storm as well. We have 2-inch hail rolling through just north of Fort Thompson, South Dakota, heading out towards Gan Valley and Wessington Springs. We're still waiting on that tornado warning, but we'll see. About 2-inch hail falling up here just to the southwest of Ipswich. I think I said that right. Moving east towards Powell and Warner, South Dakota. This is going to go toward possible as well, I believe. And then some gusty conditions and large hail up here to the north, stretching from just around Britain, South Dakota, up through Lidgerwood and Hankinson, North Dakota. That's what's going on right now. Not much else is going on around the country. Yeah, you do have some severe storms actually up here in Montana. I forgot we had this stretched out here today. Nothing major. 60-mile-per-hour wind, 60-mile-per-hour wind, 60-mile-per-hour or 6-mile-per-hour gust potential. We do have some large hail in these two areas though, up to 1.5 inches, moving up towards Stanford, Montana, and then moving out east toward Rainsford, Montana. There's actually a little rotation with these cells, so we'll have to watch out. Are any of these torpors? I don't think we're gonna get one, but it's not possible to get a spin, not impossible to get a spin up out there. What's your question for Wednesday? Is this going to hit Chicago at one point? You could get some bad weather in Chicago tomorrow, but not expected to be too dangerous. Here's our day 2 outlook. A little marginal out there in Chicago, but not these storms, no. It's going to be a different setup. Sioux Falls at 7 p.m. Is that what I said? Right now it looks to be around probably closer to 8 p.m., but we'll see. It could be a little bit earlier, give or take an hour, yeah. The lightning here is just insane. What's going on, Amanda? What's going on down there? Oh, yeah, look at some nice storms in and around Bradenton, Tampa. Nice. There it is. Look at that nice gust front. Oh, look at it. You can see all the lightning that just was in that area. Yep. Are you concerned for St. Louis tornado or anything concerned? No problem. No, I don't think we have much stuff going on in St. Louis over the next few days. General thunderstorms. You have a little bit of a marginal on Wednesday, but will that get upgraded to a slight? It may get upgraded to a slight. I don't think there's going to be a ton of tornado potential with this, though. I really don't. Let me look at the well. Here, let me look at the NAM for you real quick. And we gotta get back to covering this. This is... If we do have like a QLCS or... yeah, if we do have a QLCS like this, it's not impossible to get a spin up in and around St. Louis. It would probably be a very weak tornado though. Nothing I'm too concerned about right now. Neither should you be. But if that changes, I'll let you know. All right, here we go. 2 tornado warning. Or this is just an extension of the tornado warning. Still observed 2-inch hail. Dangerous situation heading to the southeast towards Boonsteel and Fairfax. This tornado is curving down to the southeast. Please get in a shelter, interior home, in a closet away from windows, in a bathtub. Get in a safe spot. I'm still waiting for one of these to go. Yeah, that's the same one. Up to 3-inch hail now. No, 2-inch hail. Still waiting for this to go. Potentially Tor. We'll have to we'll wait and see. Maybe this one as well. La Crosse, Wisconsin tonight. These storms should really be falling apart when they get out that far to the east. But if you do experience some bad weather, what's our timing looking like right now? Could change, give or take an hour. Timing right now is looking potentially pretty late. Between 12 and 2 a.m. Central Time. But, yeah, that area is not looking too bad tonight. I know you are right on the edge of this enhanced. I think they're just being precautious. But we'll watch as that develops. You're definitely close enough to these risk zones where you're going to want to have weather alerts on today. Yep. No problem. Oh, it's not radiated damage to Farmstead. Yeah, I saw it briefly was over maybe some structures. It spent, I think, like 95% of the time just over farmlands, which was good, but I figured it may have done some damage. Appreciate the follows, guys. Thank you. Bryce, what's going on? What is going on? Is that a girl or boy? I don't know. I do not know. Storms are starting to ramp up. They are. You can see. All right, considerable severe thunderstorm warning. You can see that when you look at the satellite. you can see these clouds really starting to expand outwards right there. So, see that? They're starting to grow. This is what's going to eventually form into an MCS, very likely. Potentially. And this is what a lot of models were seeing.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
How did it go from 200 viewers to 40? I don't know. It did do that, right? Now 37. What's going on? Did something happen? Let me check them.
A new considerable severe
You guys, well, no, you guys know what happens. They'll like report my TikTok being like inactive while I'm actively streaming, and then it erases all my viewers. Let me double check. I probably got a notification from TikTok. I noticed that too. I was like, where did everyone go? Am I that boring?
New information. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Some people were having issues too. Maybe it could have kicked them. I don't know. I think they'll come back. If they don't, yeah, live, left, left. Yeah, exactly. If they don't, I might just restart my stream, because anytime I've had an issue like this where hundreds of viewers disappear, I restart my stream and then they all reappear. There's something that happens sometimes where it I'll get like a notification on my TikTok live studio saying you were inactive, so blah 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 blah. And it shows that they're not pushing out my live anymore, and you just take it down and go back. I don't know. I have one of the most active for, like, when I'm doing live coverage, I'm very, very active. So I don't understand how that happens. Jasmine sharing the live. Yeah, we'll see. I'll give it a little bit and see if it picks back up. All right, again, guys. 2.5-inch hail. 2-inch hail observed heading down towards Boonsteel, South Dakota, with a observed tornado embedded. We have another potential tornado up here just to the northeast of Fort Thompson. Our funnel cloud. We do have rotation in that, and it's a possible severe thunderstorm warning with 60+ mile/hour gusts indicated, and almost 2-inch hail radar indicated as well. We've got some new severe thunderstorms up here to the north, packing some pretty big hail up to 2 inches, 60+ mile/hour gusts. So a lot going on right now.
New information. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
I know, right? It's true, B. That's why YouTube is so much better. Yeah, I know, because it doesn't happen on YouTube. I don't get like a ton of viewers on YouTube because it's a smaller. I don't have that many subs yet, but this type of weird stuff never happens over there. Yeah, of course, Christian. No problem. Shadow ban. Usually when this happens, though, I get a notification from TikTok saying something that makes no sense, but I haven't gotten a notification from TikTok, so
New information. This severe
that's interesting. Yeah, of course, Christian. Let's take a look at the big picture here. The second we start to see these line up, guys, and kind of connect, that's when we have that derecho potential. While these are in a more discrete mode, though, this is when we have a greater tornado potential. So definitely over the next hour or two is our greatest tornado potential, in my opinion. Let's see here. I'm gonna give it to like 6:35, and if I'm still my videos or my live still being compressed or whatever whatever the word is, I'll restart it.
New information. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Let's see here. they usually send me a notification that's like, we're not sharing your live because of this reason or this reason, which then this happens, but I haven't got the notification yet. Impressed, not impressed. TikTok oppresses me. Yeah, I agree with that. I feel oppressed by TikTok. New severe thunderstorm warning up here, far northeastern South Dakota. Storm's heading out towards Clare City and New Effington. Inch and a quarter, radar indicated hail, 60 plus mile per hour gusts, radar indicated. Storm's moving to the east at 40 miles per hour.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
What do you guys think? Do you think I just restart my live? Every time I do it, it fixes the problem. I'm kind of tempted. I'm going to do it. It's always fixed it, knock on wood.
A new severe
So I'm going to do it.
has been issued.
All right, here we go. Be right back. All right, be right back. I'm just doing it over on TikTok, by the way, YouTube.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Um, we back. Let's see what happens. Purple and Fairy, always taking care of YouTube over there. We're going to see a lot of activity in a little bit here, guys. Believe me. Okay. Let's see how this is looking. The structure's falling apart. There's still a good rotation here, though, heading down to the southeast towards Boonville. This is moving very slow, though. How fast is this moving? 20 miles per hour. A little bit slower than an average thunderstorm moves along a boundary like this. Montana. Still seeing some decent size hail, 2-inch hail. Inch and a quarter or inch and 3/4, 2-inch hail. A little bit of rotation in some of these cells, especially this one that's heading to the northeast towards Moore and Hobson. Moore and Hobson on Montana. I would actually take shelter. That looks like that they may want to put a tornado warning on that. It feels like we're not going to get a tornado over here because, but look at the structure of this. Look at the rotation and then look at the velocity. So I don't know if I'm in Moore, Diamond Dot, maybe even Lewistown. I'm taking precaution up there, Montana. Hey guys, what's cracking? Why doesn't it let me set a subscription goal? Hello? Oh. Oh, okay, wait, delete. It's just not working. Oh, it changed it. Okay, there we go. What's going on, guys? Hey, guys, didn't I tell you that would fix the problem? What's going on, everyone? We'll see if it happens again. I think TikTok just has it out for me. All right. Considerable. Let's just go through the storms we have real quick, and then I'm going to answer questions. Considerable damage threat, severe thunderstorm warning in southern South Dakota here. Southern South Central. Heading to the east towards Millboro, South Dakota. We've got almost 2-inch hail. Radar indicated. 60+ mile per hour gust. Radar indicated there. Average severe thunderstorm warning just to the south, heading towards Springview. We do have an observed tornado on the ground here with 2-inch hail. It looks like this thing may be trying to lift, but Bone Steel, Fairfax, South Dakota, and Butte, Nebraska should get into shelter, just in case. 2-inch hail up here to the north, just to the north and east of Fort Thompson. We do have a little bit of rotation here, so we could get a tornado. 60+ mile per hour winds, radar indicated, headed towards Gan Valley and Wessington Springs, South Dakota. Remember, this is all moving out to the east towards Iowa and Minnesota tonight. Some into northeastern Nebraska, north central Nebraska as well. Almost 2-inch hail up here, 6 mile per hour gust, radar indicated, and we could get a tornado out of this too. There's a little bit of rotation on this, but not looking too bad right now. That's heading out to the east towards Crestbard and Chelsea and Northville, South Dakota.
This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
1.25 inch hail heading east towards Clare City and New Effington, 60+ mile per hour wind gust, radar indicated, and we have some heavy rainfall on some up to 2-inch hail, radar indicated, headed east through Hankinson and Fairmount, North Dakota. We do have some storms up here in Montana that I'm slightly concerned about. This one right here, just to the southwest of Hobson, Minnesota, heading east towards Moore and Lewistown, does have a little bit of rotation on it. Does have a kind of tornadic structure, inflow and RFD, and that rotation down at the bottom. So if I'm in Moore or Lewistown, Montana, I'm paying attention to that, and I'm having a plan of where to go. And these other storms out here, some decent size hail, 1.75 to 2-inch hail. None too bad though, wind wise. We are expecting these storms as we progress tonight to turn out here in South Dakota to kind of merge together, form an MCS, mesoscale convective system, pushing out to the east and potentially producing a derecho. The HRRR doesn't think much is going to happen in Minnesota. Every other model thinks it's going to. The HRRR has already been wrong. The HRRR thought there was going to be nothing up here earlier in the day. So I do think we are going to get some storms pushing out towards Minneapolis, or at least just to the south of it. We'll have to see. And all across southern Minnesota and definitely into northern Iowa later into the night. We'll see it pushing into east Minnesota and then central Iowa at around midnight tonight, 11 to 1 a.m. Central, as we see here.
This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Did we just get another tornado warning? Tornado warning, radar indicated. That's interesting. They just put it out ahead. This is the one I was saying could go Tor warn. So Kimball, Crow Lake, radar indicated tornado. That's very interestingly placed. I don't really fully understand that, but that's fine. James Wallace, I appreciate it. I'm on Radar Omega right now. The other one I was using, or sorry, I'm on WeatherWise right now. The other one I was using is Radar Omega.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, that one's already on the screen here, I believe. This one's falling apart a little bit down here, which is good. Still got a funnel cloud though, heading out towards the southeast, towards Bone Steel, Fairfax, and Marty, South Dakota. Chicago will not be affected by this, no.
A new severe thunderstorm.
Yeah, I've been live since like yes, exactly. No, yes, slightly before 5 Central Time. Yes. It doesn't look like it's on the ground. This one here, it doesn't. No, it's not very tight. It was observed though, so it could be recycling. We'll have to watch. Is Montana going to be affected? Montana's dealing with its own severe weather here through central Montana. These are moving off to the northeast very slowly. So White Sulphur Springs, Harlowton, Roundup, Gwinnett, Stanford. These are moving off to the northeast towards you. Some large hail out here, but that's about it. We could see there is some rotation out here heading towards Moore and Lewistown. I don't think we're going to get a tornado out of that, but not impossible. Sadie. Ohio looks okay tonight. Ohio's getting a lot of rainfall up north, though. Portions out here through East Central. But not expected to see any severe weather. We do have some strong thunderstorms moving very slowly to the south through southern Indiana, and they're going to be moving into northern Kentucky shortly, or in a couple hours. Sioux Falls. Sioux Falls, is in the path of some of this, so we'll have to watch. Again, Gan Valley. I would take shelter. I've been talking about this one. A little bit of rotation here. I don't think a tornado's on the ground, but it's headed straight towards you. That storm, so just take precaution there. How long is the live tonight? I'm going to be on for quite a while. I think I was on for 4 hours last night. I may do that or more tonight. I got off yesterday. I was actually even going to stream for more than 4 hours, but the storms kind of fell apart. They weren't doing much. There was, I think when I got off, like 1 or 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. So if in 4 hours we have a ton going on, then I'll still be on. If we don't, and it's falling apart, not too much of a threat anymore, then I'll get off. So we'll just have to wait and see. We are expecting, and we're already getting a little bit more than what we had yesterday. So this is expected to be worse than yesterday. Obviously, we have this large, moderate, 4 out of 5 risk, large, enhanced, 3 out of 5 risk, and then that large slight risk as well. So, and we can see with our wind threat today, look at that. 15%, 30%, 45% hatched wind threat, meaning significant winds, 80 plus mile per hour. 80 plus mile per hour gusts are possible, maybe even 100 plus mile per hour gusts locally in some areas. That's what we're concerned about today, definitely. What's going on, Kay?
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
It is not easy streaming off your phone, no. Pre-coverage went well. Nice. I forgot I wanted to make an announcement for people to hop in your stream earlier, but I had a lot of work to do, like actual work. Anything for Cedar Rapids, Iowa? These storms are going to move into northern Iowa tonight. They could make it down as far as Cedar Rapids. That's going to be really late at night, probably 3, 4 in the morning Central Time, and they should be weakening by that point. We have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, guys. Right here, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Winds 80 plus mile per hour gusts have been observed. There's a lot of instability in this area. All right, so we have Cat 1 wind gusts right now in the air in this storm that's heading out to the southeast towards Boonsteel, St. Charles, Fairfax, Lake Andes, Gettys, Pickstown, South Dakota. So we have destructive winds, 80 plus mile per hour observed, 1.5 inch radar indicated hail, and possible tour on the ground, although it doesn't look like it's on the ground right now, but it may actually be. We're starting to get a little bit better of a couplet here. So dangerous situation down there. Please take shelter if you're in that area. This system out to the southwest of it as well could put down a tornado and some large hail. So Springview, get ready. That's heading out in your direction.
New information. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
I appreciate the follows, guys. Yep, all warnings are scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Good evening, the kid. Is Sioux Falls going to get hit? This will be moving through Sioux Falls in a couple hours. We have the possibility of, like I said, we have 80 plus mile per hour recorded gusts in some of these storms right now, and we've already gotten some observed tornadoes. This is all moving out to the east towards Sioux Falls, so just have a plan, have weather alerts on, and you'll be okay. Does that storm pushing into Kentucky have any potential? I don't think so. I don't think so. We don't have a strong jet through here. We don't have strong shear. So we have a lot of convection, moisture in the air. meaning heavy downpours, high cloud tops, but without shear, helicity, high levels of instability. It's just going to be that. A little bit of thunder and lightning with some heavy downpours. As I say that, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. It's 60-mile-per-hour radar indicated gusts and 3/4 inch hail. Not too much to worry about, but we'll keep our eye on this down here.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
You're going to get some gusty conditions, but not... I mean, you're not even in... You're in a general thunderstorm down here. You're not even in a marginal. We'll keep watching it, though. Always right on time, right? Yeah, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Look, I'm waiting to see the new HER model because... Let me see if it's coming out yet. 21Z. Give me a second, guys.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
What is this? That's the 12Z. You want 21Z. The HRRR brings no bad weather into Minneapolis tonight, but most of the other models do. Most of the other models do bring bad weather into Minneapolis tonight. Rufus is doing some interesting stuff. Rufus is wrong because there's already storms where it's not showing them. Let me look at...
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
The MPAS does bring severe storms into Minneapolis tonight at around... So we'll have to see what's right. At around actually 11 p.m. Central. That's a little bit earlier. Of course, the NAM 3K still brings some strong thunderstorms out into Minneapolis tonight, but not severe. The models are having a really tough time with this one, guys. Partly because of all the rainfall that you guys got yesterday. They're not sure if we're going to have what our lapse rates are going to look like or how much lift or instability is going to be in the region because of all that rain yesterday. So they're struggling. They're struggling to see what's going to happen. I do want to look at this. I do want to look at this real quick.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, the SBC has continued. The HREF models continued to show moderate wind threat and enhanced wind threat through Minneapolis tonight. So they haven't changed on that. You can see it right here. A dangerous wind threat from the SBC still. Oops. Sorry about that. Why is this not letting me write? That's annoying. Whatever. You guys can see it there. All right, let's get back to this. We have a lot going on up here. Really quickly, just to let you guys know what's going on. Tornado warning dropped down here in south central South Dakota. But this is tour possible. You can see we do have rotation here, likely a funnel cloud heading to the east-southeast towards Lake Andes, Boonesteel, Fairfax, and Pickstown, South Dakota. This is a destructive thunderstorm, so 80-plus mile... There it is. 80-plus mile-per-hour winds have been observed. 80-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts have been observed. 2-inch hail, and we have another tornado warning. It is back, so to the south towards Boonesteel, Fairfax. Again, stay in your safe spot. You can see we do have some rotation here still heading out to the southeast towards Gan Valley and Kimball. So we have to watch this one as well. It's right here. It's trying to get some inflow going. It's not. It's a little sloppy right now, but it's there. Large hail heading out towards Springview, Nebraska. These storms up here are just your average 6-mile-per-hour inch radar indicated hail. We do have 2.5-inch hail with this storm right here, meaning we have some strong updrafts. So could get a tour out of this if we get a little bit of rotation. So Chelsea, Northville, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, but the U right next to Northville. U right to the east of Northwest South Dakota. Please take shelter. Or at least be ready to if we do get some spin out of this storm just to your west. This one looks like it's moving pretty quick. 35? Yep. Got it right. Ooh, I've been good lately. 35 miles per hour. I hope everyone's having a good Monday. I know that's like an oxymoron, but is that the word? Ohio's good. Lots of downpours. If you're getting heavy downpours, you know, the only thing I think the main thing you're worrying about here is maybe some localized flash flooding, but severe wise, not too bad. Some severe thunderstorms down here in Tennessee now and northern Alabama, but nothing major. You're just your average 160 plus mile per hour gust radar indicated and 3/4 inch hail radar indicated. This is the area of concern today. Everyone in this area. And maybe a little bit farther down to the south and east. We'll have to see about that too. No, models disagree on when this moves through Minneapolis. I've seen some models shifted all the way up to 10 to 11 p.m. Central at the earliest. Whereas before it looked like it was going to be into the early hours of tomorrow. Captain, I appreciate you. I'm new here. Love it. Appreciate the follows and subs, guys. Alexandria, Minnesota. You guys are good. You guys got about probably an hour or two before these storms roll through, but you could get some decently severe weather, so just be aware of that. Tornado north of Pukwana. Listen, if there's a tornado somewhere, I probably am talking about it. There's a tornado warning to the north. We don't know if there's a tornado on the ground. This isn't observed. It's radar indicated. I don't see tight rotation on the velocity. So I don't, the radar does not indicate that there's a tornado on the ground. It indicates that there could be a tornado on the ground. That's why it's radar indicated, not observed, or there's no one there. But no, this is tough to tell. The radar's not showing us anything really good here, and we don't have a CC drop here as well. But as I said, if you're in the tornado warning, you need to treat it like there's a tornado on the ground, because we do have a rotating cell here, and you could go from no tornado on the ground to literally in 5 minutes there's a damaging tornado on the ground. So you need to treat that like there's a tornado on the ground. Best to be safe than sorry, and take shelter if you're in that area. What are the chances of Minneapolis getting a derecho? I'd say like 10%. 10 to 20%. Most models are keeping the most damaging winds just out to the south and west of it. But you have models like the NPAS and models like the models like the NPAS and NAM3K that do bring some damaging winds very, very close to downtown Minneapolis and through the Minneapolis metro. So we can't count it out.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New considerable severe thunderstorm warning. It's right here, 2.5-inch hail. This includes Northville, Turton, Brentford, Ashton, and everyone in between in South Dakota. These storms are moving at a decent clip out to the east, so we're going to continue to see this. They're really starting to look good. We're getting lots of warnings. Right now, you can see at the top, we currently have 19 active severe thunderstorm warnings and 3 active tornado warnings. It's really 2 active tornado warnings because the one is just extended. 20 active severe thunderstorm warnings. There we go. Where was that one issued? I think it's this one. Yep, this is where it was issued, right here. Extend it. So Springview, you're in this right now. In this new severe thunderstorm warning. This is radar indicated 60 plus mile per hour gust with radar indicated 1.5 inch hail.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Guys, are my those notifications on the severe thunderstorm warnings and stuff, is that an okay volume for you? I've messed with the sound a little bit.
This special marine
I want to make sure you can hear them. Or should I turn it up a tiny bit? They're good. You can hear them. You can see them, but okay. Prior Lake, you guys got 4 or 5 hours till this stuff gets over to you. Yeah, a little quiet. Yeah, I think I want to hit it up just a bit. There's just one when we get a destructive thunderstorm and it does all the sirens, it gets a little loud. That's the one. That's the one reason I turned it down a little bit, because when you start hearing all the sirens, it's so loud. This is weather-wise that we're using right now. Again, we do have. Is it back being observed?
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There we go. We have an observed tornado on the ground heading to the southeast towards Boonesteel and Fairfax, South Dakota. This is also inside of a destructive thunderstorm warning. 1.5 inch hail is radar indicated, but there's 80+ mile per hour gusts observed here. This storm is heading out to the east-southeast towards Pickstown, Lake Andes, Boonesteel, Fairfax, and Marty, South Dakota. Please take shelter if you're out there. We do have a radar indicated tornado heading just to the southwest of Ganville, moving out to the southeast at about 30 miles per hour towards Kimball and
New information. This
Plankinton, South Dakota. The rest of these up here are not too bad. 2.5 inch hail heading out to the east, though, towards Millette, Northville, Brentford, Turton, South Dakota. This may go toward possible as well. You've got strong updrafts, obviously, with that 2.5 inch hail. We do have observed hail here heading to the east towards Eden, Agency Village. And as you can see, it's starting to resemble a bow echo,
information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
meaning we could have very strong winds developing in here soon that are about to move through Eden, South Dakota. Moving up here to the north, far southeastern North Dakota, we have observed inch hail falling, heading out to the east towards White Rock, South Dakota. Wheaton, Minnesota, Rosholt, South Dakota. With potentially 60+ mile per hour gusts. Those are radar indicated.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, guys. Like B said, it instead of saying small city names that take me time to look up, say you're living in this region, right? Your city's here. Just say southwestern Minnesota. I'll give a forecast that covers that. Weather is, we can't tell exactly where the storms are going to move through, so it's just going to be a southwestern, south central, southeastern, southeastern, east central, northeast. Much easier to do that. I can answer your question quickly instead of looking up all individual. I'll look up individual cities. I will, but it's just easier that way. I'll probably answer your question quicker. And if you live in a major city that I know where it is, just say the major city. You know what I mean? If you're in Sioux Falls and you're in Minneapolis, you're in some of these bigger cities, I'll just know where it is. You don't have to. Yeah, Western Iowa. Look, these storms are going to be entering Western Iowa potentially in a few hours. Models show different things. Now, I don't like showing this HRRR model. This HRRR model, I think, is doing a very bad job at the storms. You can see it's barely putting any severe weather up here near Minneapolis. And I think we're going to have a lot more. We already have severe weather up there. So don't look at the severe weather here, but look at the timing. These storms, I think the timing's okay. These storms do want to enter northwestern Iowa at around 9 p.m. Central. And then you can see here, 10, 11, 12, 1 Central, okay? And you guys are in that moderate to enhanced, pretty much all of central to northern. You can see if we're talking about western Iowa, this entire area here. So I know that's northwestern, but it's not coming to Michigan, no. Yeah, Apple Valley, again, timing. These models do not agree on timing at all, which is a big issue. I would say some of the models show the earliest being 10 p.m. I'd say prepare for storms to move into the Apple Valley region, Minneapolis region around 10 p.m. Central. I think it's going to be later than that. I think it's going to be closer to midnight, but models don't agree on the timing out there. They're struggling with how fast these storms are going to move because it's at the bottom of a kind of tail of a low pressure. Prior Lake, same thing, same answer. You guys are out there right near Shakopee, southwestern Minneapolis Metro. I'd prepare for as early as 10 p.m. Sioux Falls, how bad? It could be pretty bad. I'd expect some areas in the Sioux Falls region to see winds 80 plus 90 mile per hour gusts. You can't count out a tornado or two either, so get ready. Just be prepared. Again, this is, if we're talking about timing again for Sioux Falls, we're talking potentially as early as 8 p.m. Central. I like to give the earlier because I don't want to give you a time that ends up being too late, so I'll usually maybe push it an hour, hour and a half earlier, just in case the storms speed up or they're timed wrong, which happens all the time. The other models show, okay, so the HRRR shows a lot of damaging wind through here. The other models say, hey, no, there's going to be a lot of damaging wind up here too, and up here. Basically, the HRRR is seeing this region, Minneapolis, out towards Morris, is seeing this region and saying nothing's going to happen. A few other models are saying, wrong, this is going to happen here. We're going to get damaging severe thunderstorms out here. And I will say this, the HRRR has been the model today that has been the most wrong. The HRRR a few runs ago had nothing here. Nothing on that said, we're going to have issues with convection there because there was some cooling yesterday from rainfall. Wrong. So the HRRR has already started off being wrong, so I'm leaning more towards the other models. I do think we're going to have severe thunderstorms pushing through here out towards Minneapolis. Maybe not as severe as down here. I think down here is going to be the most severe. But yeah, the HRRR has been getting it wrong today, which is weird because usually the HRRR is the one I like to use. But you know if it was wrong earlier in the day, it's going to continue to probably be wrong because it's trying to catch up. Just look at the warning by Boonsteel. Couldn't see anything on the ground, but it does look impressive. Yeah. Yeah. Falling apart a little bit. Again, we do have a destructive. We have 80+ mile per hour wind gusts observed down here near Lake Andes, Boonsteel, Pickstown, South Dakota. What do I think is going to happen in Brookings, South Dakota? Right now, there's a little gap in these storms, but you have the potential. There is a small potential for tornado or 80+ mile per hour gusts in that region too. So just be ready. You got a couple hours here, and then the storms are going to be moving in. Maybe about an hour, hour and a half. Just have a plan. You'll be fine. Stay updated. Have your alerts on. I appreciate the follows, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Del Rapids, South Dakota. Yeah, you're like a Sioux Fall timing. I'd say earliest probably 8 p.m. Central Time. A couple hours. The possibility of tornadoes and destructive. There is the possibility of tornadoes and destructive winds. Much better here than on TikTok. I can actually see. Yeah. Well, on YouTube, you have the full side view. But if you are on TikTok, there's a little square box in the right center of your screen. You can click, and it'll make all of this much bigger, so you can see it much better. I do post all my content on my YouTube page as well, though. So, her in South Dakota. I'm echoing. Guys, am I echoing? That might just be your phone. Let me know if I'm echoing. I'm seeing no echo. No. Nope. Yeah, so if I'm echoing on your phone, it's likely your phone. Someone told me that I was lagging and other stuff earlier, and I looked. You see how some people are saying no, some people are saying yes. If there are people saying no, then it's likely something on your side with TikTok. You can just get out of the live and then come back in, and it'll probably be solved. TikTok's weird like that. If there's lag, get out of the live, get back in, it'll probably be solved. I can see my audio right now, and I only have...
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, I can see my audio right now, and I only have... only one mic going. Let me check on my TikTok side, though. Give me a second. I'll double check to make sure I'm not lagging. Let me double check for you guys, and then we'll get back to doing this. Let's see. Primary microphone, primary auto. I only have one mic. Yeah. I have no duplicate on TikTok Live Studio or OBS. So if it's an echo, it's a TikTok issue. Yeah, I know I'm not lagging. Just some people's TikTok bugs out some lives sometimes. So I usually try to figure out if it's mine or yours. Jumped out and jumped in again, and echo is gone. See? If I'm echoing, guys, just jump out and jump back in. If there's any issues, jump out and jump back in. I'm land into 1,000 meg internet with a good computer, so you shouldn't have any issues right now. I did a little bit of troubleshooting earlier.
This tornado warning has been updated.
New tornado warning update. Let's see what this does here. Let's take a look at this. Still some rotation here heading out to the southeast, to the south, south of Crow Lake towards White Lake, South Dakota. It doesn't look like there's a tornado on the ground, but I'd still stay in shelter there. Again, Fort Randall, Fairfax, I'd be in shelter for a little bit longer. This tornado warning might expire, though. This is still a destructive severe thunderstorm warning here down in south central to southeastern South Dakota. 80+ mile per hour wind gusts have been observed. Lake Andes, this is heading towards you. Another considerable damage threat, severe thunderstorm warning up here, heading out towards Millette, Brentford, and Turton, South Dakota. 2.5-inch hail is that observed? Radar indicated 2.5-inch hail. We do have observed hail in all of these up here in northeastern South Dakota that are about to enter, and some have already entered west central Minnesota. Almost 2-inch hail out here. Radar indicated. This is heading to the south-southeast. Could push through Springview. Likely going to move out towards Napper and Dustin, Nebraska. Evie, I appreciate you. Thank you. Ruby, I appreciate that. Ty, shout out Ty. Thank you. Thank you for the shares and follows, guys. Any chance of a derecho in Minneapolis area later? I think there's a pretty good chance for a derecho today. We've already seen observed 80-mile-per-hour gusts. Will it hold itself together and be that far north? That's the question. I would say 10 to 20% chance we have that those derecho conditions moving through Minneapolis. At the speed it's moving is gonna, as long as it holds on to that daytime heating. Some models have this thing moving much quicker, entering the Minneapolis metro at around 10 p.m. If that happens, we may actually have the ability to maintain some sort of derecho conditions in some of the supercells or in the MCS that late in the day. So I think it all depends on the speed of the storm. It is moving a little bit quicker than some expected. Also much calmer, correct. Over on YouTube. Her in South Dakota. Am I spelling that right? You guys are good. You're gonna experience some decent thunderstorms probably within 45 minutes to an hour. These storms back here are going to be moving through that area, and I do think we're going to kind of connect this empty pocket of convection in a little bit here too. So just be prepared. But right now, you're in no immediate danger in that area. Mankato. Yeah, Mankato is likely going to be the earliest these storms are going to approach there again. Maybe 9 or 10 p.m. Central. Could be later, but I think Mankato, the farther south and west you go to from Minneapolis, I think the higher chances you have of experiencing a derecho, but or those type of or damaging winds. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning. All right. It was updated. Hasn't changed on here yet. Are they going to let this tornado warning expire is the question. We'll have to see. Let's see. Wilmar, Minnesota.
New information. This tornado warning has been
updated. Okay. Wilmar, Minnesota. You've got a couple hours here before these storms move into your region. Tornadoes and derecho-like conditions are possible. Not very likely, but they are possible. So stay weather alert as these things move off into your east. We do have some observed hail out here. These are headed out in your direction, and some 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts that have been observed as well. Shakopee, Minnesota, you guys are safe until at least probably 10 p.m. Central. Again, some models do bring damaging winds, damaging wind potential into Shakopee later this evening. So make sure you have alerts on there. Some collapse the storm as they approach Minneapolis Metro, but it's anyone's guess right now because we don't have a great model agreement. St. Cloud, Minnesota, I think you'll be all right. I think these storms are going to dive a little south of you. I do think these storms are going to dive a little south of you.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Give me 1 second, guys, and I'll keep answering your questions. Okay. Guys, if you tell me the region your city's in, I can look up small cities. It just takes time. If you tell me like regions, southwest, south central, southeast, east central, I can answer your questions a little bit quicker. Looped, I appreciate the rose.
New information. This severe
Storm Lake, Iowa. I typed that in and I can't find it. Is it 2 words? There it is. Storm Lake, Iowa. I'd say the earliest these storms approach you is going to be around 9 to 10 p.m. Central. We could experience, there is the possibility of derecho type conditions down there, damaging winds. So stay weather alert tonight. This system is going to form into, I can't think of the word. We'll see these storms start to compress into an MCS, mesoscale convective system, and that's when we're going to have the damaging wind threat increase. We already have damaging winds. We already have 80 plus mile per hour gusts observed down here in south central to southeastern South Dakota. I appreciate you. Tabin, I appreciate you. Sioux Falls, South Dakota, again, 8 p.m. Central is, I think, the earliest these storms get into your area. I think it's 8 to 9 p.m. Central. You are, again, in this...
New radar indicated tornado warning.
Sioux Falls is in this 45%, 4 out of 5 risk for damaging destructive winds, and it is significant. You have this hatched region, which means significant winds. Again, destructive winds are possible. Northern Iowa, you can see Sioux Center, Storm Lake, Fort Dodge. All right, we have an update here. Let's see what's going on. Let me see what this update is. Give me 1 second, guys.
New information. This flash flood warning has been updated.
We have that was probably a new destructive. We have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning up here. Almost 3-inch hail. Radar indicated 3-inch hail is moving just to the south of Northville out towards Turton and Brentford, South Dakota. Very large damaging hail. We now have 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, also with 2 tornado warnings. I do not think we have a tornado on the ground right now, but if you're in these tornado warnings, please take shelter. Crow Lake down here towards Boonville, Fairfax out towards Pickstown. Lake Andes, you could experience some very, very windy conditions here. A lot going on, but this is kind of the beginning of the event here. I think in the next hour or two, we're really going to see this amp up even more. Clear Lake, South Dakota. Clear Lake, South Dakota, you got about an hour until these storms start to move into your area. We have seen some Tor-warned storms up here and large hail. So just have your warnings on in that area, please. Hey, from Brookings, South Dakota, what's going on? Hour and a half. Again, hopefully this little pocket of convection or of no convection holds, but I do think this is gonna form up here in a little bit. Minneapolis, Minnesota, the earliest these storms approach you is 10 p.m. Central on some models. I think it's probably going to be later than that, more closer to midnight. Some models do bring damaging winds into Minneapolis tonight. Some don't. I'm leaning towards the one that I think we could have some damaging winds, severe thunderstorms in Minneapolis tonight. I want to be live for quite a while. Yes, I'll be live later tonight. I will be. It's going to be a long live. Oh, man, I don't even have my Red Bull fridge on. I should probably turn it on. Elk Point. Yeah, guys, using region selves. Mods, I don't, no matter how many times I say it, it doesn't work. Elk Point. 8 to 9 p.m. Central tonight. You guys could see storms rolling into that region again. If we take a look at our outlook, you are in that 30 or 45 or 30%, sorry, 30% significant hatched region for damaging winds. Meaning if you were to plot a point anywhere around Elk Point, there's a 30% chance that there's damaging destructive winds within a 25-mile radius of that. So be weather aware, have weather alerts on. Sioux City, 8, 9 p.m. You could have destructive storms moving through. Make sure you have alerts on. Not everyone in the path of these storms is going to experience destructive storms. Some people may. So you just better to be prepared. There's a tornado warning in Ohio. What? Oh, did it just drop? Interesting. Let's take a look at it. This is probably an EF0 to EF1, but yeah, it looks like it just fell apart. I don't think it's on the ground right now. It is heading right towards Rittman and Wadsworth. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think this far out is in a general thunderstorm today. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's on the border of the general thunderstorm. It is really falling apart here. It does not look like we have a tornado on the ground, but it was Tor warned because we had a tiny bit of rotation. I think you guys are good. I would still take shelter if you're out here in Wadsworth, Rittman, Doylestown, and Barberton, Ohio. I don't think you're in any immediate danger, but it's better to be safe than sorry, like I said. That looks like it collapsed. Weirder stuff has happened. Good call. All right, lucky. Sirens were going off. Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Yeah, Henry, I think you probably heard me, but 8, 9 p.m. we could have some destructive storms moving into that area. Why is my phone blowing up? One second, guys. Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry guys. Let's keep answering questions. Are these storms gonna hit central Wisconsin? I don't think we're gonna have. I mean, we could around 1, 2 a.m. have some okay strong thunderstorms moving into Wisconsin, but I don't think Wisconsin has too much to worry about. These are gonna be collapsing when they get that far out to the east. Waterloo, Iowa. This is gonna be pretty late at night, maybe 1, 2, 3 a.m. Central Time. It's hard to tell, but these models don't exactly agree on when this gets to Waterloo. You could see potentially some severe thunderstorms, but again, these storms are going to be losing a little steam when they get that far out to the east. But SBC still has you in that enhanced to moderate. So have those alerts on tonight, but it's going to be pretty late into the early hours of tomorrow out in Waterloo. It is possible to still have some severe thunderstorms out there if these storms continue at a faster speed. Why is it doing that? What the heck? There we go. Why is it scanning? Did I turn on scanning? One second, guys. Why is it scanning? Okay, sorry. Let's get back to this. Let me answer more questions. But I appreciate the follows, guys. I appreciate the follows. Gregory, South Dakota. I think I saw that. Yeah, these storms are moving out away for you. Your day should get a lot better now. These storms are moving away from you right now. Are we having lag on weather-wise? Can you guys hear me? I want to know if this is weather-wise or if this is my internet. Are we all good on the stream? This is weather-wise. Weather-wise never lags. Okay, good. Wow. Let me close it and reopen it. One of the reasons I went to weather-wise is because Radar Omega would always crash and lag when there was a lot big storm events going on. Okay, we're good. We're back. Let's go over what's new, and I'm going to keep answering questions. Again, radar indicated tornado warning. This is out to Plankinton and White Lake, South Dakota now. Destructive 80-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts have been observed down here out towards Lake Andes, Boonsteel, and Pickstown. We have an observed tornado on the ground. Again, moving out to the east towards Pickstown and Fort Randall. Please take shelter. Bottom floor of your home, interior, in a closet, in a bathroom, in a storm shelter. Observed tornado on the ground. South Dakota moving out to the east towards Pickstown and Lake Andes. We do have 2-inch hail moving out just to the northeast of Springview, Nebraska, heading out east. We do have up here to the north 3-inch hail. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm heading out to the east towards Turton and Condi, if that's how you pronounce it. So this could go. They might change that to Tor possible in a little bit. And then we've got we've had on and off observed hail up here in northeastern South Dakota and then west central Minnesota. These storms are heading out to the southeast towards northeastern Nebraska, eastern South Dakota, northern and northwestern Iowa, and western central southern Minnesota. And we could see a lot more, and we could see strengthening with these over the next few hours. Tilly, I appreciate you. Thank you. Wait, someone said...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Jessica Martinez, I appreciate you. Southeast Minnesota. Yeah, southeast Minnesota is going to be pretty late, probably closer to midnight. Most models have storms collapsing as they get that far out to the east, but still have weather alerts on just in case. Lake City, Minnesota. Did I already answer that? I might have. Yeah, Lake City, Minnesota. You're the same thing. Storms should be weakening as they get that far out. Still have alerts on just in case they're holding their strength out there. Twin Cities. Models don't agree. Some think as early as 10 p.m. Central. I think it's going to be closer to midnight Central Time when these storms move into the Minneapolis metro region. We could still see some damaging wind supercells moving through Minneapolis tonight. Sioux Falls, South Dakota, yeah, 9 p.m. Central Time. These storms are going to be moving into Sioux Falls. We could see destructive 80-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe 100-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts locally in some areas. Logan, I appreciate you. Logan, thank you. Thank you, Bucky. Logan, I appreciate that. Sirens going off in Plankinton, South Dakota. Yeah, that's down here, right? Where is that one? Or is that the one up north? Oh, no, that's the one up north. This looks dangerous, though, by the way. I'll get to that in a second. This looks dangerous heading towards Pickstown, South Dakota, and the surrounding region. Please take shelter there. You guys are right up here, right? Plankinton? Yes, there is some funnel cloud. You can see the rotation very clearly. Very clearly, you can see the rotation right there heading towards Plankington. Do I think there's a tornado on the ground? There might be at this point. So White Lake, Plankington, please take shelter. Mods, don't worry about saying region. It's fine. It never works. Don't worry about it.
Warning. Special marine warning has been issued.
Yeah, look at this. Look at the shape on this thing. Not the cleanest I've ever seen, but Spencer, Bristow, Lynch, Nebraska, you are now in this tornado warning. All right? Confirm tornado, Gregory. No. There's not a confirmed tornado. Like that there was earlier? Maybe, yeah. We had an observed tornado out near Gregory earlier. Not right now. Gregory's good. Gregory's good. These storms are moving out. Do I think the storm will sustain past western Iowa? Yeah, I think it will sustain probably until at least out here. And then we'll see what happens after that. Oskaloosa.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
No, you guys should be good. You guys are pretty far to the southeast. You should be good there. Oskaloosa, Iowa, if that's how you pronounce it. Will there be a tornado in Sioux Falls? You'll probably have some rotating cells move through the area, so it's a possibility. So just make sure you have alerts on. Likelihood is that there won't be, but there's a possibility. You'll have conditions that are somewhat favorable for tornadic development. Omaha, I think you guys are looking good.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I was like, well, where am I? Omaha, I think you'll be good tonight. We could get some severe thunderstorms down there that far south. I'd have alerts on. I'd be paying attention if I'm in Omaha, but most likely the worst of it's going to stay to your north. You can see our categorical. I mean, you guys are barely in a general thunderstorm, so I think you'll be good tonight. We can double check back on our... Yeah, they lifted that tornado warning so quick in Ohio. It fell apart as soon as they had it. It was a tornado warning for like 5 minutes. Wilmar, Minnesota. I think we've talked about that a little bit, but you guys got a little bit of time, a couple hours here before these storms head into your area. We could see some small hail, potentially damaging winds, or a tornado in and around the Wilmar region. So have alerts on it. You still probably have a couple hours before these enter your region. Minneapolis, again, this is going to be sometime. I think it's going to be probably 11 midnight Central Time, and we could have some supercells carrying damaging wind with them. Boone, Iowa. Boone, Iowa. This is going to be pretty late. Probably 1, 2 a.m. We could have some damaging storms, potentially as early as midnight. We'll have to see. Getting into around that area. The storms will be weakening as they approach Des Moines, though. So, just a recap of what's going on real quick, guys. Then I'll get back to answering questions. Let me take a sip. I'm thirsty. Just a quick recap of what's going on. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning up here in north central Nebraska, Springview, 2-inch hail. Radar indicated. We have radar indicated hail up here, 1.5 inches. We have an observed tornado on the ground and 80+ mile per hour wind gusts observed. Dangerous situation here. Pickstown, South Dakota, Spencer, Bristow, Lynch, Nebraska. Get ready. We have another radar indicated tornado up here that is moving to the southeast towards Plankington and White Lake. Please take shelter. 1.5 inches radar indicated hail as well. Moving a little bit farther north, we have another destructive thunderstorm. 2 3/4 inch, so about 3-inch hail. Radar indicated moving to the east towards Turton, South Dakota. And then we have some average severe thunderstorm warnings up here, 60+ mile per hour gust, 3/4 inch hail. But we have seen on and off observed hail up in this region heading out to the east. That's northeastern South Dakota and west central Minnesota, Elbow Lake, Morris, down to Ortonville, Minnesota. We do have some other severe thunderstorms up here in Montana. Nothing major to talk about right now. We do have some large hail, 1.5 inches, that is moving out to the east, just south of Moore, and Lewistown, Montana. That's about it. We do have some severe thunderstorms down here in southern Indiana. Nothing too bad. 60 plus mile per hour gusts possible. 3/4 inch hail radar indicate it. So it's gonna be, you're gonna get some wind gusts and some heavy downpours, but nothing too damaging expected out of that. We have one severe thunderstorm warning up here, just to the north of Bay City, Michigan, moving to the south, and it is Tor possible. I don't think we're gonna get a Tor out of this, but just be aware of that. Auburn, Colin, Beaver, Bay City. Just be aware of that. That's what we have going on right now. This is the main area we're watching.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Matt said the big one in South Dakota may be on the ground. Yeah, he's probably talking about this one. This one right here. Let me see if I can get a storm. Let me see if I can pull up a storm chaser on that. Give me a second. I don't see a view of it.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I don't see it right now. Let me check over here. Give me a second, guys.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Give me 1 second. We're going to take a look and see if it's on the ground.
If we go to our velocity,
I do not see it on the ground. No one has a visual of it, okay?
New information.
But you can clearly see a nice funnel cloud.
see if we can get a better view.
Does not look like it's on the ground, but it's trying to. All right. Trying to. Still, get into shelter. Spencer, Bristow, Lynch, Pickstown, and Marty. Laddie, what's going on? I appreciate you. Yeah, it doesn't look like it is, but there's a very clear funnel cloud with it, so could get it roping down shortly. Thanks for that. I love when you guys communicate to me what's going on his stream. Laddie. Can you go to Iowa, Cedar Rapids?
New information.
These storms are probably going to collapse before they get to Cedar Rapids, but 2, 3 in the morning, you may want to have alerts on just in case they hold strength out that far. This is WeatherWise that I'm using right now. I'm using WeatherWise and Radar Omega. Rochester, yeah, Rochester, again, Minnesota. I think these storms are going to begin to collapse as they get that far out to the east. But midnight, 1 a.m., you probably want to have alerts on just in case these things hold.
New information.
These storms are speeding up a little bit.
Has been updated.
All right. Buffalo, Minnesota. Buffalo, Minnesota, same thing. I think we could get some damaging supercells through that area, potentially. Not necessarily, so have alerts on. That's going to be much later in the night, probably closer to 11 p.m., 12 or midnight Central Time. Minneapolis, let's take a look at our latest. Let me take a look really quickly. I'll keep you on this for right now, just so you guys see where these storms are. The red is the tornado warnings. Let me just take a quick look at Pivotal. You can see on TikTok on the bottom screen there, but let me look here and see what the 22Z HRRR is showing, even though the HRRR has been terrible today. Let's see.
New information. This tornado warning has been
The HRRR still sees nothing through Minneapolis tonight. The other models do. Super weird. Super weird that it's disagreeing with all these models consistently. Rufus still brings... Let's take a look. Rufus still brings damaging supercells into Minneapolis, but like weirdly at like 5 a.m. God, the disagreement on this is terrible. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. The NAM still likes some damaging supercells out in eastern Minnesota at around 12 to 1 Central a.m. Central tonight. Super strong disagreement. They don't know what's going on in the atmosphere, unfortunately. The MPAS, of course, still showing derecho type conditions possible out in Minneapolis at around 11 p.m. Central. I mean, I've never... This is bad. This is bad disagreement. because it's not just on convection, it's on timing as well. So usually it's one or the other. Man, this is some disagreement. And what is the Rufus doing here at the 21Z? There were already storms in this area. Why doesn't it show the storms that were already initiated there? That's wrong. I can tell you right off the... Like, that's just wrong. This is... And Matt was talking to me about this. If you guys know Mezzo Matt. He was talking to me about this morning before I made my video. We were talking about what's going to happen today. This is one of those setups where we had a ton of rainfall out ahead of this yesterday. And the models just aren't sure how cooled certain layers of the atmosphere are out ahead of this weather here, out ahead of these storms. And that could cause capping issues. That could take away instability. They're really struggling because of the storms that came through this area yesterday. So this is just going to be, I can tell you right now, this is overperforming up north, which means it's probably going to overperform out here near Minneapolis. Not necessarily, but that's kind of what it's showing. So this is kind of just take it as it comes when you have that level of model disagreement. It's so humid right now. Right now. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate the follow. Spirit Lake. Are we talking about out in... Yeah, you guys are good at... Oh, Spirit Lake, Iowa? Which one? There's a lot of Spirit Lakes.
This tornado warning has been updated.
Idaho. It's probably Iowa. Not Idaho. Yeah, you guys are going to be closer to probably 10, 11 p.m. Central Time. These storms, I think, will bring some destructive winds in and around that area, so have your alerts on there. Sioux Falls could get hit hard. Have a plan, be prepared. Not necessarily, but there are going to be some strong storms moving through that region tonight, definitely.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Apple Valley, Minnesota, you guys got a lot of time. That's near Minneapolis, right? You guys are this is going to be later in the evening, closer to midnight. Again, most models show these storms collapsing as they approach Minneapolis, but some show some damaging supercells moving through. So just stay updated on what's going on here. One second, guys. One second, guys. Princeton, Minnesota. Princeton, I think most of these severe storms are going to push down to your south. I'd stay alert over the next few hours as these get closer to you, but I think most of these are going to stay to your south. Same with Alexandria. You could get some gusty conditions, potentially, and some small hail. You do have some storms moving out towards you. These are expected to begin to move south, though, so we'll have to watch that. Monticello, Minnesota. You guys could see some damaging severe thunder or damaging gusts associated with supercells from these storms moving in at around 11 p.m. Central tonight, give or take an hour. Again, a lot of models didn't see this big pocket of convection that far north. At least not as we got into today. They saw yesterday. So really quickly, I want to update you on this. I need to, yeah, let me update you on this real quick. Everything we got going on right now. 2.5 inch radar indicated hail down here to in northern Nebraska, heading east towards Dustin, Butte, and Naper, Nebraska. Spencer, Bristow, Lynch, Marty. Picks down. Get in. Take shelter. We do have a funnel cloud moving down towards you. It doesn't look like there's a tornado on the ground, but there could be soon. 2-inch radar indicated hail and 70+ mile per hour wind gusts out here for Lake Andes, Pickstown, and Wagner, South Dakota. 2-inch radar indicated hail and a potential tornado. Radar indicated tornado headed to the south towards southeast towards White Lake and Plankinton, so I prepare for that and get in a safe spot. Bottom floor interior of your home in a closet away from windows and a bathtub or in a storm shelter. We do have almost 2-inch hail out here moving to the southeast towards Turton, South Dakota. Considerable damage threat. And then we have some 60-mile-per-hour and inch radar indicated hail out here that just entered west central Minnesota that's moving off to the east. Do still have some severe thunderstorms moving into Kentucky right now, but they're nothing major. 60-mile-per-hour gust, 3/4-inch hail possible. Not likely to be any destructive or too damaging as severe thunderstorms down there. Could knock out some power potentially, but how fast? Most of these storms are moving at around 30 to 40 miles per hour currently. Cedar Rapids, Iowa, I think these storms will be collapsing, losing strength as they get out towards you, but around 2 in the morning Central Time, you'll probably want to have, just make sure you have alerts on in case these storms do hold. Some of the models do have them holding some strength out that far east in Iowa. Omaha, you should be good tonight. What's going on, Joshua? Dakota County, Minnesota. Again, around midnight, I think these storms will be in that region. We could have some damaging winds associated with some supercells out there later. We could. Sioux City, Iowa. Got about an hour and a half before storms start to move into your region. Destructive winds and potentially a tornado or two are possible in and around southeastern South Dakota. So just have a plan just in case and stay alert. You should be just fine. Just make sure you have a plan and you have weather alerts on. You'll be all right. Let's see here. Yeah, Shakopee, again, that's going to be out around 11 to 12 Central tonight. Damaging supercells are possible in that region, so just make sure you stay alert and you understand what's going on. I'm going to be on for quite a while, though. Appreciate you guys sharing the live and following. Thank you, guys. Or subbing. Thank you. Yeah, listen, Sioux Falls, these storms aren't too far off to your west. Maybe an hour. So, just pay attention. We do have some rotating cells out here to the west of Sioux Falls as well. Thanks, mods, for helping out. Answering some questions. Kimball is experiencing a tornado right now. Kimball what? No, Kimball is not experiencing a tornado right now. Kimball, South Dakota is not experiencing a tornado. Will Indy be impacted? No. Twin Cities, again, around 11 Central to midnight. We could have some damaging supercells moving through the region. Models don't completely agree on how much convection and how much strength these storms are still going to have out there. Some think we're still going to have full-strength storms moving through tonight with damaging winds. Some think they could start to collapse as they approach the Minneapolis metro. Very, very, a lot of disagreement in these short-range models. Lyon County, Minnesota. Couple hours till these storms move through your area. Damaging winds and a tornado or two are possible in and around that region. So stay alert. You got a little bit of time here. There's, again, a little empty pocket of convection in here, but we are starting to see some of these cloud tops grow. I do think this is going to compress into an MCS here in a little bit. It's already starting to look like one. So, thanks, Mayor, for the follow. Joshua and James Wallace, I appreciate you guys. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. One second.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I'm back. Oops, wrong one. I'm back. All right. All right. Omaha, Nebraska should be good tonight. Omaha, Nebraska should be good. Storm's likely to stay north of you. The yellow squares are severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, tornado warning down here. Doesn't look like it's on the ground, but it could be. I was watching. Don't believe it's on the ground. But Pickstown, Spencer, Bristow, Lynch, you should have a plan and be ready. You are in that tornado warning. Same with Plankington. There is some tornado potential with these. We did just get this severe thunderstorm warning extended out to Butte, Nebraska, Dustin, Napper, with 60 plus mile per hour radar indicated gusts and observed 2.5-inch hail. So this is close to being a destructive thunderstorm heading towards Butte, Nebraska.
New information.
Let's see what we got there.
Considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
All right, considerable severe thunderstorm warning updated. We'll see if we get that on here in a second.
New information.
Another update.
Considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Let's wait a second, see if we can get that popping up on the screen. Currently 11 active severe thunderstorm warnings and 3 active tornado warnings. Really 2 because these are combined down here. Okay. Just checking in on these other areas here. These storms are entering Morris, and this is starting to look like a little bit of a bow echo. We could have winds intensifying up here as they move through Barrett and Hoffman, Minnesota, towards Holmes City and Alexandria, Minnesota. Alexandria may be just far enough north, but just be aware of that. These storms are in Minnesota, heading out east now.
A new severe thunderstorm warning.
We are seeing a little bit better convection in here through Watertown, headed out towards Clear Lake and Haiti, South Dakota. Again, this is when I think we start to see this convection join with the northern mode here. And we see that MCS setup where we could get derecho conditions along a much bigger boundary. So things are going to get really spicy, as I say, I think, here in the next hour. It's spooky. What's going on?
New information.
Wendy, I appreciate you. Big, I appreciate you.
Updated.
Thank you, guys. Is Sioux Falls going to get hit hard? Potentially. Just I would have alerts on. You're in that enhanced to moderate risk zone. Storms are going to be there probably right around an hour or less at this point. New tornado warning.
This tornado warning has been updated.
It's updated. Updated tornado warning. Let's see if we get that here. Give me a second, guys. Plankinton, make sure you're in a safe area. Spencer, Lynch, this is getting closer to you. Fort Randall, you do have a rotating cell moving over you right now. Thank you for the follows, guys.
A new severe
Bonjour and Victoria.
warning has been issued.
Logan. Thank you, guys. Booking South Dakota. Again, you can see these storms starting to gain some strength right out to your north and west. You're still in that pocket where there's not a lot of bad weather coming are happening, but we do have some cells out here, so you're probably going to get some strong severe thunderstorms here in a little bit. Blue, what's going on? Long time no see.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
We have an updated tornado warning. Let's see if we get that on here. Oh, they just shrunk this one up here. Okay. All right. These are our risk zones, guys, if you want to see them. This is our categorical risk zone. If you're in, especially the orange or the red, make sure you're paying attention. If you're in the yellow or the green, we could still have severe weather. So then you have your categorical, which is there's potential, but it's not that high. This is our wind. Again, if you're in this hatched region, we could see destructive winds, 80+ mile per hour gusts, maybe 100+ mile per hour gusts locally. We do have a hatched hail area here as well, too. Meaning 3-4 inch plus hail is possible in this area if you live there. And here's our tornado chances that have been updated. Minneapolis is in, and Minneapolis Metro is in that 2% tornado chance. You've got pretty much almost all the way out towards Mankato, down to Sioux Center, Sioux Falls, out towards Mitchell, up towards Redfield, South Dakota, out towards Millbank, and then out towards Wilmar, Minnesota. Oh, but although look, we got a tornado, a funnel cloud heading south of this 2%. So you got to watch the entire area. Let's take a look at some of these updated severe thunderstorm warnings. Nothing too bad up there to the north. I believe we still have, okay, that is expiring. They might extend that. We had some big hail up in there earlier. Still 2 tornado warnings, and we have a 2.5 inch observed hail here. Considerable damage threat heading towards Butte. And then Wood Lake, you got some hail heading towards you as well. Slight risk have alerts on, yes. It is moving to the southeast. Whoa! Logan with the Galaxy. Holy crap. Logan, I appreciate you. Seriously. Thank you for supporting the stream. I appreciate you. Blue, I appreciate you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Logan. Will Yanktown get hit bad? Let's see. Where's Yanktown? Yankton? Not Yanktown. Yankton. Southeastern, you've got damaging winds and funnel cloud out to your west. So just stay alert and have a plan just in case these continue to hold their strength. These supercells specifically right here. Sioux Falls got about an hour or less when you could have some damaging winds moving into your region. Again, have alerts on and stay updated as this is happening. Sitting here in Pipestone, Minnesota, southwest corner. Okay, I'm guessing we will get hit about 9:30ish. Yeah, if you're down here, southwestern Minnesota, you probably got close to 2 hours. I see you. You probably got, yeah, I'd say hour and a half maybe till these storms move through. Again, we had a big gap in here, and that gap starting to get filled with some. You can see these cloud tops starting to grow. So, well, that's gonna be interesting to see what happens there. Anoka, Nebraska. You are in this tornado warning, although this is likely going to move out to the east to you. I think you're going to be okay. But some damaging wind and hail is possible as this storm right behind you. I mean, that's maybe about 15 to 20 minutes from moving into your area. Mod, you're doing a great job. I appreciate you. As always. Ramsey, Minnesota. Not too much going on in Indiana right now, guys. Ramsey. Yeah, you guys still got quite a while, at least till 11 p.m. Central, likely, before these storms approach you. The most severe storms look to remain to the south of Ramsey, but I'd still have alerts on for later in the night. Wait, why can't you stream, Tufts? Oh. Mods, I'm going to have my Discord up on my phone. Let me actually turn alerts back on. So if you guys see off stream or on your side a observed tornado, or you have a visual of it or anything, you want to share a photo of it or give me any updated information, just I guess you can do it in tag me in Weather Talk, or just do it in mod chat. Let me make sure my alerts are on. Give me a second. Okay, they should be on. Yeah. Put that right there. Rochester, what? Rochester, Minnesota? You're good. That's going to be much later. We'll see if the storms even hold strength out that far, but some models do show it happening. Plankerton. I don't think we have a tornado on the ground now, but if it is, it's very close to moving through that region. So just, I'd say stay in shelter just a little bit longer just in case. Our storm down here to the south, a little bit of a couplet up here just to the southwest of Pickstown, about to move into Nebraska. Again, I'd stay in shelter just for a little bit longer there. Not too many severe thunderstorm warnings going on right now, but I think that'll change as this moves forward. I think we're going to get a little bit of a strengthening, like I said, as this MCS comes together in southwestern Minnesota. PB, what's going on? Sorry, Tufts. I know you probably answered me and I missed it. Mother Trucker. I appreciate you. In Whacktown. Not much going on in Kentucky right now. You have some minor severe thunderstorm warnings, 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Indiana, you've got 60-mile-per-hour gusts, 3/4-inch hail. Just more heavy downpours than anything here. You could get some power outages, but destructive or considerable damage isn't expected. Same with up here in Ohio. Same with up here in Montana right now. Hurricane Iona is even stronger. Did they update that? Cat 1, 75-mile-per-hour winds. You got the tropical storm out there, just under Hawaii. Mitchell, South Dakota.
A new radar indicated tornado warning.
Mitchell, South Dakota. Yeah, make sure you're alert of what's going on. We have radar indicated 2-inch hail out to your west and a funnel cloud out there as well. Not too far from you.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Look at this. You can see these storms starting to really fire off just to the west of Clear Lake, South Dakota. Heading out to the east towards Granite Falls, Minnesota. So this is interesting because a lot of models didn't show that up there. So it's going to be interesting to see how that progresses. Very interesting to see how that progresses. So 1 second, I'm just looking at Discord real quick. Okay, I'm good. Just for anyone who doesn't know, here is our latest SBC. You know, the storms are past, so if you're back there, you're good. You're good here. The storms have passed. But again, Mason City, Waverly, Rochester, Minneapolis region, Mankato, Sioux Falls, Marshall, Brookings area. All you guys out here, make sure you have alerts on. These storms are heading out to the east, and our wind threat is the main threat, although we do have a tornado threat right now as well. This is, you can see damaging winds anywhere in this black dashed line area, which is called hatched. It's a hatched risk, meaning significant damage is possible. Significant wind damage is possible in here. 80+ mile per hour gusts. They extended this tornado warning, even though we haven't really seen much. It looks like there may be a little bit of a funnel cloud or maybe even something on the ground moving through White Lake down to the southeast towards Aurora Center and Stickney. So be aware of that, guys. Yeah, Minneapolis, we're probably going to wait until about 11 to 12 Central tonight, and we could still have some strong storms moving through there with damaging wind gusts. As a freshman meteorology student, I'm going to have to get way better at this. Way better at what? Oh, streaming? I was terrible in the beginning. I mean, I've only been doing it for a year now, but I streamed like every day for like 200 days straight, and I had no choice but to get better. I also streamed during, you know, the 2 hurricanes that made landfall. What were they? On my brain, I'm brain dead right now. But I think I had 2 streams where I did like 1 million viewers in like 4 hours, and it was really intense. That's the only way to learn. Yeah, PB. Yeah, you do have a good start. Yankton, Yeah, I think we just talked about Yankton. That's down here in southeastern South Dakota, right? Yankton, you've got about an hour probably till these storms move in there, maybe 45 minutes. You have damaging winds, hail, and rotating cells out to your west. So hopefully these can fall apart a little bit before they get to your area, but make sure you have alerts on and make sure you're aware of what's going on in your area. We're still seeing the progression of the storms in this area just through Haiti and Clear Lake, South Dakota. Butler County, Iowa.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Butler County, Iowa. These storms are probably going to move in there through there pretty late, 1 a.m. at the earliest, probably Central Time, and we could still see some damaging supercells move through that area. So have weather alerts on. That's going to be probably closer to midnight or 1 in the morning for you guys. Some models do think these storms are going to hold their strength as they move into that county. So Sioux Center, you guys would be a little bit earlier, probably 9 to 9:30 Central as these storms move in, maybe 10 Central. So just prepare for that. You are in, I believe, enhanced to moderate risk right down there. User 27151847463. I appreciate the 6 roses. Will they build or fall apart? They're going to strengthen. I think these are going to continue. I think we're going to see some strengthening here in some of these supercells over the next couple hours, and then we'll see what happens after that. Some models have them collapsing around here, and some models have them actually holding some pretty decent strength around here. Watertown, South Dakota.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
You guys should have already had the worst fit. There's another cell out here. Some strong thunderstorms out behind you. So keep alerts on and be aware, because this was dropping 3-inch hail and was tore possible earlier heading out towards your region. So stay alert for a little bit longer if you're out there, and then you should be good for the night. Yeah, these storms are starting to grow in the water, or in the Clear Lake area down towards Brookings. You can see all this being filled in here now with more convection. 27 roses, I appreciate you, user. Julia Beth. Jackson Lambert with the crown. I appreciate that. Yes, they can be. Pay attention to the areas I'm covering, because a lot of times I will talk about an area and then you'll all keep asking about it. So sometimes I cover your area even without even seeing your question. Wilmar, Minnesota.
Has been issued.
Let's see here. I'm typing that wrong. Wilmar, Minnesota. You probably got about an hour and a half till these storms get into your area. So maybe even 2. But there is some strong winds and some small hail up here. So we do have 70-mile-per-hour gusts observed. Currently about to move through Millbank and Ortonville, Minnesota. Millbank, South Dakota. 70-plus mile-per-hour gusts have been observed here with inch hail. Radar indicated. We just get a new severe thunderstorm warning back here. 1.5 inch hail. Radar indicated with 60-plus mile-per-hour gusts. Radar indicated moving through Lower Brule and Fort Thompson. Still getting some more strong cells out behind this main feature. Look at this little line of storms across western Nebraska too.
Information. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Update on a considerable thunderstorm warning. Just to update you guys on these tornado warnings. Some rotation about to head down through Aurora Center and Stickney. Doesn't look like there's a tornado on the ground, but there could be. It's tough to tell on this radar currently. We do have a tornado warning out for Wagner, Marty, South Dakota, Spencer. I think Spencer, you'll be good. Bristow, Lynch, South Dakota, and Pickstown, South Dakota. Again, sloppy radar, but if we do have one, it's around Pickstown right now, moving out into the east-southeast. There's definitely violent winds in here and rotation. So 70-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts, 80-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts with the potential of a tornado on the ground. Eau Claire should be good tonight. Wisconsin's not likely to see too much effects. If you're really close to, like, if you're really out here, far western Wisconsin, maybe, but a lot of these storms do want to fall apart as they get out that far east. At least that's what it looks like right now. Let's take a quick look at what's going on with our mesoscale analysis. We can take a live look at what's going on in the atmosphere so we can see if we expect this to strengthen or weaken. Give me 1 second, guys. Let's take a look at this. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up our mesoscale analysis. There we go. All right, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at first our significant tornado parameters. Still high. Not super high, but high enough. Let's move in here. SIGTOR parameters up to 3.0 for southeastern South Dakota, southwestern Minnesota, and northwestern Iowa. So that's a pretty decent SIGTOR. Our violent tornado parameters are probably going to be higher. We have up to an 8.0. Don't worry about this one back here. That's gone. We have up to an 8.0 violent tornado parameter southwestern Minnesota, southeastern South Dakota, and northeastern or northwestern Iowa. So still some decent tornado potential out there. There's a little bit up here. You can see that there. This is a live look at the atmosphere. So this is what's pretty close to what's going on right now. Bulk shear. We do have a decent amount of shear down here. Let me actually get some. Let's get surface-based CAPE. Yeah, look at that. 5,000. 5 to 8,000 surface-based CAPE. That means instability. That means strong updrafts. The potential for severe very damaging thunderstorms, specifically in this region here. Some down here through Nebraska as well. We are still looking at some CAPE out here, 1 to 2,000 out here in Minneapolis. As these storms move forward, that CAPE and instability is going to shift slightly east. But it's not too bad out there right now, which is good for Minneapolis. Let's take a look at a couple other things. Effective. Let's do surface helicity. You can see we have potential for some violent rotation in this area. You can see the shear there too. You can see these barbs kind of spinning here. Let's go to 850 millibar analysis. Yeah, there's some decent shear down here. Low level shear. Down here. Southeastern South Dakota, southwestern Minnesota, and northwestern Iowa. Give me 1 second. What else do I want to look at really quickly? Lapse rates. Lapse rates are good. Lapse rates are high, meaning this is going to continue to support growing thunderstorms. This is going to continue to support convection. So I'm expecting these storms to hold strength where you see these lapse rates stretch out to still. So that includes Minneapolis. Let's see here. Low level lapse rates. Not crazy. Mid-level's good, though. And we have some pretty good heat on the ground up here, so down at the surface. All right, let's get back to this. Always lose viewers when I nerd out on the mesoscale analysis. Mick, you know who you are. Thanks for the follow. Brookings, South Dakota. These storms are getting closer to you right now. There's some storms growing out to your west, so give it about 45 minutes, and you're gonna have probably some heavy downpours moving through. Right now, there's no damaging winds or hail or anything out to your west, but that could change. Let's take a look at the latest severe thunderstorm warnings. We have had this severe thunderstorm warning extend at 70+ mile per hour radar indicated winds and up to 2-inch radar indicated hail with a tour possible. Moving east, we could have a tornado on the ground near Pickstown. Moving east towards Wagner and Dante, South Dakota. And then Butte right out to your west. We do have a little bit of rotation, but the possibility of there is observed 1.5 inch hail there. Fort Thompson, 1.5 inch hail. Radar indicated moving into your area now with 60+ mile per hour wind gusts possible. 70+ mile per hour wind gusts have been observed, and 1 inch radar indicated hail is up here moving into Millbank and Ortonville. Millbank, South Dakota, and Ortonville, Minnesota. Clinton, Minnesota. All right. Yankton. These storms are approaching from the west pretty quickly. So just have your alerts on and stay up to date, please. The storms are moving to Alta. What? Okay, I'm leaving. What? Emma, no one's judging you. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, I did miss that one up there. Alta, Iowa. Here you go. These storms are going to hold their strength probably through Alta, Iowa. So you've got a couple hours, though. You've got a couple hours to prepare for this. I'm going to be on for a while. Probably still at the time when they're moving through that region. Damaging wind is definitely the biggest threat for that area down in Iowa. Alta. Yeah. I don't think 9. 9 seems a little bit early. Marshall, Minnesota, southwest. Oh, I see you. Yeah, these storms, I mean, you're going to start getting some rain showers pretty quickly here. You can actually see, look at this, some convection growing out just to your west. Severe is probably still about an hour away. Some of these storms do look like they're picking up speed. These storms up to the north, yeah, they're moving at 45 miles per hour now. So some of these storms are picking up momentum as they move off to the east. Let's take a look at these down here. A little slower, I think, down here south. 40 miles per hour, tiny bit slower. Appreciate the follow, Robin and Nicole. Garrettstown, South Dakota, we're doomed. Probably not. Let's take a look. Did I spell it wrong? Oh, Garrettson. Garrettson. You guys are good. There's really no warnings out to your west right now, and this one is kind of moving to the southeast. So you're good, but you do have the potential for damaging wind supercells moving through tonight. New considerable damage thunderstorm has been updated. Probably just adjusting. Still 70 mile per hour observed wind gusts up here near Ortonville, Minnesota, and Millbank, South Dakota. Still watching these 2 tornado warnings heading towards Stickney and Aurora Center, South Dakota, and then one that's about to move through Wagner. So Wagner, I'd take shelter if I was there. There's also 70 mile per hour wind gust in that region as well. Minneapolis, we're talking probably 11 to 12 central tonight. Very late. We could still see some supercells moving through that region with some damaging wind gusts. So have alerts on out there in Minneapolis. Clear Lake, South Dakota. Yep, these storms are moving into you right now. We do not have anything severe, but some small hail and gusty conditions and heavy downpours are possible within the next 5 minutes.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
How are you in Alexandria, Minnesota? Alexandria, Minnesota. You're good. Let's actually get to a radar that's a little bit farther north. More like thunder showers, not thunderstorms, but there's a little bit of heavy. Your biggest threat up there is probably flooding, not damaging winds or a tornado.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Let's see. Waiting for some of this to show on here. This severe thunderstorm warning was just updated. I'm not seeing much on it. We're in a little bit of a lull right now. Twin City should be okay. It's going to be more of an 11 p.m. to midnight event, but it's possible to see some super strong supercells moving through Minneapolis tonight.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. I believe that is down here. That just... Well, actually, let me see. Yeah, this is extending through Lynch and Paddock, Nebraska now. Again, 1.5 inch Radar indicated hail, 60 plus mile per hour gusts. Radar indicated from this storm out to the west, moving east in Nebraska.
New information. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
We'll keep covering this.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Tornado shouldn't go through Sioux Falls. I'm not worried about a tornado going through Sioux Falls right now. There's a lot of issues with this area, these storms that are moving towards Sioux Falls, but it's possible. We have to keep watching this. We've already had a decent amount of tornado warnings and a couple observed. So just have a plan, Sioux Falls, but right now you're looking pretty good. Damaging winds is more likely. Stacy Rose, I appreciate you. Brandon, what? South Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa. Brandon, South Dakota, you're probably about an hour away or less. These storms are moving out in your direction, and damaging wind gusts are possible, or a tornado or two in the area, so just have your alerts on. We were seeing a little bit of stronger storms earlier just out to the west, but these storms are expected to maintain their strength here, and some are expected to actually intensify a little bit. Yeah, I mean, from what we've seen, look, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning here. Tor possible, inch and a quarter hail, radar indicated, 60 plus mile per hour gusts, radar indicated. This is about to move through Letcher, South Dakota, towards Loomis, Plano, and Mitchell, South Dakota. So hail, wind, and Tor possible in this area. You can see actually a couplet right here. So we could have a tornado touchdown here, just to the west and southwest of Letcher, moving to the southeast towards Loomis, Mitchell, and Plano. This might... I can see a little bit of rotation. We might get Tor warned here, so be prepared for that, everybody. Eau Claire, Wisconsin. You guys should be good tonight.
Has been issued.
Morningstar, I appreciate the follow. Fargo, North Dakota. I think you guys are good. You guys are good tonight. This shouldn't affect you. Yo. Appreciate it. App name, Weatherwise. Park Rapids, Minnesota. You guys should be good. A lot of this is going to remain to your south. Most, or all of it, very likely. Bree, I appreciate the rose. Thank you, Bree. Let's see here. Des Moines. Listen. Into the early hours of the morning, 1, 2 a.m., we could see some damaging supercells moving through Des Moines. This is kind of the area where most models want these to weaken, so I don't think it's going to be too bad, but if there is a possibility, Des Moines sees some severe thunderstorms tonight. Very late or very early, depending on how you look at it. Albany, Minnesota. Albany, Minnesota, you're up pretty far north. I think you could get some small hail, gusty conditions, a lot of thunder and lightning. The most severe weather does look to remain to the south, very likely. Interesting. These storms right around Clear Lake, Castlewood are actually starting to grow. We're getting a little bit of convection out ahead. We're getting a little bit of rainfall out ahead, which could weaken the impact of some of these cells moving out to the east. Again, a lot of these storms up here to the north were not projected to be here by any of the models this far north. So, well, some. The MPAS, I think, saw them, or the HRF saw it. Spirit Lake, Iowa. I think I was just talking about that. Is that northwestern Iowa? Yeah, you guys got a couple hours, but you could see some supercells moving through there with damaging wind gusts. So keep your alerts on. Pay attention. These storms are moving out in your direction. Believe you're in the enhanced to moderate risk. 3 out of 5 to 4 out of 5 risk for severe storms tonight. Thunderstorms. Where's Orange City? Orange City, Iowa. A little bit closer, probably an hour and a half. Same thing. Same thing. The Spirit Lake. Same thing I just said. Damaging winds are going to be possible here in a little bit. Stacy Rose again. I appreciate you, Stacy. Minneapolis later, 11 to 12 Central tonight. You could see some damaging thunderstorms or some strong to severe thunderstorms with damaging winds. There's still model disagreement on that. But so, like I said, these storms were not even projected to be here on most models, and those will be moving towards the Minneapolis metro. And they're moving pretty quickly, 45 to 50 miles per hour right now. So we could see those storms entering Minneapolis metro maybe before midnight, which a lot of models didn't see happening, except for one that saw 11 p.m. Jordan, Minnesota. Yeah, same thing as Minneapolis. You guys are close enough. It's going to be the same type of thing there. Gas, I appreciate the follow. Thank you. Orange box means severe thunderstorm warning. Red box means tornado warning. Let's get an update on our tornado warnings. By the way, I still don't see a Tor on the ground here, but Aurora Center, Stickney, it's pretty close to you now. I would still be in shelter there. We definitely have some damaging winds moving through Arvinia and Wagner, South Dakota. It's hard to see if we have a Tor. I do not believe we have a Tor on the ground there, but 70+ mile per hour gusts and 2-inch hail are possible moving through Marty, Wagner right now, out towards Tyndale and Scotland, South Dakota. Only one of Connor. I wish I could clone myself. Cassie, I appreciate the follow. I want to say Cassie. Rogers, Minnesota. Same thing as Minneapolis. You guys got it quite a while. 11 Central to midnight. Strong to severe thunderstorms capable of producing damaging winds will be possible. Are tornadoes possible in the Twin Cities? Yes, but the chance is pretty low. Yes, though. It is possible. I'd have to agree with SPC on that 2% chance. Not meaning 2% in the entire area, but over your direct area, 2%. From any point in and around the Minneapolis metro, 2% chance that there's a tornado within 25 miles. So I do think we're going to get a couple tornado warnings in Minnesota tonight, but I'm not too concerned about Minneapolis metro or Minneapolis downtown. I'd welcome some hurricanes. You're going to have to go out in the Pacific because there's not much happening in the Atlantic. Except for an area that they're not talking about, which is out here. We'll have to see what happens with that, with this one right here, with this little cluster of thunderstorms. We will have to see.
New information. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Update on a severe considerable thunderstorm warning. Okay, that's this one down here. They just shrunk it a little bit. This looks like a... Let's take a look at the... This could go Tor, possible, heading towards Paddock, Spencer, and Lynch, Nebraska. There's a little bit of rotation in these cells down there, so just be aware of that. Down here, just to the southwest of Butte, Nebraska. 70 mile per hour observed wind gusts. They're still holding this out here towards Ortonville and Odessa, Minnesota.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
It's a really interesting setup right now.
Flash flood warning has been issued.
It's a messy setup, but Clark, David, I appreciate you. Stacy, again, I appreciate you. Summer Sun. Watertown, South Dakota, your severe weather is very likely done for tonight. Sioux Falls, these storms are approaching pretty quickly. Damaging winds and a tornado are on the table. Maybe some hail, so just stay alert. Not looking too terrible right now, but stay alert. There's some severe storms out to your west moving in your direction.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
1 second, guys. Okay, sorry guys. Central Wisconsin, you guys are probably good tonight. This shouldn't affect you. Mound, Minnesota. Ty, I appreciate that. Mound, Minnesota. Okay, so Minneapolis Metro. Close enough. Yeah, 11 p.m. Central to 12 p.m. Central. These storms could be moving in your area. Small hail, some supercells with damaging winds are possible later on in the evening. We really have to see. This is kind of a miniature, not miniature, but a separate MCS trying to form up here as well as down here. There's kind of almost got two different sectors of this storm right now. Some models did have this kind of all as one big kind of MCS with damaging winds, especially in the middle, which hasn't come true yet. But there is still instability out ahead of here. I want to take a look really quickly one more time at our Cape values that are right ahead of this, that are right ahead of these storms, because that might tell us more. Let's take a look really quickly. Sector, and let's go to thermodynamic surface-based Cape. Yeah, 9 to 10,000 joules per kilogram of Cape in southeastern South Dakota right now. I would expect these storms to actually intensify, potentially, but from what I'm looking at, in this region, to actually intensify in this region. If we take a look at what's going on, 9 to 10,000 joules per kilogram of surface Cape down here, it's moving into a little bit more of an unstable environment in here.
New information. This severe
So we may see these storms intensifying as they move into southwestern Minnesota, southeastern South Dakota, and then northwestern Iowa. Not too unstable out here with this pocket of storms, but 2 to 3,000 surface Cape there is enough to support some damaging supercells up through central to southern Minnesota up there.
New information. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning
All right.
has been updated.
So there is possible for strengthening, especially in and around Sioux Falls, or before it gets to Sioux Falls, Yankton, Vermilion, all those areas. Sioux Falls is not too far away from you. Storms could be there within 45 minutes, potentially. I think both of these Tor warnings are going to drop off. One already did. I think this one's probably going to drop off as well. Lilith, I appreciate you. Thomas, I appreciate the follow. Jonko. Lismore, Minnesota. Probably about an hour. At least an hour until these storms approach you. Damaging winds are possible, and a tornado are possible with these storms headed out in your area. Tornado chances aren't super high, 5%, but damaging winds, chance for damaging winds are a little bit higher, 35 to 45%, or 30 to 45% chances. Minneapolis, 11 p.m. to midnight, we could have some supercells, strong to severe supercells moving through your area, so stay alert there. No problem, JL. Let's see here. Give me 1 second, chat. North central Iowa. Yeah, up here in this region. You're still about 3 hours at least away from seeing these storms enter your area. A lot of models do still show some damaging storms out here. Especially, I mean, the SBC has this 45% damaging wind threat all the way out through Mason City. I think it's underperforming a tad right now. Well, yeah, underperforming a tad right now, but keep your alerts on. But you've got a few hours out there. Appreciate the follows, guys. Kimberly, Owen. Rockford, Minnesota. Give me 1 second. All right, let me look. Rockford, Minnesota. Out towards Minneapolis, 11 p.m. to midnight. Probably a little bit earlier for you, maybe 10 to 11 central. You could get some strong to severe thunderstorms moving into your region. Flooding could be an issue as well. Just to show you guys again, I haven't talked about this much today, but for our 48-hour rainfall, look at this. Central to southern Minnesota and Iowa, flash flooding is going to be a concern over the next 48 hours. We could see some areas with 6 to 7 inches locally. So that's another thing I haven't talked much about, but that's going to be a problem. New severe thunderstorm warning. Up to an inch. Radar indicated hail, 60+ mile per hour gusts have been observed. This is through Donnelly, Alberta, Fairfield, Choctaw, Appleton, Minnesota, heading to the east towards Hancock and Starbuck, Minnesota. So we still have some very strong storms up here, pushing out into the east-southeast towards St. Cloud, Wilmar, Granite Falls, and eventually Minneapolis Metro. This is doing a little bit better than a lot of models thought up there to the north, so that's going to be interesting to follow. And I do think these storms could strengthen as they move into southeastern South Dakota. Our instability right out ahead of this is high. Our CAPE values are high, and you still have daytime heating. A little bit of it left. This app is weather-wise, yes. When will South Central Minnesota have a watch? I don't know when they're going to issue a watch, but these storms could be moving through South Central Minnesota 9 to 10. 10, 11 p.m. Central. Ooh. Fisherman. I like the name. Sweet Scoop. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the stream. Fisherman, I appreciate that. Is this becoming a derecho? No. Or not. We still have a lot of instability out ahead of this. So it is possible that we do get a derecho out of this. Models have disagreed a lot. Now, we have seen 80+ mile per hour observed winds already with this system. We've seen, which is what you would consider a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Derecho, you do usually want to see 90, 100 mile per hour gusts. So we've seen close to derecho type conditions with some of these supercells, but we haven't seen that solid MCS structure with a long-lasting derecho yet, which is a good thing. But the instability really rockets up as these storms move into this region. So I think if we do get a solid, long-lasting derecho, it's going to be somewhere in here. It's not impossible to be up here, but the instability down here in southeastern South Dakota, northeastern Nebraska, northwestern Iowa, and southwestern Minnesota is much higher. You live in southeast Iowa. This got a chance of hitting us. It's going to move through southeastern Iowa. Right now, it's not looking too bad right now, though. Although we do have 70+ mile per hour gust radar indicated, an 1.5 inch hail radar indicated. Moving to the east through Tyndale, Scotland, and then out to the east towards the Beresford, Lennox area, Yankton, and Vermilion. Yeah, derechos usually are packing winds, wind gusts of 90 to 100 mile per hour plus, and it's usually they'll usually last 10 to 20 minutes as they move over an area, but it's typically associated with a big squall line where you have those conditions over a decent area. So like it's not like a supercell that packs 80+ mile per hour gusts. That's damaging winds with the supercell. When you get a derecho, it's more embedded in an MCS. It'll be a little bit wider and a little bit longer lasting than a supercell, I guess is the best way to put it.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning
They are,
has been issued.
you can get tornado-like gusts, even up to EF2 type gusts in a derecho, sometimes up to EF3 type gusts in a derecho. Thanks for sharing the lives and following, guys. I appreciate that. And subbing. Does this travel? This is all moving off to the east right now, east and southeast towards Iowa, central to eastern Minnesota. This is going to be in Wisconsin later. Should be pretty weak as it gets into Wisconsin and northeastern Nebraska as well. Montevideo. I forget how to pronounce that. You guys are like out here, aren't you? You guys do have some decent severe thunderstorms out to your west. Probably 60 plus mile per hour gusts are possible and small hail. Spirit Lake, Iowa. Listen, damaging supercells are possible to move through that area, packing, destructive winds. Are you going to see that? The odds are actually more no, even though you're in that 30 to 45% SIG hatched area for winds. Although not everyone along this boundary is going to see damaging storms. Only some people. That's why you can see the supercells that are causing a little bit more damage right now are packing a little bit more of a punch. So in a couple hours, Spirit Lake, make sure just make sure you have alerts on because there is some instability in your region. We could see some of these storms strengthening as they move out east towards you. Henny, appreciate the follow. Confused Blonde, what's going on? Mystic, what's up? Appreciate it. What's going on? Extremely Confused Blonde. Sioux Falls, this is getting close to you. Just make sure you have alerts on and make sure you're prepared because we do have some damaging wind out to your west. Another severe thunderstorm. Are my alerts not going off anymore? Another severe thunderstorm warning that now includes Center, Bloomfield, and Niobrara, Nebraska. Oh, they're working.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I might need to take a bathroom break real quick. Okay, I've been on for a little bit. I'll promise I'll be as quick as I can. What the heck? There's a fly in here. Okay, I'll be right back and I'll keep answering your questions. Let me make sure we do this properly. There we go. BRB. Be right back.
A new flash flood warning has been issued. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
All right. I'm back. I am back. Kevin, appreciate the follow. All right. Anything new? Let me look. New severe thunderstorm warning. Or shrunken severe thunderstorm warning for Mitchell. Do I need my glasses on? No, I don't need those ones on. I need the hater blockers on. There we go. There we go. Okay, guys. I will keep answering questions. Let's see what's new here. 70 plus mile per hour radar indicated winds, 1.5 inch radar indicated hail, moving out to the east towards Tyndale, Scotland. Olivet, Yankton. This severe thunderstorm warning is still over Mitchell. 60 plus mile per hour radar indicated gusts and potentially inch hail. And we've got another 1 inch radar indicated hail and 60 plus mile per hour gusts observed up here. Moving to the east towards Morris, Hancock, Starbuck, Glenwood, Benson, Minnesota. Will we see these storms strengthen as they move into this region? As we've been saying, we will have to see. There is... Okay, there's not. That's just radar distortion because it looks like there's a lot of rainfall potential, but it would be evaporating anyways. There's not much there. So this is going to be interesting to see what happens with these storms here. Is Minneapolis in danger? I think Minneapolis is going to be just fine. Solus, appreciate the 2 roses. Worthington, Minnesota. Worthington, Minnesota. Give it about an hour. These storms will be pretty close to you or over you. There is the potential for supercells capable of producing tornadoes and damaging winds moving through that area and small hail. Small to large hail, actually. So stay weather alert. This is heading out in your direction. We're in a little bit of a lull now. Again, we've been in it for a while. We did see some destructive thunderstorms and observed tornadoes out here to the west. Again, I'm waiting to see what happens as these storms move into the environment they're moving into now. There is a little bit more instability out ahead of these storms. Let's give Matt a call and see what he thinks, guys. Let's give the weather genius a call and see what he thinks. Should I FaceTime him? I think so. Let's see what the weather genius thinks. Mesomat, you're not streaming. Oh, yeah, you do have some storms. Here, I'll show chat. I'll show chat. Show chat your storms. Storms.
Dude, I got off for a little bit. It's what a fluke.
Well, yeah, right now. Now, here's what I'm talking to chat about. There's a decent amount of instability right out ahead of these storms in southeastern South Dakota, northwestern Iowa, southwestern Minnesota. Waiting to see if these storms take advantage of that and kind of strengthen, like out towards Sioux Falls.
A little bit of inhibition too in western Minnesota, so they could struggle. But if they can break through and get going,
yeah,
growth is still possible, I think. But I don't think we're going to be seeing this long-lived.
I will say this big cluster of convection up here in central Minnesota was not really projected on most models.
Yeah, it wasn't. That is a big plus there. It was not. That is very true.
But yeah, mesoscale analysis still shows like 9K joules per kilogram in southeastern South Dakota. So we'll see what happens. I'm sure you're paying attention, but I'll let you know if anything pops off down here.
Sounds good, but I'm going to get back on here once this lovely...
Yeah, move soon. All right. See ya. Is there an alert for Shelby, Iowa? I don't think so. You guys, yeah, Shelby, Iowa, I think you'll be okay. You could get some strong thunderstorms through there tonight, but looks like most of this stuff's going to try to stay to your north. Rochester, Minnesota, you guys have quite a few hours until this stuff makes it over to you, and it will likely be losing a little bit of steam as it gets that far out to the east. Columbus, Ohio. Some strong thunderstorms moving into Columbus right now. Nothing severe. Torrential downpours, though. Ooh, there is nice weather moving into his area. Southwest South Dakota, you're good. Starbuck, Minnesota. Yeah, I was just talking about Starbuck. There are some strong storms moving out towards Starbuck, Minnesota. Let's see, let me pull back open my Discord. Some decent, some hail and windy conditions moving out towards Starbuck. Although, look, you're kind of right on the northern end of that. You've already gotten some bad storms move through, so you might be good from here on out. Some torrential downpours for a little bit are still likely. Minneapolis, 11 to 12 tonight. Central storms will be moving into your area. Could be as early as 10 p.m. Central at the speed they're moving up there, but possible to get some strong severe thunderstorms capable of producing damaging winds and maybe a tornado out there in Minneapolis later. We'll see. We'll see. Is it weakening at all? You still got 1 to 2 inch hail, 70+ mile per hour gusts with some of these storms. We're not seeing that strengthening right now, though. I can tell you that. I've been talking to Chad about this a lot, but there's a little bit of instability out ahead right here, and I'm waiting. We'll see. I'm gonna have over the next 45 minutes, I'd say, we'll know if we're gonna gain, if we're gonna see strengthening out of this, and if we're actually gonna get a true derecho out of it, because it's moving into a more unstable environment, so it's possible. If an hour goes by and we don't see these storms experience much more strengthening, then we're probably good. We're probably not gonna see anything too damaging for the rest of the night. So I think this time frame is going to matter a lot. Jess, I appreciate you. Jackson, I appreciate you. Bananas and chilies. Clark, I appreciate you. Thank you. Yankton, South Dakota. These are getting pretty close to you. There are 1.5 inch radar indicated hail out to your west in that cell, and 70+ mile per hour gust radar indicated in that cell. Just to your west, which is approaching you maybe within the next 30 to 40 minutes, 30 minutes. These storms will probably hold together as they go through Yankton. Jess, I appreciate the follow. Thank you for the share, Nico. Akron, Iowa? Yeah, same thing. These storms are heading out towards you. 45 minutes maybe when they get into your vicinity. Sadie's back. Will they make it down to Des Moines? Potentially, but I don't think they're going to be too threatening as they get down to Des Moines. But I think you could get some strong thunderstorms later into the night, into the early morning, Tuesday. Ohio's doing pretty good, okay? Ohio's got some heavy downpours, but more like thunder showers and thunderstorms. This outflow boundary is going crazy out here, though. Northern Kentucky. Not looking severe, but some nice little clouds rolling in. Thunder and lightning. Ah, man, I'm really interested to see. I wish I could fast forward time to see what these storms are going to do as they enter that in more unstable atmosphere. And this is coming together very interesting too. This looks like the 12ZHRRR yesterday when we saw these storms kind of come together and form that derecho. You can see these storms getting together. I don't think they have the environment out here that favors the derecho at this point, but they are acting very interesting. The way we're getting this kind of nice, solid MCS up here. So that'll be interesting to watch. We could end up seeing, yeah, we'll see. We need to wait. We'll make it down to Estherville, Iowa. Yes, likely. Next couple hours, yeah. Is Brookings okay? You guys are looking pretty good. I think you guys are... You're getting a lot of rain, cooled air right now. I think you're going to do pretty good. It's still possible to see a strong thunderstorm, but I think you're doing pretty good at this point. Well, Wisconsin should be good. I don't think these are going to have much strength as they get out towards Wisconsin. Maybe far western Wisconsin. Twin Cities, around 11 p.m. Central. I'm thinking right now these storms are going to be moving into your area. Strong severe thunderstorms capable of producing damaging winds and maybe a tornado or two are possible in Minneapolis tonight. But this next hour is going to tell a lot if we see these things beginning to strengthen as they move into this environment out ahead of them, or if they hold or begin to weaken. No description. I appreciate that. Miranda with the 2 lightning bolts. I appreciate that. James Wallace again. I appreciate you. Jackson and Julia. Thank you, guys. If I'm echoing, get out of my live and then get back in and I won't be echoing. We figured that out earlier, that it's not on my end. It's TikTok. I'm just messing up streams. Shocker. Oh, how long will I be doing this? Quite for at least another couple hours. If we, over the next hour, if we do not see these storms strengthen as they enter what is a little bit more of an unstable environment here where they should strengthen. If we don't see them strengthen, maybe be on for another hour, hour and a half. If we see these strengthen and we see those wind gusts pick up with some of these supercells, then I'll be on a little bit longer than that. Yeah, highs in the Philly area are like in the 90s. Although I will be living in Minnesota. I moved to Minnesota in 4 days from Philly. Let's see. Any new updates for the Twin Cities? Hey, anyone? Is anyone in chat from Minnesota or the Minneapolis metro area? Jackson, I appreciate you. Okay, I am looking for friends. I moved to I'm not going to say exactly where, but I moved into the Minneapolis metro area this weekend. All right? I'll be there. And I'll be covering a lot of stuff. Whether I cover the whole country, but I'll be obviously focusing a lot on where I live too. I'll be just to the south of the city. We'll say, so I don't dox myself, we'll say I'll be living somewhere in this circle. That's all I'll say. I'm excited. I heard your guys' winters are mild. Not too bad, right? I'm completely kidding. Any new update for the Twin Cities? No, we're still waiting. I will say this cluster of storms up here is looking pretty impressive. Way more impressive than it did on the radar. It's funny. This is looking less impressive, and this is looking more impressive, which is the complete opposite of what most models saw. So we're going to have to see again. These storms down here are moving into a more unstable environment. They're still holding their strength down here as well. You've got decently large hail and strong winds still down here moving east towards northeastern Nebraska, southeastern South Dakota here. Why am I going there? My job offered me a position in their Minneapolis office, and they said that they'd give me a lot more money. And I said, great. And then also my wife is from Minnesota. She was born and raised in Minnesota, graduated from University of Minnesota. She's a Gopher, and she's obsessed with Minnesota. I've learned that everyone from Minnesota loves Minnesota. Not everyone, but there's like Minnesotans have more state pride than pretty much any other state has. I know some people don't like it, but Minnesotans tend to talk about Minnesota a lot. Which I like, which I think is cool. Have a little pride in your state. You're a Gopher too? She has forced me to go to every Gopher home game in the last 3 years straight. So we're going to the Gopher home opener this year again. It's going to be our 4th straight Gopher home opener. And of course, we never miss we have to fly out every time for the state fair. So, but I do love the Minnesota State Fair. It's awesome. She's made me fall in love with Minnesota. So now I actually like it. I do like it. I love the people there, and there's so much more to do than you'd actually, so much more fun stuff to do in and around Minneapolis than I think many people would think. St. Paul, Minnesota. Again, this is going to be out there around 11 to 11:30 Central Time, I think. There is still a possibility for some torrential downpours, small to medium-sized hail, damaging winds, and maybe a tornado or two as it approaches the Minneapolis metro. The chance of severe damaging storms isn't too high, but it's there. We can see some a nice looking kind of MCS structure heading out to the east here. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. About inch hail radar indicated and 60+ mile per hour gust. This does now include almost up to Marion, South Dakota, and Alexandria, South Dakota. There are no current tornado warnings. No. We did have some earlier. There are no current tornado warnings. Yeah, if you do subscribe to my TikTok or become a member on YouTube, you get access to the Discord. We're in there every day. Tons of weather enthusiasts. It's updated live daily, and that's kind of where I post updates every single day before I make a video or before I stream. So that's a home base. It's a really cool Discord. Merit, I'm going to say it wrong, but I appreciate the follow. Platte, South Dakota had tornadoes. Platte, South Dakota had definitely some funnel clouds in the area. Did a tornado touch down there? Patrick, I appreciate the follow. It was real feel of 110 here in Yankton today. Yeah, that's bad. That doesn't feel good. Thanks, Purple. You have pictures of it? I wear my sunglasses inside. They're my these aren't sunglasses, they're hater blocker storm shades. What time would it hit Des Moines, Iowa? Very late. Very late. We can take a look at the latest HRRR and see what it's saying now. No, that's not the latest HRRR. Let's take a look at the latest models, guys, to try to take a look into the future. Let's take a look into the future. Let's look at the 23Z and see what it thinks is going to happen. How about that? Let's take a look into the future. All right. Okay. So very interesting. Now the HRRR has the strong sector up here. Up here. Whereas earlier it was down here. Still some supercells look like they're moving into southeastern South Dakota, northwestern Iowa, and far southwestern Minnesota, but the HRRR now puts the strongest storms. Puts the strongest storms moving forward up in here. Interesting. Let's take a look. Do we have an updated MPAS? Do we have an updated with 21Z Rufus? The Rufus doesn't know what it's doing. The Rufus has no idea what it's doing. It's wrong. We're just not going to look at that. I can tell. NAM 3K, this is still pretty far behind. So we have to go off the HRRR. One second, guys. Let me get this adjusted. HRRR 23Z. Yeah, I mean, the HRRR moving forwards does still put some strong storms out into this region. Some okay supercells and winds into this region, but also up here, which it was not doing before. So, we'll watch that. Correct. Every single platform. Appreciate that beat. Let's move this over before TikTok kicks me off. There we go. Minneapolis is still looking pretty safe tonight. But it's going to be a close call, I think. With what, at least now what the updated HRRR is doing. The HRRR seems like it understands what's happening now. So... I feel like I keep getting asked about Watertown, South Dakota. Yeah, you guys are good. Your severe night should be over. Rochester could have some strong storms moving into it in and around 12, and around midnight Central Time tonight. Getting darker here in Darwin, Minnesota. Yep. It should be getting darker there. These storms are finally starting to approach areas of central Minnesota. No severe thunderstorm warnings up here, but I will tell you, even though there's no severe thunderstorm warnings up here in Minnesota, these are still some pretty strong thunderstorms. You can see some high cloud tops here. I wouldn't be surprised if we have some hail there. I wouldn't be surprised if we have some of these storms are packing 60+ mile per hour gusts. So we'll probably see some more severe thunderstorm warnings get posted up here in a little bit. We have updated severe thunderstorm warning down here, 1.5 inches, hail, 60+ mile per hour gusts, moving through Lynch, Nebraska. Sioux City, these storms are getting close, but they're not, you know, again, they're moving into what looks to be a favorable environment for strengthening, but we're still not seeing it yet.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New severe thunderstorm warning. I think that's up here. 2-inch hail. 2-inch hail moving to the southeast, about to move through Roundup, Montana, and we have anticyclonic rotation with this too. So I think this is it's a rotating cloud, not on the surface, but Roundup. Just be aware of that. Some large hail and violent winds are possible there. Up in Montana. Ooh. Nice. Matt got his severe thunderstorm warning. Well, let's tell him congratulations really quickly on his severe thunderstorm warning. He'll be really happy. He'll be really happy. Clear Lake, Iowa. Wow, he's not going to answer me, guys. Clear Lake, Iowa, you're probably at least 2.5 hours away from these storms moving through. Still possible to get some damaging thunderstorms through the region, although we've seen a little bit of a downtrend down here. But again, as I said, we need to watch this now, I'd say, over the next 30 to 45 minutes to see if we do get some strengthening in the southern node here. And Anoka, Minnesota.
New information.
Storms are a couple hours away from entering your area. Again, we don't see any severe thunderstorm warnings up here, but that could change. This is starting to look a little bit more impressive up here. More impressive than this southern area, which this was supposed to be the focal point of this storm today. Sioux Falls, these storms are approaching you. Not the most violent storms I've ever seen, but we'll see what happens over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Golden Valley, Minnesota. Golden Valley, Minnesota. Okay, so like right around, okay, Minneapolis Metro. Yeah, you guys, I'd say that these storms get into your area around 11 p.m. Central. Possible to see strong to severe thunderstorms moving through Minneapolis Metro tonight. Definitely possible. Especially, like I said, how this northern piece is developing. Yes, I cover wherever the storms are. I don't just do the Midwest. I cover wherever they're. If there's severe weather here, I'm covering it. If it's here, and sometimes it's out here, but not usually. Wherever it is. I'll be living in Minnesota, so my bias might have me covering Minnesota stuff slightly more, but I cover everything. Armstrong, Iowa. Armstrong, Iowa, you've got probably at least an hour and a half until these storms enter your area. Again, we looked at the latest HER model. And, oh. What was that? Hi, friend. David, I appreciate that. Still possible out there to get some damaging winds. Or a tornado, but it's the development of these storms out here over the next, like I said, 30, 45 minutes is going to be really important. Severe thunderstorm warning was just... A severe thunderstorm warning was just extended out through Beresford, Vermilion, if that's how you pronounce it, Centreville, Viborg, these are hard to say, Lennox and Yankton, South Dakota. So 60+ mile per hour wind gusts possible, inch hail, radar indicated, moving out towards the east. You got a little bit of a bow echo looking here, so we could see these winds intensify. Let's see how these look up here on this radar. You see these, this is looking pretty impressive up here. It's just a little bit congested. But I want you guys to specifically watch right here. Watch what happens. Look how fast these storms are developing here. Out of nowhere. What does that mean? That means they're entering a more favorable environment for strengthening, so or for convection. So definitely a little bit more instability out here. You can see it happening down here as well. We may see some damaging winds develop here, moving out to the south and east very shortly. You guys know where you are in Minnesota if you're in that area. Still up in the air if we get that down here. I think we'll get a little bit of that down here as well as these move off to the south and east. Are these storms at all related to yesterday's storms? Not really. I mean, they're associated with the same upper level low. So, actually, this one is, I think, just a surface low. But you had an upper level low move off into the northeast here. That was yesterday's storms, and now you have a surface low that's developing on the back end of that stationary front. So, sort of, not really. It's kind of a stationary front, which means it's the leftovers. But there's just a little bit more heating and moisture up in the air for this, which is why we're seeing a little bit more instability. Soli's mama, I appreciate you. If it does strengthen out here, yeah, I mean, we could. There's still a potential for some derecho type conditions, but that's a big what if. We have Tor possible right here, by the way. You can see actually a decent couplet trying to form just to the east of Alexandria, heading to the southeast towards Emory and Bridgewater, South Dakota. So just be aware that we do have, you can see the rotation right there. Very clear rotation right there. That's moving through Alexandria right now. So Tor possible there. Thanks, Jasmine. Where do you predict the potential for the most severe storms over the next 2 hours? Yeah, see, that's super tough because
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
taking a look at the mesoscale analysis, it would be here where I'm circling. Right here. It'd be down here where I'm circling. But I'm seeing a lot more storm development up here to the north. We're seeing a big explosion of thunderstorms up here to the north. And sometimes that can happen when you do have this convection joining up into an MCS type system. So, right, it's weird. It should be down here based on what I'm looking at on the data that's available. But I think we could get some damaging winds up here to the northeast. It's kind of, honestly, if I had to choose, I'd say down here, but it's possible we'll be up here. Julia Beth, I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate the follows and subs, guys. Thank you.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Thank you, B. We're all going to have a meeting before I start my official streaming in Minnesota. Make some changes. We're getting nailed now. I don't know where you are, Purple Dragonfly. Columbus, Ohio, you guys are doing good. What you still have some rain showers through the region? Yeah, these storms are moving so slow. They've been floating over Columbus, but not too severe. Let's check on this one. We're still looking good. These are, yeah, I mean, just heavy rainfall up here with those. I do think we could see a little bit of intensification with that northern mode, though. Yankton, I think, is going to be good. Look at the way this storm's developing. I do think we could get some stronger winds moving out to the east here. Yep. You shouldn't be worried about anything too severe up here, though, north of St. Cloud. Just going to be some pretty strong downpours, potentially. I guess you're already getting them. Wind picked up. Do you see it getting bad in Redwood Falls, Minnesota? You have some strong thunderstorms that can move through now. You are kind of in this big empty pocket of not too much convection, so I think you'll be good. You're about to get some strong thunderstorms moving through. I don't think it's going to be severe, though. Aaron, appreciate the follow. How long until it's in Estherville? That's a hard name to say. Maybe an hour and a half. Give or take a little bit. Jenny Conrad, appreciate the follow. St. Francis, Minnesota. Yeah, I mean, that far north, I think you're more likely just to have thunder showers, not nothing severe. Shakopee, we got a couple hours, but like I said, we'll have to see. We'll have to see with how this develops moving off to the east. It's just strong thunderstorms right now. Nothing severe up there to the northeast. Do you know about how many inches of rain everyone is getting? Yeah, we can take a look at that. Rainfall is going to be a big issue.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been
Here's our 48-hour rainfall forecast. Anyone in these areas could experience localized flash flooding, especially through Iowa. But look at all this rainfall up here in Minnesota. We're talking up here. We're talking 3 to 4 inch locally possible of rain, and then down here in Iowa, we're talking areas that could receive probably 6 to 7 inches locally of rainfall. So that is an issue. They don't even have. I mean, do they have the excessive up here to the north? Let's go to our day 2 down here to the south. There's our updated outlook. So they still have Minneapolis in that enhanced. And you can see where they still have this moderate 4 out of 5 threat for severe weather. The SBC is continuing to hold this moderate and this enhanced look for severe weather. Let's see what they did with the wind. They still have Minneapolis in a 30% hatched wind risk with the update. So they do think that those storms up there could strengthen. And look at Mason City, Fort Dodge, Storm Lake, Sioux Center, and Sioux Falls still in this 45% hatched area for wind. They still do think you could have damaging or destructive winds moving through there tonight. So seems like a little bit of a downtrend to me, though. I'm not overly concerned, but we're going to keep watching it. Ava Cummins, I appreciate the follow. Is this strengthening going to be dangerous? Oh, I already read that. Catherine, I appreciate the follow. Win for Watertown. You talking about this Watertown? You guys are done. Kelt, Erica, appreciate you guys. Will Des Moines, Iowa get hit tonight? Very late into the night, you could have some strong thunderstorms moving through. I don't think it's going to be too severe, though. Minnetonka. Yeah, Minneapolis Metro. These storms are a couple, maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours away from you guys. Still possible to get some damaging supercells through the region. The SBC is still seeing that as well. So we'll see as this moves forward. Tiffany Dillon, I appreciate you. Do you think it'll reach North Carolina? No. This is not going to make it. I don't think this is system's going to affect North Carolina. St. Croix Falls, Wisconsin. Wisconsin should be good. Wisconsin's not going to feel many effects from this. Maybe some heavy downpours in St. Croix, if that's how you pronounce it. Sioux Falls, yeah, I mean, you've got kind of the outer boundary of some of these thunderstorms moving into Sioux Falls now. The most severe looks still maybe 15, 20 minutes to your south or to your west. We do have a tour possible, 60+ mile per hour radar indicated winds and inch radar indicated hail to your west. Definitely a couplet trying to get together here. So, like I said, Emory, Bridgewater, and Dalton and Monroe, South Dakota, you should have a plan. These winds here do look pretty decent. I'm surprised they're not upgrading this to a considerable damage threat severe thunderstorm warning down here in southeastern South Dakota. You can see the velocities are pretty high. A little bit of a bow echo moving to the east towards Mayfield, Spring Valley, Jamesville, Wakanda, and Centerville and Vermilion, South Dakota. Nice beat. Can you look at I know how to pronounce that name. Dubuque, Debo, Dabu. You guys will be good. These storms are going to be falling apart as they get out that far to the east. As I said, Twin Cities Metro in a couple hours. You could get some strong severe thunderstorms moving through the region. Although, we'll see. We'll see. We're waiting to see some strengthening as these move into a more unstable environment. We're not seeing it yet, so. Yes. Thank you, Marissa. How about Gotham? What's going on, EJ? If you guys like DC Marvel comics, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, anything like that, go follow EJ the Collector. That's my brother. Show him some love. EJ, yeah, don't have the weather for Gotham. Where is Gotham? Isn't Gotham Chicago? Technically? Or am I crazy? Or is Gotham Pittsburgh? I think Gotham... I know the third movie was filmed in Pittsburgh. It's not supposed to be New York City, is it? East Coast near New York City? Okay, it is.
New information. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been up.
Yali, what's going on? You're late. Just kidding. St. Cloud thoughts. Just some heavy downpours. Nothing severe. Nothing severe. Here's the other playlist, CJ. Banger. All right. When estimate to hit Sioux Falls, it's moving into Sioux Falls now. So, I mean, the strongest storms moving over Sioux Falls, probably 20 minutes-ish, 25 minutes. Wind to Minnesota, I'm not sure if I should be concerned or not. You're in this big empty pocket of zero convection, basically, so I'm not too concerned about you, but I'd stay weather alert because we could have we could have storms firing off here as these storms move farther out east into a little bit more Cape environment. Omaha, you should be good tonight. These storms are expected to stay to your north. Let me see. Are we getting an update? Are we getting the 00Z of the HRRR loading? We are. All right, this is going to be important. Let's switch over to that and check on it. Let's check on this real quick. Here we go. Okay, here's the latest HRRR 00Z. This is a good data set. Still thinking we could have some super strong supercells moving into northwestern Iowa and out to the southeast, but it is breaking apart that system that wants to move through Minneapolis, which is good news. We'll see if the HRRR is correct. It hasn't done great today, but this would be good news for Minneapolis. It would take away that severe storm potential. I know some of you are like, that's not good news. I want severe storms, but I don't know how much trust I'm going to put in this, though. The HRRR has really struggled today. So, but we're still, like I said, watching this region down here to the southeast. I might do what I did yesterday, and if we don't see these storms, like I said, strengthen over the next 30 minutes as they move into this region, I might get off and just watch the radar, and if we do see another blow up of storms or supercells, I'll hop back on live. Yali, I appreciate you. Merrill? How do you pronounce that? I appreciate you. Tiffany. Julia Beth. Patron, I appreciate the follow. Crazy. Someone said St. Paul, Minnesota, and I'm gay. Congrats on being gay. St. Paul, Minnesota, about an hour and a half. These storms could be, well, about 2 hours. These storms could be rolling into your area. Strong to severe thunderstorms are still possible. Listen, if you don't get that, you're going to get heavy downpours with some thunder and lightning in Minneapolis tonight. You're going to get heavy downpours with some thunder and lightning. Will it be severe? That's a little bit up in the air right now. Bad hail, still possible. We'll see. These storms are looking pretty spicy right here. You've got a little bit of a rotating... A little bit of a mesocyclone type thing going on here, but large scale. Litchfield, Minnesota. We were talking about you a lot yesterday. Litchfield, Minnesota. These storms aren't too far from you. 30, 45 minutes, these storms are going to be there. Lots of thunder and lightning, heavy downpours, maybe some gusty winds and small hail potential. Do I think Davenport? Yes, I think Davenport, Iowa is going to be just fine. Look at, you can still see this rotation right here heading through Emory and Bridgewater. You can clearly see it. Look at that. A little bit of mesocyclone setup there. Montrose, you have some strong winds about to move through your area. Bow Echo still looking down here. 70. They upgraded it, like I said. 70. I was like, this is a Bow Echo right here. They're probably stronger winds embedded. There's your velocity. 70+ mile per hour wind gusts have been observed. With this cell. This is moving east towards Centerville, Beresford, Vermilion, Viborg, Spring Valley. I can't pronounce all these. Wakanda forever. 70+ mile per hour wind gusts observed heading out in your direction. So just be aware of that. 70+ radar indicated winds, 70+ mile per hour radar indicated winds, and up to 2-inch hail down here, moving out to the east towards Bloomfield and Crofton, Nebraska, and Springfield, South Dakota. So these storms are still maintaining some considerable damage threat, severe status.
A new flash
Logan, I appreciate the crown. Little crown. Logan, thank you. The one, I appreciate you. B68 Spices. Heather, I appreciate you. Chloe, thanks for the follow. What about the wind in St. Cloud? St. Cloud shouldn't experience too strong of winds. Nothing too severe. This should be pretty calm by the time it hits Eau Claire. Yeah, not too worried about Eau Claire. Logan, again, I appreciate you. Rosie, I appreciate you. Heather, thank you for the rose. Thank you, guys. Rochester, same as Rochester. I think these storms are going to really be weakening as they move out towards Rochester, Minnesota. Des Moines, Des Moines, these storms should be weakening as they get down towards Des Moines. I'm not too worried about Des Moines. Minneapolis, again, at around, we'll say as early as in an hour and a half. As early as in an hour and a half, we could see. Oh, sorry. I got to change my camera here. Sorry, guys. As early as in an hour and a half, we could see strong to severe thunderstorms moving into Minneapolis. Capable of producing small hail, some damaging winds. I don't think we're going to get a tornado up here. I don't think we have enough rotation, helicity. So, but could cause a little bit of damage. We'll see. Power outages. There's plenty. There's going to be, like I said, Minneapolis, Metro, everyone in and around Minneapolis is going to get some strong thunderstorms tonight with thunder and lightning. And the question is, will they be severe? On your radar, it looks like it's breaking up before North Iowa. There's a little bit of a gap here. The latest HRRR does think it's going to fill in right here, though. We'll see. Ryan, I appreciate it. Alexis, I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate that. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subs, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for just being in here, helping the algorithm. 618 people in here. That's wild. I do post live. I do post updates every single day on everything going on around the country. Severe weather or just weather-wise in general. And I do stream every day. I am moving to Minnesota in 4 days, so there'll be like 3 to 4 days this weekend and into the early next week where I can't stream because I'm setting up my new office, a new streaming lab in the new home in Minnesota, but then I'll be right back on. I do love hurricane season because that's my thing. But I also love snow forecasting, so I'll be putting out a winter outlook here in probably about a week. Excited to get into some snow coverage this winter. Thank you. Welcome to Minnesota. Am I safe in a trailer in is it Monticello? I am not good at spelling, if you couldn't tell. Yeah, you should be good. We don't really have damaging winds up there currently. If we do get stronger winds, it'll likely be on the southern end of this. Headed down towards Mankato, potentially southern Minneapolis metro. Appreciate the follows, guys. Thank you. Monticello. Okay, good. I've been saying Monticello forever, and I was like, I hope it's not Monticello. Is there a chance for a tornado in Sioux Falls? Is there a chance? Yes. Not very likely. We do have rotation down here, but this would move to the southeast of Sioux Falls. That would move to the southeast of Sioux Falls. So but strong storms are moving into the Sioux Falls region. We do have 60 plus radar indicated, 60 plus mile per hour radar indicated winds moving into the Sioux Falls area. We also have 70 plus mile per hour wind gusts that have been observed to the southwest of Sioux Falls, heading out to the east. Ankeny, Iowa. I know I pronounced that one wrong. You guys should be good. These storms are really going to be breaking up by the time they get that far down to the southeast. Orden, Iowa. Yeah, you can see this kind of rotation here, but it's more of the clouds rotating. You don't have a tight couplet in here. There's potential, but it's not really too impressive right now. We do have strong winds moving into Humboldt. They might want to upgrade this, and Sioux Falls. They might want to upgrade that to a severe thunderstorm warning.
New information. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
We'll see if we get that update here in a second. Wendy, I appreciate you. One sec. Sorry, I was reading something or looking at something. Minneapolis, Minnesota. You guys, these storms are approaching Minneapolis, Minnesota pretty quick. Hour and a half, they could be bearing down on you over there. Again, heavy downpours are very likely in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Minneapolis Metro. Thunder and lightning is very likely in Minneapolis Metro. But severe-wise, we're not sure. We do have a little bit of a rotation here, but it's large-scale rotation. This isn't tornadic. But you could see that could be kind of a surface low developing there. And we could see some strengthening here and some damaging winds trying to be produced in this region. So we'll pay attention. Whoa.
New information. This considerable
Golly. You did not do that. Oh, and the cowboy hat. Yeehaw, random cowboy. Thanks for the cowboy hat, Yali. And whatever the heck that was, a meteor shower. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Yali. I appreciate you. Mike with the rose, I appreciate you. You're awesome. St. Cloud. St. Cloud, you guys are good. You do not have much of a severe threat for the rest of the night, just heavy downpours. What's worse, Sioux Falls or Minneapolis? Sioux Falls is more likely to have more damaging storms. But we have to watch how these storms develop up there near Minneapolis. Is it getting weaker? Certain parts of it are. You still have some decent storms down here with 1 to 2 inch hail, 70 plus mile per hour observed winds. We've seen this area up here weaken, although we've seen a lot more convection form, so we have a lot heavier downpours up here, and it's a lot more widespread. Strong thunderstorms, but the severe thunderstorms have kind of subsided up here. But again, we could see a wind event develop here again, a severe event develop here again over the next hour. Right now, the most damaging storms look to be potentially down here. Jasmine, Tiffany, I appreciate you guys. Blaine. I was just looking at that earlier. Yeah, Blaine, Minnesota. Strong thunderstorms are likely. Severe. I wouldn't say too likely, but not impossible. In a couple hours, in about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Is my car going to blow away in Sioux Falls? No, I don't think so. I think you'll be good down Sioux Falls.
New information. This
Just
considerable
slurp. I appreciate you.
severe thunderstorm warning has been
Considerable thunderstorm warning updated. I don't see that yet. We'll see. Tor possible still up here, moving down to the southeast. I don't see a Tor in that. We do still have... Oh, they've changed this to a Tor possible now as well. Right in here. Just to the north of Mayfield, South Dakota, moving to the east towards Centerville. Could have a... You can see the rotation right there. There's your rotation moving to the east. So just be aware of that. Moving out to the east towards Centerville, Alcaster, Haywarden, Sioux Center, Rock Valley, and the surrounding areas. A little bit of a rotation right there. 70 plus mile per hour radar indicated winds about to move through Springfield, South Dakota as well. I'm surprised we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings on this up here. I am. I think we just don't have the shear. We don't have the lower level winds. 850 millibar didn't do much up there. 850 millibar jet. Twisted, I appreciate you. Thank you. It's in Yankton, just to the north. Just to the north. You guys are missing bad weather just to the north of you guys in Yankton. Haley, appreciate the follow. Will Woodbury, Minnesota be fine? You guys should be fine. Yeah. I mean, strong thunderstorms are likely, but severe still up in the air. You guys are pretty far east. These storms are going to lose a little bit of steam as they get into eastern Minneapolis metro, likely. Listen, we've got 2 Tor possibles here, so I would just have a plan if you're in Vermilion, Elk Point, Sioux City, Canton, Sioux Center, Sioux Falls. But right now there does not look like there's a tornado on the ground. But just some strong straight line winds. If you're inside, you should be just fine. Brandy, I appreciate the follow. I appreciate the follow, Brandy. 1 second, guys. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I had to fix something in my settings. Brandy and Twisted, I appreciate you guys. Riley, appreciate the follow. Medina, Minnesota. You guys are fine. Probably about an hour. You could see some strong storms moving into your area. Again, I do think we'll get some more severe thunderstorm warnings up here. We do have a surface low kind of developing down here. But for now, you look good. Strong thunderstorms likely. Heavy downpours likely. Severe conditions, still kind of a 50-50 up there. Marshall, what? Iowa? No. Marshall, what? Minnesota? You guys should be good for the night. You guys were in that little area that was kind of originally supposed to be the worst of it, but not much convection development in that area. You guys should be good for the night.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Thanks, Allie. Nancy Brown, I appreciate the rose. Yeah, we're watching Sioux Falls right now, guys. Here's everything that's going on. We go to the different radars. Here's everything that's going on. We are watching Sioux Falls. Now, the way these storms are moving, Sioux Falls could get some small hail and gusty conditions, but the worst of it could go to your south. That's what it's looking like right now. Richard Adams. Oh my gosh. Thoughtful, I appreciate that. Richard Adams with the Galaxy. Thank you, Richard. Seriously, I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the stream. Brandy with another rose. I appreciate that. Thank you, Richard. Chat has been nice tonight. Quell my anxiety, brother. What about Ames, Iowa? You guys should be good. These storms will likely be pretty weak by the time they get out that far to the southeast. Really not overly concerned with you guys. I think you'll be just fine. I'd be shocked if these things still had energy left if they got that far down to the southeast. Genuinely, I'd be shocked.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Lakefield, Minnesota.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Lakefield, Minnesota. Again, you're in this kind of interesting pocket where we're not seeing strong storm development. So right now, it looks like you guys are going to be pretty good tonight. Anything towards Cedar Rapids, Iowa? I know where that is, but yeah, that's pretty far out to the southeast. I think you guys are going to be good. I don't expect too much out there. These should die off before they get that far out to the southeast. Michelle Lewis, I appreciate the rose. Noxie, I appreciate that. Anoka, I think we've been going over that, but I'll go over it again. Lismore, Minnesota. Anoka, about an hour, you're going to see some strong storms moving into your region. Strong downpours, thunder and lightning, high probability. Severe storms, not very likely, but they're possible. So keep alerts on. I think I saw, what, Lismore? Is that what it's called? Lismore, Minnesota? Lismore, again, a lot of people are in this area that just didn't develop. We're not seeing much strengthening. So I'd still pay attention if you're down here in far southwestern Minnesota, because we do have some strong storms out to your west, but right now you're looking pretty good. Minneapolis Metro, look, you're going to get, we have a lot of thunder and lightning, some gusty conditions, maybe some small hail embedded in some of these storms out here. These are going to move into Minneapolis Metro in about an hour and a half probably. But, you know, chances of this going severe are starting to lower, so we'll see. Not looking too bad. Sioux Center, Iowa. We do have a Tor possible storm out to your west, so pay attention. It's pretty far out to your west. You're still good. But we do have rotation right here, and we do have radar indicated gusts of 60 plus miles per hour and radar indicated inch hail. This severe thunderstorm warning will likely be extended like this. You'll probably be in the extension here any second. Sioux Falls. You are now in this severe thunderstorm warning. 60 plus mile per hour radar indicated winds, 3/4 inch radar indicated hail. Expires in 44 minutes. I believe they took off the Tor possible, which is good. I agree. I don't see much there, but look at these winds about to move through Hartford. Very, very, you could even see 70 plus mile per hour gusts move through Sioux Falls here in about 15, 20 minutes or less. If you're inside, you'll be just fine. Des Moines should be good. The storm's going to weaken by the time they get down there. Chester, South Dakota. That's Chester, South Carolina. Chester, you're looking good. The strong storms are to your south. You're going to get some heavy downpours and some gusty conditions here, but it's not looking bad for you. And then your night's over for severe potential. And Kenny, if that's how you pronounce it, Iowa, you guys should be good. These storms aren't going to hold strength that far to the southeast. No problem. No problem, Sarah. St. Paul, Minnesota. Yeah, again, Minneapolis Metro, St. Paul, you're going to get some strong thunderstorms here in about an hour to 2 hours. Thunder and lightning, some gusty conditions, maybe some small hail. Tornado chances are low. Damaging winds are looking less and less likely, but still not impossible. Same with Prior Lake. Same with Prior Lake. Des Moines, you're good. These storms are going to start to fall apart as I get down there. Is my brother home? 1 second, guys. One second, guys. Are you home or are you still there? I mean, I don't care. I was just like, I didn't even know. All right, see you in a little bit. Bye. Yeah, glad I was able to resolve my machine issues. Thank you, Leslie. I was like, does anyone care? No, I know people care. Yeah, CPU got replaced. I mean, over the last couple weeks, my computer's been broken. That's why I haven't been streaming as much and putting out as much content. Geek Squad tried everything, and finally I called the Origin, and they were like, your CPU's corrupted 100%. And I was like, you're probably wrong because nothing else has worked. They were right. My CPU is corrupted, and I have had no issues. So we're good now. Kendrick Cundy, I appreciate the follow. Great Tinger, Iowa. Let's see if I can spell that. Oh, it's Grat. I never said I was a good speller, guys, or good at pronouncing words. Yeah, you guys, listen. You could have strong to severe thunderstorms moving into your region in about an hour. There's just been this big gap of nothing for a while, so if that holds, you'll be good. But I'd keep weather alerts on because there is a possibility of some strong storms. We again have these 70+ mile per hour observed wind gusts that are about to head into Centerville, Iowa, or Centerville, South Dakota, moving out to the east towards Sioux Center. Still, so this is also still tour possible. Okay, so Viborg, Centerville, make sure you have a plan. These winds are looking very decent moving into Hartford out and Sioux Falls. They're approaching the edge of Sioux Falls right now. I know it says only 60+ mile per hour radar indicated, but if you look at the velocities here, it looks a little bit stronger than that. Oh, you can change your pen size now on here. That's interesting. I think that's a good size though. Should I make it a little bit bigger? We'll go like that. I like that. I like that size. Yeah, that's good. Wow, big advancements weather-wise. Love it. NTX weather, what's going on, dude? Appreciate you. International Falls, Minnesota. International Falls, Minnesota. You guys are good. You do have some thunderstorms up there to your south, but these are likely just gonna skirt off to your east, and you'll be fine. Sioux City, south. Where are you guys? Oh, Sioux City. Yeah, there we go. Iowa. I don't know why I said that. These storms, give it about an hour, these storms will be moving, hour give or take a little bit. These storms will be moving into your area. You do still have the possibility of seeing some damaging winds associated with these thunderstorms. So keep your alerts on. We've seen a downtrend though. This has been a little bit less than what we could have potentially gotten. You are still in a slightly concerning area though, so just stay updated. Keep your alerts on for a little bit here. Yes, they could be. Montgomery, Minnesota. Let's see.
New flash flood warning has been issued.
Montgomery, Minnesota. Give it about an hour. You'll have some strong thunderstorms moving into your area. Nothing severe right now, though. Angel Inlet. You guys are good up there. That's part of Minnesota? Oh my gosh. Is that the most northern? Oh no, there's an area in Maine that's probably farther northern. That is, I didn't even know that existed. How do you get back to the States? Do you have to drive through Canada? Is there a ferry? I'm so confused. That's cool. It's the most northern part. That's really cool. Apple Valley, Minnesota. That's Minneapolis Metro, right? Kind of. A little bit to the south. Yeah, you guys got about an hour before these storms are approaching you here. Strong thunderstorms are likely in your area. Minneapolis Metro, everyone out here. Strong thunderstorms are likely tonight. Thunder, lightning, some gusty conditions, small hail possible. Severe, damaging thunderstorms are looking less and less likely, but you are going to get heavy downpours and thunder and lightning moving into your area beginning to move into your area within an hour. When I say moving into your area, I don't mean over you. I mean these storms will be moving into probably western Minneapolis Metro. Let's look at the velocities out here. Strong winds still moving through Hartford, approaching Sioux Falls. 70+ mile radar indicated winds moving to east towards Crofton, Nebraska as well. And Yankton, South Dakota. Hills, Minnesota.
New information. This considerable severe
Yeah, stay alert. You've got 70+ mile per hour radar indicated gust just to your west. 3/4 inch hail radar indicated just to your west. It is a considerable damage threat, severe thunderstorm warning. So let's just stay alert there. I don't think that one's tour possible right now, but let me see. Yeah, no, you're not going to get a tour. You're not going to get a tour out of that right now. We still do have a little bit of rotation down in this southern node right here, but it looks like it's falling apart. They'll probably take the tour pause away from that in a second. Vermilion. Again, you guys are in the 70+ mile per hour. The storms just up to your north and west have observed wind gusts of 70+ miles per hour. That's close to Category 1 strength. It is moving off into the east. This might miss you just to the north, but then there's this storm right here that also has 70+ mile per hour wind gust radar indicated that are heading out to the east there. So keep your alerts on. Stay alert. If you're inside, you're going to be perfectly fine. I don't see a tornado in here. Could get some okay size hail, inch to inch and a half. But if you're inside, 70+ mile per hour gusts should not affect you too much. They might affect they might knock out your power or mess up your roof a little bit potentially, but you'll be good. And it's not guaranteed. There's radar indicated. You could see a small sector that receives those winds. It's going to be local. It's not going to be widespread. Wisconsin, you're good. There's nothing really to worry about in Wisconsin tonight. Potentially far western Wisconsin, but the storms shouldn't be severe moving into that area. Wells, Minnesota. Wells, Minnesota. You'll probably be fine. I mean, there's not too much convection happening here. We don't have too many thunderstorms in this area. So if you do see any bad weather, it's probably going to be in about 2 hours. But nothing severe. Just some probably heavy downpours later. Guys, give me 2 seconds, and I'm going to be right back. Keep answering your questions, all right? Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to be right back.
information. This considerable severe thunderstorm
I'm back.
warning has been updated.
I am back. Telstra with the cap and the sunglasses. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the stream. I appreciate that. Eric with the 7 Rosa. I appreciate you. Okay, Cannon Falls, Minnesota. Back to answering questions. Cannon Falls, Minnesota. I think these storms are going to really be falling apart as they get out to you. You will get thunderstorms tonight. You will get thunder, lightning, and heavy downpours. Will they be severe? Not super likely. Same with St. Paul. Is a severe thunderstorms possible through your area tonight? Yes, not very likely. You will get some strong thunderstorms, though, and heavy downpours. For anyone who's new in here, who's never been in my channel, I do post updates every single day, usually in the morning, about the severe weather that's going to happen that day, tropical update, temperatures, rainfall, everything you can expect for the day across the states. And I do stream every day. I took a break from streaming because my computer was broken for a couple weeks. But yeah. Let's see here. I think I post it for like 250 days straight. Every day. I think I might have missed 3 days or something like that. Wright County, Iowa. Wright County, Iowa. Look, you could have some strong storms moving in through here in a few hours. This is still an area where we do have instability out ahead of this storm. So keep your alerts on. This storm has been underperforming, though, which is good, which means the threat for very damaging severe weather like we could have had is starting to decrease. It's not gone, but it's definitely decreasing. Moorhead, Minnesota. Wait, are you up there near Fargo? You guys are good. Ain't nothing happening up there. You guys are good. Power outages in Livermore, Kentucky. Yeah, we've got a little bit of a line moving through Kentucky. General severe thunderstorm warning, just 60-mile-per-hour gusts, 3/4 inch radar indicated hail. So not a super severe storm, but definitely one that can knock out power for sure. So I wouldn't be worried if you're down here in Kentucky, but power outages are going to be a thing for some of you here. But I wouldn't expect anything destructive. You guys should be good down there. We've still got observed almost 2-inch hail falling in Roundup, Montana. By the way, this storm is moving very slow. Let's see if I can say how fast it's moving. Actually, it's moving faster than I thought. We're gonna say like 15 miles per hour. 30. Wow, I've never been that far off, guys. I don't believe that. This storm was here about an hour ago. But okay, I'll take the L on that one. Let's get back here. Amy, I appreciate you. Thank you, Amy. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subs. Byron, Minnesota. You guys should be good. These storms should be falling apart as they get out there. Again, though, you will likely get some heavy downpours tonight, and you'll be hearing some thunder and lightning. You'll get some strong thunderstorms, not likely to be severe that far out into southeastern Minnesota. Hey, Jordan, Joshua, I appreciate the follows. Menominee. Menemone. Crap. How do you spell that? Menomone. Menomo. Sorry, guys. This is complicated. I'm trying to figure this out. Menomone. Minnesota. Gosh, your names. Is that Wisconsin? Well, that's Wisconsin, isn't it? You guys should be good. There's not. These are going to be pretty weak as they get out there. You'll get some heavy downpours tonight, but that's about it. Wait. Oh, Menominee. Menominee. Okay, thanks, Hannah, and whoever else said that. Lakeville, Minnesota. Felt like I was having a stroke. Lakeville, Minnesota. Lakeville, Minnesota. These storms will be moving into your area at about hour and a half just out to your west. Again, you can see it here. Lots of lightning. Lots of lightning associated with this. The red and the pinks mean these are very high cloud tops. That means they're holding a lot of moisture. The color on a radar is just a representation of how high these clouds are up in the atmosphere. The higher the clouds are up in the atmosphere, the more moisture they are holding. The more moisture they're holding, the more moisture they're going to dump. So when you see this, you have a lot of water that's falling from the sky here. That's what it is. Also, typically, the higher your clouds are, the stronger your updrafts are, which if you have enough shear at the surface or rotating or wind that's changing with verticality. So you could say shear as the strength of the wind or the change in wind direction or wind velocity with height. Then you could get tornadoes. The thing is, we have updrafts here, and we have instability, but we do not have shear. We do not have a strong low-level jet here, so tornadoes are unlikely, not impossible, but unlikely here. Heavy downpours, thunder and lightning is very likely here, and some light wind and some okay wind gusts through there too. You could see some power loss, but not super likely. More likely down here. We do now have an updated. What's going on, dude? We do now have an updated severe thunderstorm warning that does include northwestern Iowa and southwestern Minnesota. So Laverne, Rock Rapids, Larkwood, Inwood, Rock Valley. 70 plus mile per hour radar indicated winds, 3/4 inch radar indicated hail. That's what's going on there. And right to the southwest, we have 70 plus mile per hour winds observed. So they have been observed. They are happening down here. 70 plus mile per hour wind gusts and 1 inch radar indicated hail. We also have this labeled as tour possible. This is an interesting rotation right here. Let me go here. Yeah. Watching that right there. Watching this for possible. This could possibly put down a tornado moving out to the east towards Fairview and Canton. South Dakota. So that's, yeah, we'll watch that area. There's not a tornado down right now, it doesn't look like, but we'll watch that area. Everyone say hi to Riley. This is my little brother.
What's going on?
I just gave him my car and my debit card and said, go to Buffalo Wild Wings. How was it? He said he's drunk. He just didn't want you to hear.
Oh, well,
He's helping me move, so I'm giving him money. All right. I didn't want to move all by myself. It's a big house. Jasmine said, hey, Riley.
what up?
Shout out B-Dubs. That's right. That's our favorite place.
Dubs.
Listen, when your slogan is Wings, is it Wings Beer Sports or Wings Sports Beer?
Sports Wings Beer?
No, it's
Wings Beer Sports.
Wings Beer Sports. That's my kind of bar.
WBS.
Wings Beer Sports. All right, let's get back to this. Wings Beer Sports. Yeah, Jam knows. Okay, thank you, Jam. Andover.
I'm going to go drink some more.
Okay. Andover, Minnesota. Yeah, strong thunderstorms moving in. Heavy downpours, thunder and lightning likely shortly. Maybe some light wind gusts, small hail. But severe thunderstorms are unlikely. But you do have some nice, juicy-looking thunderstorms moving into your area. Mesomat. I appreciate that. Hand heart. Oh. Appreciate that, Mesomat. Oh, my God. You're hilarious. Amy Joe, appreciate you. Faribault, Minnesota? Or is it Faribault? I think it's Faribault. You guys should be good. I mean, we're going to get some heavy downpours, maybe thunder and lightning in that area in about an hour and a half to 2 hours, but severe, not looking too crazy. Matt, what is going on, dude? Listen, we do still have 70-mile-per-hour observed winds down here in southeastern South Dakota with tour possible. 70-mile-per-hour radar indicated winds here. I think we may have 70-plus-mile-per-hour gusts moving into Sioux Falls right now. You can see this here, but a little bit of an underperformer. That might be an understatement, actually. Decent underperformer. This is going to be heavy downpours for Minneapolis, though. Faribault, yeah. Thanks, Marissa. Menominee. I'm just reading what you wrote over there on YouTube now, Purple. Lake, I think it did that. Did I not just go over Lake? Okay, that's an interesting drawing. Did I not just go over Lakeville, Minnesota? They go over so many cities in a night, I get lost. Yeah, Lakeville, I went over this earlier. You guys are in this little area that it hasn't been, you know, we haven't seen many strong thunderstorms in here. A lot less convection than to the north and to the south. So I think you guys will be good. Keep alerts on just in case, but I think you guys will be good. If you're getting playback or echo, just exit the live and then rejoin it. It's a TikTok thing. It's not me. We figured that out a while ago. Leave the live and come back in and it should be good. How long should it last in Sioux Falls? 20 minutes maybe. 20, yeah. It is. You guys have a radar hole because that's literally where the radar is. I think we'll know if you actually have 70-plus-mile-per-hour gusts if the radar goes out. No, these are pretty high velocities, so I think down here as well. Look at this. Look at this little couplet trying to form right now, east of David, South Dakota. Let's see if we can see the rotation on the actual reflectivity. We can right there. You can see the rotation on the reflectivity. So yeah, moving out east. +70-mile-per-hour radar. And there's the tornado warning. Right on cue. Radar indicated inch hail, 70-plus-mile-per-hour radar indicated winds. Severe thunderstorm warning now does include Merrill, Lamar's, Sioux Center, and whole Rock Valley, and that whole area in Iowa. We do have a tornado warning here. There's our couplet. Pretty decent looking couplet moving to the southeast at about 60 miles. Whoa, this storm is flying. Moving at about 60 miles per hour. So please, if you're in this tornado warning, take shelter. Bottom floor, interior of your home, in a closet, in a bathtub, in a storm shelter, away from windows. This is moving out towards Beresford, Alcester. Sorry if I mispronounced these names. Canton, South Dakota, Fairview, Rock Valley, Sioux Center, Howarden, Iowa. So just please take shelter and let's wait until this passes over. The information on this tornado is obviously right below me, right there. If you're on TikTok and you want the screen to be bigger so you can see more, just hit the little square button on the right center of the screen and it will turn it horizontal. Locations: Lincoln, South Dakota; Turner, South Dakota; Union, South Dakota. These counties. Max hail up to 0.75. We do have a radar indicated tornado threat. Eden Prairie, you guys will have these strong thunderstorms moving in about an hour and a half. Not expected to be severe, but heavy downpours, thunder, and lightning. Maybe some light wind gusts and small hail is possible. Thank you. Yep, purple. Safe spot, the lowest, most interior room of your home. Exactly, with the most walls in between you and the outside or a bathroom, or if you're in a mobile home, please find safety in a building or shelter. Very true, and I always forget to mention that. If you're in a mobile home, and regardless of if this tornado is on the ground or not, there are very strong winds associated with this. If you're in a mobile home, I'm not going to tell you to leave and go anywhere, but if I will say we do have a decent couplet here. If there's somewhere really close that you can go to get inside in a concrete structure building, it's better to be safe than sorry. We have very strong winds here, and we do have a little bit of rotation with these clouds, which is why we have a radar indicated tornado. So mobile homes don't do the best in these situations. Leave and live and come back. Yeah, that's the same, right? Yeah, if you guys are having any feedback issues or any lag, a lot of times if you just leave the stream and come back in, it'll be fixed. We figured that out earlier, that it's not the stream, it's just TikTok. Yeah, there's no echo. We figured it out earlier. We had people leave the stream and come back, and the echo was gone. So that means it's not on my end. It's on TikTok's end. Let's see here. Where's the red now? This is our tornado warning right here, right here. It does, like I said, you can see it right there. Lincoln, South Dakota, Turner, South Dakota, Union, South Dakota. It is headed out in the direction of Sioux Center. Yes. Minneapolis, about an hour and a half. These storms are going to be moving over you. Strong thunderstorms, heavy downpours, thunder and lightning. Potentially some decent wind gusts and small hail. Tornado chances are low. Severe damaging winds chances have gone down quite a bit. Yeah, it's crazy. People keep saying there's... Hold up. I'm going to go into my live again from a different...
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
I'm going to go into my live again from a different TikTok. One second. All right, I'm testing. Check. Yes, confirm. There's no echo. It's just some people. There's no echo. Oh, there it is. It's just some people have to leave the live and come back in. TikTok's just screwing with lives tonight. All right, 761 people in here. Holy crap. Glencoe, Minnesota. Glencoe, Minnesota. You guys have strong thunderstorms moving into your area in about 20 minutes or less. Heavy downpours likely. Thunder and lightning likely. Light gusts, maybe small hail possible. Tornadoes, damaging winds, not too likely. But you do have those thunderstorms moving in shortly. Again, tornado warning down here in southeastern South Dakota. This does include Bresford, Alcester, Hawarden, Fairview, Hudson, Canton, this whole area. Counties are Lincoln, South Dakota, Turner, South Dakota, Union, South Dakota. And this is moving towards Sioux Center, Rock Valley, and Orange City. Definitely some damaging wind potential in this. Tornado, I don't think there's a tornado down. It's not a tight couplet, but there is rotation in the clouds here, so you should treat it as such. Treat it as there is a tornado down because there is rotation there. Radars can... Radars do not always see things perfectly.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Brandon! Been a while. What's going on, Brandon? The storm is... These are generally heading to the east and southeast right now. Like this. These are kind of headed like this. Is this a derecho? No. We've avoided derecho conditions tonight. We have seen destructive winds tonight, 80 plus mile per hour observed wind gusts, which is right on the border of a derecho. But luckily, we did not see that kind of MCS form through this area where we had the highest instability that some models were predicting would form, which is kind of what, you know, luckily took those chances of a derecho away. And I appreciate the follow. Thank you for doing this, man. It makes me feel better about watching this. Yep, I appreciate you. Avery, appreciate the follow. Waiting for the storm to hit Pocahontas, Iowa. That's a cool name. Pocahontas. Oh my God, my spelling is atrocious. Oh my gosh. I can't. Guys, I can't spell Pocahontas. Oh, I did it. I did it. Okay. Ay. I'm so embarrassing. Yeah, Pocahontas, you guys got about an hour, hour and a half. Could see some damaging wind through that area, so just stay alert. Although, like I said, we've seen quite a downtrend with the storm tonight, so I'm not overly concerned. From Marshall, Minnesota, are we cooked? 100%. Yeah, sorry. No, I'm just kidding. No, you're not cooked. Let's see where Marshall, Minnesota is. Your severe night is over. The worst is past you. And you guys barely got anything because you were, like I said, you were in that pocket of kind of no convection that passed through tonight. We have stronger storms to the north, stronger storms to the south. Not much happening in the middle there. Look at this. Look at these thunderstorms just like encircling Minneapolis. Look at this. Or look at this. Is that a word, encircling, guys? Enveloping. Surrounding. Give me some synonyms. Lost power for a bit in Sioux Falls. Yeah, not surprising. You guys had some decent wind moving through. Did we get that severe thunderstorm? Yes. Yeah, there's 70+ mile per hour observed gusts, wind gusts, right now moving through Sioux Falls, Schindler, Harrisburg, and Brandon, South Dakota. This is moving out to the east towards Rock Rapids in far northwestern Iowa. It's considerable damage to that severe thunderstorm out here from really Rock Valley all the way down to Lamar's and out west towards Akron and Vermilion. How much longer for Sioux Falls? You got a little radar hole, so it's a little tough to see, but let's see. Sioux Falls, maybe another 5 minutes, and your rain's gonna let up. Your gusts are gonna let up if they haven't already. Minneapolis, as I said,
This tornado warning has been updated.
we got an update. We'll look at that in a second. Minneapolis, as I said, these storms are moving in here. About an hour, maybe. You'll see strong thunderstorms move in, heavy downpours, thunder and lightning, maybe some wind gusts, some decent wind gusts, small hail. Tornadoes unlikely. Damaging winds are looking less and less likely, but you will have strong thunderstorms moving in not too long. Updated tornado warning. They just made it a little bit smaller out here. They may drop this tornado warning. Let's look at this again. Strong winds up and down this boundary here. And there is still rotation right here just to the north of Beresford. That's how you pronounce it. So you can actually see probably the rotation on, there it is. You can see the rotation on the reflectivity as well. Just moving just like this out towards Sioux Center. Although I don't think we have a tornado on the ground from what I can see. Nothing, no CC drop as well, so. Nobody's cooked. Correct, Jasmine. Is it Izamar? I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. I appreciate the rose. Izamar? Follow the live. Tiffany, I appreciate you following the live. Thank you. Or following. Malacca? Where's that? Where's Malacca? Malacca, Minnesota? You guys are good. Your severe night's done. You're just going to have some more heavy downpours for a little bit. Appreciate the follows, guys, and subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Buffalo, Minnesota. Buffalo, Minnesota. You have strong thunderstorms about to move in. You could get some gusty conditions, small hail possible. I don't expect this to be damaging severe thunderstorms, but it is going to be heavy downpours and a decent amount of thunder and lightning. You're probably 10 minutes away from that. 15 at most. Preston, Minnesota. Small town. These storms aren't going to be severe as they get out to you, but late into the night around 1 a.m. Central, you're probably going to get some strong thunderstorms, thunder and lightning moving through, heavy downpours, but I don't expect it to be severe. Mankato, Minnesota. You've got some okay thunderstorms developing out to your west. We'll see if those continue to strengthen. You're going to get some downpours, maybe a little bit of thunder and lightning. Probably just some rain. Nothing too bad. Severe threats not very high for you guys at this point anymore. Nice, Brandon. Glad to hear it. Zimmerman, Minnesota. Jake Hansen, I appreciate the roses. Appreciate that, Jake. Zimmerman, Minnesota. Yeah, you guys got some heavy downpours continuing for a little bit, but you guys are good. Your severe threat's over. Stillwater, Minnesota. Stillwater, Minnesota. You're closer to an hour and a half of these storms coming through you, coming through your area. Maybe not, maybe about an hour. Strong thunderstorms, gusting conditions, small hail possible. Tornado chances, damaging wind chances aren't that high, though. But you will get some strong thunderstorms moving in a little bit. Santi, Minnesota. Santi. You guys are good. Just rainfall for the rest of for a little bit longer, but not much of a severe threat there. Let's see what's happening down here. I do want to see what's going on with this tornado warning. Still very, very strong winds, guys. Why is this song so loud in my ears? This is a banger. Very strong winds still here from Crooks, Brandon through Sioux Falls, Harrisburg, Canton, Beresford, Alcester, Haywarden. I'm probably pronouncing some of that wrong, but there's pretty decent winds in here moving into northwestern Iowa right now. This tornado warning might drop because I don't see really a decent. Are there fireworks going on outside? Oh, look, they're celebrating July 28th. Always fireworks. Always fireworks in this neighborhood. It's so annoying. But yeah, we have some potentially damaging winds again in southeastern South Dakota moving into northwestern Iowa. So just be aware of that. 70+ mile per hour winds have been observed up here. That could be moving into Rock Valley and Rock Rapids soon. Potentially Hayward and Sioux Center and Orange City. Uh-oh. Destructive thunderstorm. We might hear a loud noise in a second, guys. We might hear a loud noise in a second. 80+ mile per hour winds have been... 80+ mile per hour radar indicated winds now in this storm that is moving into northwestern Iowa, Rock Valley, Sioux Center, Hayward and Akron, and Lamar's.
New information. This severe destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated.
There it is. We now have a destructive thunderstorm down here. 80+ mile per hour radar indicated winds. This can do some damage, so just be aware of that. This is moving east towards Rock Valley and the surrounding area, Sioux Center and the surrounding area, out towards Orange City, Lamar's. If you're in between this storm and those cities, please just make sure you are not outside. 70 mile per hour observed winds just to the north of that as well. I think we could have 80+ mile per hour gusts up there as well. So northwestern Iowa, southeastern South Dakota, far southwestern Minnesota, very damaging to destructive winds. Minneapolis, you do have some strong thunderstorms moving in, nothing severe right now. 849 people in here. Wow, what a night. I appreciate the follows, guys. I appreciate the subs. Thank you. Is it going to hit Ohio tonight? No, you should be good. So Twin Cities is just getting rain. It's not impossible to see some damaging winds in one of these, but yeah, we were looking at the mesoscale analysis a little bit earlier, and the instability is really down here. So tons of convection, tons of energy for storms up here, but our low level jet, we don't really have much shear up in this area. Updrafts aren't as strong, so yeah, it's going to be heavy downpours. You're going to get some, I call this strong thunderstorms, but not severe thunderstorms, meaning you could get some gusty conditions. You could get some small hail, definitely torrential downpours with this. As I said, see, we as I said, we could still get a severe thunderstorm up here. 60+ mile per hour wind gusts this is observed actually, not even radar indicated. So we do have 60+ tropical storm force wind gusts out here just to the west. Really, I mean, this is just out to the west of Plymouth and Shakopee. You can see this moving through Glencoe and Hutchinson, Minnesota right now. This is headed to the east, right towards Minneapolis Metro. So, as I said, still potential to get some damaging winds in and around the Minneapolis Metro, so keep your alerts on. And if you don't see those damaging conditions, you're going to see some still strong thunderstorms. So, but that is a new severe thunderstorm warning, and those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts have been observed just out to the west of Minneapolis Metro. It's always right on cue. Again, we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in northwestern Iowa right now. 80-plus mile-per-hour winds are radar indicated. That is damage threat destructive, and it is TOR possible. I don't think we have a tornado embedded in here, but if we do, it's going to be somewhere to the southwest of Fairview, Iowa. Look at this in here. This right here, just to the north of Canton, we could have wind gusts 90-plus miles per hour. Let's go over to Radar Omega real quick and see if we can see what these wind gusts potentially are at. Let's take a look at our velocity. We are picking up almost 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts right here. Just we're out to the west of Sioux Center, southwest of Rock Valley. 101 mile per hour on the velocity here. Let's go to our base velocity. And this is what I was talking about when these storms moved into this area. As I was saying earlier, there's still a ton of instability here, so I figured we could get something like this. 105 mile per hour wind gusts at base velocity just out to the northwest of Hawarden. So sometimes these are... yeah, we do have some... Look at that, southeastern South Dakota. So very, very strong wind gusts out here. 107, almost 110 mile per hour wind gust potential out here just to the north of Norway Center. This is moving out to the east towards Rock Valley, Sioux Center. Hopefully these storms lose a little bit of other steam here. But this is damaging wind event happening moving into northwestern Iowa. We do have 60 mile per hour gusts observed just out to the west of Minneapolis Metro as well. So we'll be watching that. Ohio's good.
New information. This severe destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated.
I'm guessing they upgraded this one to the north. Yep, they should have done that a while ago. This should have been destructive 15, 20 minutes ago. 80-plus mile per hour winds, destructive damage threat. Now up here, including Luverne, Minnesota, Rock Rapids, Iowa, Harrisburg, South Dakota, Inwood, Iowa, Canton, South Dakota, Beresford, Alcester, South Dakota, Hawarden, Orange City, Sioux Center, Hull, Rock Valley, and Lamar's, Iowa. Okay, so at 8:52, a gust of 87 miles per hour was reported. Now, that's a gust of almost 90 miles per hour that has been reported. There are unreported gusts likely, or I would say likely over 100 miles per hour, as we saw on the velocity radar. If we have something 90 miles per hour that was reported, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles. Extensive tree damage and power outages are likely. Listen, if you're inside, you're safe. Just stay inside. Probably get away from windows. You'll be perfectly fine. Power outages are likely, and there could be a little bit of damage to some homes. Stay inside. This is not a tornado. You should be perfectly fine if you're inside. Same thing. This is up to the north. This is going to say something similar. Yeah, 80 mile per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail happening up here. For your protection, move to an interior room and the lowest floor of your building. Again, mobile homes will be heavily damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles. Extensive tree damage power is likely. Okay, we understand what's going on there. This wind line is basically this entire thing here. You see that right there? This is moving out to the east. You guys know where you live. Just make sure you're inside. Probably away from windows would be best. And you'll be fine. Again, Minneapolis Metro, strong thunderstorms are moving into your area now, and we do have 60-plus mile per hour wind gusts reported, observed out to your west with 1-inch radar indicated hail. Can I stretch? My body hurts. 1 second. 1 second, chat. Ugh. For those of you that's first time in this channel, I do post updates on everything weather every morning. So rainfall, flooding potential for the day, severe weather potential for the day, temperatures, all that stuff. And I try to live stream every single day as well for these events. So if you want to throw me a follow or sub, I'd appreciate it. I appreciate you guys. Is it going to rain in Orlando? What, Orlando, Florida? It rains in Orlando, Florida every day over summer. I know that because I lived in Orlando, Florida. Jacob and Chad, I appreciate the follows. Thank you guys. And everyone else, I appreciate that. Waterloo, Iowa. Actually, I know where Waterloo, Iowa is. These storms are going to move through Waterloo, Iowa later in the night, early into the morning tomorrow. But they're likely going to lose a lot of their strength as they get that far down to the southeast, so I'm not too concerned. Northfield, Minnesota. Northfield, Minnesota. You've got at least an hour and a half until these storms get into your area. Most of the strongest storms look like they'll probably remain to your north, but strong. You could get some heavy downpours, thunder and lightning, and some decent wind gusts a little bit later on. Yeah, by the time they get over to Chicago, they're not. This is not going to be much. Eagan, Minnesota. If I pronounce your city's name wrong, forgive me. I'm not good at pronouncing these names. Yeah, in about an hour, you'll have storms getting pretty close to you guys. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning that with 60+ mile per hour gusts observed and inch hail radar indicated moving out to the east. So this is moving to the east at around 40 miles per hour. So actually pretty decent clip, a little bit faster than a normal severe thunderstorm warning. For anyone who's just joining the stream, we do have a destructive wind threat right here. Northwestern Iowa. Okay, if you live in this area, you can see it. If you need to turn the screen sideways on TikTok, it's right center. There's a little button you can turn it sideways. 80+ mile per hour winds have been observed. Actually, 90 mile per hour winds have been observed here. There's probably locally going to be some over 100 mile per hour gusts. Stay inside. Get away from windows if you're in this area until this passes over. You'll be perfectly fine, but we do have strong wind gusts in here. We do have a tour possible. There could be a tornado on the ground. Actually, look at this right here. That's... One second. Um, 52 meters per second. So that's about 116 mile per hour wind gusts that the radar's picking up. Could be some radar distortion. Right here, it's picking up about 110 mile per hour wind gusts. I got to change my setting here. Give me a second, guys. 1 second. I do know we have a 90 mile per hour wind gust reported in this area. So it's not far-fetched to think we could have something 100 to 110 miles per hour. That's pretty strong, though. Give me a second. Why am I in meters per second? I need to change that. And I'm trying to figure out how on here. Why is it in meters per second right now? I guess I'll have to fix that later. That's annoying. Preferences. Okay, I'll fix that later. Yeah, okay. This is damaging wind. Moving east towards Rock Valley and Sioux Center. Please be inside. These storms are moving very quickly, too. 50 miles per hour out to the east. These have really picked up in speed, guys. They'll be there in a second. Rock Rapids. I'd say 10 minutes for Rock Rapids, Rock Valley, and Sioux Center. They're moving very quickly. Storms are picking up speed as well, approaching Minneapolis.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
This is we were talking about this earlier in the stream, guys, as these approach southeastern South Dakota, that they're entering this environment with 9 to 10,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE. Convective available potential energy. That's just instability. Rainbow, what's going on? Omaha's good. Most of these storms should not affect Omaha tonight. If they're going to move to the north, even if they do get into that area, they're going to be weakened by then. So we don't got much going on in Omaha.
A new destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, new destructive thunderstorm warning. At least it gets your attention. All right, everyone pay attention. Extremely dangerous situation. 3/4 inch radar indicated hail, but that's not the issue. 80+ mile per hour radar indicated winds. It's actually, we've had observed 90+ mile per hour winds. We likely are going to have some areas experience 100+ mile per hour gusts in here. We can see it on the radar. Orange City, all the way out towards, we've got Cherokee, Paulina, Sanborn, Sheldon, Hartley, Sibley, everyone out here. Make sure you're inside. You've got a little bit of time out there, but these storms are moving much quicker now, close to 50 miles per hour, pushing out to the east. There is a concern of a little bit of rotation right here. If we do get a tornado, it's probably going to be just to the south of Rock Valley, and it's going to be moving out to the east, just north of Sioux Center, to the south of Hull, out towards Sheldon, Iowa. You can see the notch right here in the storm. These storms are intensifying rapidly right now. How's Sioux Falls doing? Sioux Falls, you're good. These storms are moving out of Sioux Falls now. Sioux Falls may have lucked out. Sioux Falls did have, probably has some power outages, probably has some damage. But as soon as these storms hit the border of Iowa, they hit a level of instability that was much higher. And now we're getting radar indicated gusts of over 100 miles per hour. We're talking about like Cat 2 winds. Potentially Cat 3 winds, wind gusts in these areas. Mankato, Minnesota. You're doing good. Some strong thunderstorms are moving over right now, but nothing too severe. It's probably going to be about it for tonight. Again, Minneapolis, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning out to your west. 1 inch radar indicated hail and 60+ mile per hour gusts have been observed. This could strengthen as it moves into, just because of the environment. This could strengthen as it moves into Minneapolis. I really quickly want to look at the mesoscale analysis just to see what's going on. So give me a second. I want to see what our latest is. I want to see if this could. Let's look at our SIGTOR. Still potential for tornadoes, northwestern Iowa. Violent tornado parameter. Still violent tornadoes are still possible in northwestern Iowa. Let's look at our surface-based CAPE. We do have
A new flash flood warning.
We do have some decent CAPE moving up to the northeast, so around 2,500 joules per kilogram of CAPE up to the northeast. Let's look at this. Effective, decent holicity. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to see what's going on in the atmosphere here, guys. Decent shear down there in Iowa. What's our lapse rates looking like? Really? Yeah, good lapse rates around Minneapolis. 8.5. So we could see these storms intensifying a little bit as they move into Minneapolis Metro. What's our low level lapse rates? Not that impressive. Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm back. 1,052 people in here. Wow. Harris, Minnesota. Harris, Minnesota, you're good. Your severe weather's done for the night. Just some downpours. Again, we have a extremely dangerous situation in northwestern Iowa. We have observed wind gusts of over 90 miles per hour, and radar indicated wind gusts of over 100 miles per hour down here. So this is very, very close. They may end up labeling this as a derecho at the end of tonight. And it's moving through Rock Valley, Sioux Center, about to approach Orange City, Lamar's, and Rock Rapids. Get ready. If we do get a tornado, it could be right here, actually moving very close to Sioux Center. Very close to Sioux Center. We have radar indicated winds out here at around 115 miles per hour wind gusts. So hopefully they're not that high. But because remember, the radar seeing a little bit above the surface. So typically if we're going to see that on the radar at 150 mile per hour wind gusts, it's going to be a little bit lesser at the surface. So maybe 100 to 105 mile per hour wind gust potential moving into Sioux Center. But that is very, very strong wind gusts. Katie, I appreciate you. Eau Claire, Wisconsin should be good. You're going to get some strong downpours tonight. I do not expect these storms to be too severe as they get into your area. I do want to see if we do have any rotation up here. I don't think we're gonna. But look at this. I mean, guys, if I'm being honest, I think I think there should be a severe thunderstorm warning out here. Lino Lakes out down towards St. Paul and Stillwater. Look at these wind gusts up here. I'm not really sure. These are pretty strong. I'm not really sure why there's not a severe thunderstorm warning up here. Just to the north, just to the northeast, in northeast Minneapolis metro. Lino Lakes, Hugo, White Bear Township, Shoreview. This is moving out to the southeast. Those are very, very strong winds right now. Also, strong winds moving into Plymouth, New Hope, Minnetonka, and Shorewood very shortly. You can see the velocities on this. I think this looks to be intensifying slightly. We do have about 2,500 to 3,000 joules per kilogram of surface cape down here, and a little bit higher of a most unstable cape in and around Minneapolis metro. So we may see some more severe thunderstorm warnings out here. There should probably be severe thunderstorm warnings up here that aren't. So Minneapolis, you could get some pretty strong wind gusts here. Not as strong as we're seeing down here with these derecho type conditions. Wind is crazy in Lino Lakes. Yeah, exactly. You're definitely having wind gusts of over 60 miles per hour in Lino Lakes, and they are not labeling it as a severe thunderstorm warning right now. They should be. You can see this this squall line beginning to bend. That MCS line or squall line beginning to bend, and that's because you have very strong winds in here. It's moving. The pressure change is bending the squall line here. So, yeah, the winds out here moving through Coon Rapids, Brooklyn Park, down to the southeast towards Stillwater, Lino Lakes is stronger than the wind gusts probably out here. And we have our observed 60-mile-per-hour wind gust severe thunderstorm warning out here to the west. So there's no reason we shouldn't have one up here. But it's not there. That happens a lot. All right, we have, again, guys, Cherokee, northwestern Iowa, up to Sanborn, Hartley, Sibley, Sheldon. We have violent winds moving through Rock Valley, through Sioux Center, and approaching Rock Rapids as we speak, and Lamar's. Again, Cherokee County, Lyon County, Osceola County, Sioux County, northern Plymouth, and O'Brien County. At 9:22, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Hills to near Hudson to near Sioux Center to near Craig at 9 miles northwest of Merrill, moving east at 65 miles per hour. These storms are flying to the east. A lot of people don't know this, but wind gusts are actually, wind speeds are intensified if the storm is moving quicker too. You can have strong winds in a slow moving storm, but strong winds will actually increase at the surface if the storm's moving quick. This storm is moving I can't remember the last time I saw a storm moving at 65 miles per hour. This storm is flying. So wind gusts of 100 plus miles per hour are definitely possible. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles. Extensive tree damage and power outages are likely. Please just make sure you're inside. If you're inside away from windows, you're going to be safe. We do not want people... I mean, oh my gosh. We might have a tornado on the ground moving through Sioux Center right now, guys. I'm going to check on this. Give me a second. Yeah, the radar's indicating winds at 130 miles per hour moving through Sioux Center. That's a little bit above the ground. It's probably could be 115 at the surface. This is going to be labeled as a derecho moving through Sioux Center, Iowa right now. Let me go over to Radar Omega really quickly and just check on this. Let me see what our base velocity is looking like on here. 107 miles per hour. High res. 128 mile per hour winds above the surface, right above the surface here, moving through Sioux Center. They don't have a tornado warning down here, guys, but 130 mile per hour winds just above the surface means you could have 115 mile per hour gusts moving through Sioux Center. There is a little bit of a wedge in the storm here, meaning I think we could have an unreported tornado on the ground here. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Yeah. So one of my mods said, this was a while ago, actually, I didn't see it. Croft's team is saying really high winds. Yeah, one said could guess the winds are close to 100 miles per hour. Yeah, I think that's what I've been saying. I think they're over 100 miles per hour. I don't know why they dropped the tornado warning. I think we might have a tornado going through Sioux Center right now, unfortunately. You can see the rotation. Oh, yeah, you can see the rotation. Yeah, this should be Tor warned, and it's not. It should be Tor warned, and it's not. And now we have a tornado warning up here. There's likely a tornado on the ground here heading east, guys. I hope me telling you there was a 100+ mile per hour gust moving into Sioux Center put people in a safe spot. This is moving east towards Hospers, south or Iowa. We do have another tornado warning down here, so destructive winds. Here's this tornado here, this tornado warning here, and I want to see what the velocities are up here.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
We have wind speeds of approaching 130 miles per hour up here. Let's look at the base velocity. See what we can get. 80, 116, 120 mile per hour, 120 mile per hour winds up here. So tornado on the ground, likely, if not damaging, tornado destructive winds. Moving out to the southeast, I do think we do have a tornado on the ground with this one, though. Headed to the southeast towards George, Sheldon, and Sanborn, Iowa. I do think we could have a tornado on the ground here still, even if we don't. This is a derecho. And this is moving to the east towards Hospers, Prime sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. You guys know where you are. If you are anywhere right here that I'm circling, you are very, sorry, let me actually go over there. You can't see it. If you're anywhere right here, please just make sure you take shelter right now. Get away from windows. Get into the most interior part of your home, inside of a closet, inside of a bathtub, or in a storm shelter. We have derecho conditions and 2 tornadoes potentially on the ground here. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier. The instability here is crazy. I hope Matt's back on streaming this. Again, I don't know what's going on with NWS tonight, but we have very strong damaging winds up here through Lino Lakes, White Bear Township, Hugo, at least radar indicated winds. Moving to the southeast towards Delwood, Matomedy, Stillwater, Maplewood. And we do still have, obviously we have wind gusts observed of 60 to 70+ miles per hour just out to the west of Minneapolis Metro. So strong storms moving into Minneapolis Metro right now. Not as severe as what's happening in northwest Iowa, though. I appreciate the follows and subs, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sioux Falls, you're out of the worst of it. You're out of the worst of it. Again, guys, we're getting radar indicated winds of close to 130 miles per hour here. At the surface, we could be seeing wind gusts at over 110 miles per hour. We do have strong rotation here. Definitely could be a tornado on the ground, and I think it is. There is your potential CC drop moving through Lakewood Center right now, out into the southeast towards Matlock, Sheldon, and Sanborn, Iowa. This is where we could have another potential tornado down here, heading out to the east. If it's not a tornado, it's a derecho with 100+ mile per hour wind gusts. So Orange City, Afton, Iowa, please make sure you're in your safe spot in your home and you'll be okay, but please make sure you're in your safe spot. Paulina, Sutherland, Hospers. It's moving out to the east. Again, if you're down here, Lamar's, you've got very strong winds about to move into your area. Remsen, everyone in this box. Everyone in this box. It's pretty good. Pretty good severe thunderstorm warning, the way they placed that. I don't understand why there's not more severe thunderstorm warnings up here. We have some pretty strong winds up there in Minneapolis Metro. Moving into downtown Minneapolis right now. No, the sound's not off for others. If you're having any sound issues, if you're having any echo issues, just hop out of the live and then come back in, and usually it solves the problems. TikTok's been having that issue tonight. We figured out it's not on my end. Just leave the live, come back in, and a lot of times it fixes those issues. Let's see here. Heather, I appreciate you. Will these storms hit Middletown, Iowa? Cherokee, Iowa? Middletown, no, you should be good. Let's look at Cherokee. Yes, Cherokee, Iowa, potentially you are in this destructive severe thunderstorm warning, so you should be watching out for that. Took a while to fire up, but it went from 0 to 100 real quick. Yep. Yeah, Ferry, what we were looking at, remember when we looked at the mesoscale analysis and we saw 10,000 surface cape here? I was sitting here like, it's probably going to happen, but I don't want to, you know, I don't want to freak people out, but it did reach this kind of crazy level of instability down here. Luke, thanks for the follow. And Heather. Let's see. Thoughts on... Let me see. Arnold's Park here. Arnold's Park, Iowa. Listen, if this thing holds it... There's still a lot of instability out here to the east. We could... This may just go to the south of the Arnold's Park area, but it is possible we still have destructive winds moving through there. And by the way, these storms are moving to the east at almost 75 miles per hour. Very, 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 like 2 to 3 times faster than a normal thunderstorm moves at. So, or your average thunderstorm. Look at this. Look at this that's about to move through Hull. I mean, we're talking about wind gusts. Oh, this is a derecho, guys. This is a derecho. A large boundary of destructive winds. Okay. There are winds in here, straight line winds that are, you know, can do EF1, EF2 damage. So, Hull. Please, guys, just be inside. Be indoors. You're going to be okay. Be indoors. Get away from windows. Interior of a closet. If you're in Alton, if you're in Sheldon, if you're in George, this is coming through Boyden, Iowa. I would say down here as well. If you're in these cities, it's best to just get in a safe spot. This is where we have some crazy winds, but really up and down this boundary. We can look at the latest base velocity. Radar indicate it. Let me make sure we're loaded up here. Yeah, I mean, it's picking up 120 plus mile per hour winds.
New information. A severe destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated.
We can look at, you know, high res velocity is going to pick up higher winds, but that's because it's looking a little bit farther up. So not necessarily the winds at the surface, but you can see widespread 100 mile per hour. Like all through this entire area is 100 plus mile per hour gusts. On the high res, likely more 90 at the surface, but even base velocities, you've got 100 plus mile per hour gusts up and down this. This is a derecho.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
It's actually a quite impressive one. Okay, let me take a look at what's going up on your Minneapolis Metro. Okay, finally. Finally. This should have been here a while ago. Severe thunderstorm warning, 60 plus mile per hour radar indicated gusts and inch radar indicated hail for the entire Minneapolis metro area. We've already had 60 plus mile per hour gusts going through Lino Lakes, Coon Rapids, and Brooklyn Park, but now the severe thunderstorm warning is here, so you're all in it. Again, this is not, I wouldn't consider this, you know, extremely dangerous, but you know, some people are going to probably lose their power here. All right. So you'll probably lose their power here. Let's get back down here. This is a more dangerous situation, but I just want everyone to be aware there are some pretty gusty conditions. Small hail, heavy downpours, thunder and lightning moving through into Minneapolis Metro. We could get 60 to 70 plus mile per hour gusts in that region. Please, everyone in northwestern Iowa, if you're on this map here, get in a safe spot. We do have a derecho moving through. All right. Give me half a second. Give me half a second. Give me half a second. Almost done, Chad. Almost done. Almost done. Just looking something up real quick. Okay. Thank you for the follows, guys. For anyone who's new in here, I do post updates, severe weather updates, rainfall updates, temperature updates, all weather updates for the entire country every single morning. And I do try to stream every single day to stream this stuff. So, again, Minneapolis Metro, severe thunderstorm warning. Some pretty gusty winds, 60 to 70 plus mile per hour gusts are possible moving through there. Small hail and torrential down downpours. Destructive. We do have an extremely dangerous situation in northwestern Iowa. Moving out to the east and southeast. Again, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles. Extensive tree damage and power outages likely. Moving to the east at 65 miles per hour. This storm is moving to the east at 60 miles per hour, 60 to 65 miles per hour. And we do have likely a tornado on the ground up here. Moving to the southeast towards George, Matlock, Sheldon, and Sanborn, Iowa. We do have radar indicated gusts at over 100 to 110 miles per hour. Over a pretty large range. Can I check Spencer? Sure. Spencer, this is moving towards you pretty quickly. You've got a little bit of time, but I would just prepare because you do still have an environment out there where this derecho may hold itself together. It is headed out in your direction. NGT, I appreciate you. Rattlesnake, I appreciate that. You're in Minnesota? It's a pretty vague statement. It's a pretty big state. Can you check Stillwater? Yes. Stillwater, Minnesota. Not there. Come on. Here's Stillwater. So Stillwater, yeah, you've got about 10-15 minutes until these storms move through. We do have some pretty strong gusts up here. So 50, 60 plus mile per hour gusts are possible. And that's going to be moving in anytime now. Hampton, Iowa. Yeah, okay, so the concern is how long does this hold itself together? I think maybe till out here at max, but could it go a little bit farther potentially? So that's what we're trying to see. I like the random blanket statement. I know. 1 second. I need a drink. My throat's hurting from all the talking. Please, guys, if you're out here in northwestern Iowa, 100 plus mile per hour gusts have been reported. Tornado, possibly a tornado on the ground. We're seeing this is damaging, destructive, derecho, moving out to the east. So please be aware of that. Minneapolis Metro, you have some strong thunderstorms moving into your area as well right now. Be right back. I will be right back. I am not getting off. I will be right back. I promise.
New information. This flash flood warning has been updated. New information. This tornado warning has been updated. information. This severe destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Oh, sorry, I'm muted. Sorry, guys. Is that what you were going to tell me? Thanks, bye. My mod had to call me. Sorry, guys. Hey, listen, I haven't done that. I haven't done that all night. Listen, I've been live streaming now for 5 hours straight. It's the first time it happened. Give me a break. All right. I was just saying we do have radar indicated winds still out here of over 100 mile per hour gusts. So we may be getting a little bit of rotation here. This is where we had that possible tornado touchdown in and around Sioux Center. So Primgar, Paulina, Sutherland, just moving out to the east. Just be aware we could have a tornado there. And of course up here we did have rotation. This looks like it's falling apart. I don't see a CC drop. So I think we're okay up here. But again, regardless of if we have a tornado on the ground or not, we do have 100 plus mile per hour radar indicated winds in this derecho setup here. Moving out to the east. I'll answer your questions again in a second. Once again, all of Minneapolis Metro is in a severe thunderstorm warning, 60 plus mile per hour radar indicated gusts and 1 inch radar indicated hail. We definitely have seen over 60 mile per hour gusts right now moving through Shakopee. Actually, look at this down here. We could have 70 plus mile per hour winds there. About to move into Prior Lake. Pretty strong winds in that area. Getting a little bit of lag on weather-wise right now, probably because people are streaming this. I saw I lost about 200 viewers when I was talking talking to you guys on mute. My power went on and off 3 times in Roseville right now. Is anyone Oh, Roseville. Is that like right here? Hold up. Oh no, that just went to that. Okay. Yeah, if like, are any of you in these cities here? Is anyone here in Sheldon, Hospers, Granville, George, Rock Rapids? Let me know what these winds are like there. You're in. How's Sheldon, Jennifer? I'm seeing 100 mile per hour gust potential through Sheldon. Yeah. I'd be shocked if your power was on, but maybe it is. Yeah, there's potential for another. There's potential for a tornado right here heading out to the east, and then as well up here heading to the southeast. Tornado in Hospers. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. That's the area I was talking about. We were talking about Hospers. Moving just to the east of it now. We could have something on the ground here. It's hard to see a tornado right now, guys, because everything, all the winds here are crazy. Usually you see a tornado because you see winds moving in the opposite direction. You see high velocity winds. But this is a derecho. So this is you're getting like QLCS tornadoes embedded in a derecho. It makes it very hard to pick apart where the tornado actually is. Makes it extremely hard. Harder than picking off an average tornado, where the wind speeds aren't that great around it, but then you have high wind speeds in one area. Lightning pretty loud in Barron County. How's White Bear Lake? You know, your weather's going to be improving. Another severe thunderstorm warning just stretched down there to the south. Yeah, look at this. I'm saying these Lakeville, Cedar Lake, Webster, Lexington, everything in between out here. Prior Lake, Spring Lake, you should have some strong winds moving in right now. Credit, River. You could get 60, 70 plus mile per hour gusts moving through that area. Sorry. Okay. Let's get back down here. Newton, Ohio. The wind that came through my area had to have been 70 plus miles per hour. Ah, Marissa, I forget exactly where you are. You can tell me in Discord so you don't have to dox yourself. Crap, I forgot what I was typing. Savage, Minnesota. The winds are strong.
Information. This flash flood warning has been updated.
Savage.
A new destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, up here. We've got decent winds along this boundary. All right, destructive thunderstorm warning extended out towards Sioux Rapids, Albert City, Storm Lake, Newell, Arnold's Park, Spirit Lake, Milford, Ruthven, Spencer. If you guys are in this, again, 80 plus mile per hour radar indicated winds. They should change this to 90 plus mile per hour, or I don't know why they still have it as 80 plus mile per hour. They have observed winds of 90 miles per hour. Okay, they changed this to 90 mile per hour observed. You can see that right there. They changed that to 90 mile per hour observed. So I don't know why they don't have 90 mile per hour radar indicated or 90 mile per hour observed out here, or radar, or I guess they're thinking it could weaken. I don't know. I think it's interesting. Interesting choices. Still tour possible. You can see our main kind of derecho line right here. Paulina, you're about to have very strong winds move in. Primgar, if that's how you pronounce it. Sanborn. Marcus, strong winds moving in right now. But just be aware if you are now in this extended destructive severe thunderstorm warning down there. Cedar Rapids, Iowa. These storms are going to lose a lot of steam before they get there. You guys should be good. West Bend, Iowa. I don't think we're going to have a derecho that far out to the east, but it's not impossible. I think this thing is going to weaken a little bit, but keep alerts on. Make sure you have a way to get woken up by alerts. We could see this sustain pretty far out to the east, only because I do know we still have really, we have high levels of CAPE here. Let me look at the latest CAPE numbers out here, actually. Let me take a look. Oh, yeah. Does that say what I think? So we still currently have close to 9,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE here. Some of you might not know what 9,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE is. I understand that. To sustain a strong, severe thunderstorm, you need at a minimum, once you get to around 1,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE, you can sustain a severe thunderstorm. You can have a severe thunderstorm form. So this is about 9 times the amount of CAPE or convective available potential energy, or in another word, instability. It's about 9 times more instability that you need just for a regular severe thunderstorm warning. And that level of instability stretches out pretty far. It's stretching out like this. This whole area is still extremely unstable. I want to look at the tornado parameters here real quick, and then I'll get back. I'll answer your questions. Okay. Still some violent tornado parameters down here as well, to the south of the storm. But if we don't have the convection, it doesn't matter. A lot of this convection is up to the north. I'll look at Minnesota again. I'll go back up there, yes. One second. Let's see. All right, here's what's going on in Minneapolis Metro. Very strong winds down here. New Prague, Montgomery, Lexington, Lonesdale, Cedar Lake. If you guys are down here, you know where you are on the map. You can turn my video horizontal as well on TikTok. You know where you are. Very strong winds down here. It says 60 mile per hour radar indicated. There. Thank you. They changed it. 70 mile per hour radar indicated gusts. I think we could have 70 to 80 plus mile per hour gusts right here moving through New Prague or New Prague, however you pronounce it, Montgomery, Lonesdale, Webster, potentially all as far north as Burnsville, Prior Lake, Credit, Lakeville, Apple Valley. All right. Valeska. Is that how you pronounce it? I appreciate that. James Wallace, Amanda, Megan. Thank you guys. Haley. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. And I appreciate the follows and subs, guys. I appreciate that. Seriously. I've been on for a little over 5 hours now. Do I tell them to get in the basement or is the house okay? Shannon Bar. Where are they? Tufts, I can add you as a mod after stream. Just remind me in Discord, just for future. Confused Blonde, you're awesome. I appreciate you. Mods, I know you've been on for a long time. If you have to go, it's fine. But I know it's been a lot of work to stream, but you guys are awesome. I love you all. Oh, man, wait, I didn't see her answer because the chat was moving too quick. Listen, if you're right out ahead of this, we have wins in here. Smith. I appreciate you, Smith. Thank you for supporting the stream. I appreciate that. If you're out here, if you're right out ahead of this, okay? So if you're in Hartley, Melvin, Sutherland, I don't know how to pronounce that. Paulina,
New information. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Velocities are still really high. It's weird what's going. It's kind of strange because the reflectivity is looking a little off. But we still have derecho conditions here moving out into the east. Let me actually look at this on Radar Omega really quick, guys. Give me a second. Is this... Oh, it's because it's getting out of range of that radar. We're getting into a weird spot. Which I don't love. Wow, look at those winds. Okay. That's just out to the west of Sutherland. Let's look at our base velocity. Yeah, I mean, these are still wild looking winds in here. Let's see what radar indicated. 107, 110 mile per hour base velocity winds. 110, 100 mile per hour. Yeah, these are still pretty. They're still pretty high. Is it done in Sioux Falls? Yes. Is the storm moving straight east? East, southeast. Smith, again, I appreciate you with the Jolly. Thank you, Smith. Thank you. Spirit Lake, Iowa. Spirit Lake, this is headed towards you. So, make sure you have alerts on. This might skirt just to your south, but it might not. It's going to be close. Trying to see if we have a tornado embedded here. As we get farther away from this radar, our reflectivity and velocity readings are going to be a little bit weird. There's a little bit of a dead space in here with radar, so... Tornado possible in Spirit Lake. It's possible. I don't see it happening right now. We do have a little bit of a notch here, so I'm a little nervous about maybe a tornado just to the north of Sutherland. I'm trying to see if there's rotation on the reflectivity. Again, our radar is getting a little bit sloppy because of where these storms are right now. There is rotation happening up here, but it's a kind of large-scale rotation. This is mainly just, again, damaging straight line winds. Spencer, Iowa. Holy crap. Smith, I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Let's look at Spencer, Iowa. Spencer, yes, you're kind of dead center of where the strongest winds are here. So make sure you're just inside, obviously, away from windows. Maybe get into an interior room when this thing is approaching. The storm is still moving off to the east at a pretty decent clip, 60 miles per hour. So it's not too far away, maybe 20, 30 minutes away from Spencer, Iowa, or at least from the border of Spencer, Iowa. And we still do have derecho conditions out here. My grandma is in Sanborn. Is she good? They've got pretty strong winds moving over right now. So as long as she's inside, she's good. You know, she's I would assume that they're losing power. I'd be surprised if Sanborn didn't lose power. There's some pretty damaging winds moving through there. Mason City. Mason City, Iowa. This could still be holding strength that far out east, though. I think it's gonna lose. I think it's gonna lose a little steam. Again, up here in Minnesota, 70+ mile per hour radar indicated winds for Minneapolis Metro, but really they're moving down here through Burnsville, Rosemont, Farmington, Cedar Lake, New Prague, and everything in between. We do have Lonesdale, Montgomery. Pretty high velocity winds moving down here out towards Northfield, Faribault, Waterville, and Madison Lake. So, with a tour possible down here, I don't see a tornado on the ground here on radar. But Mankato, you've got some strong winds. It looks like moving into, although it depends what radar. We got to get to the close radar. Give me a second. There we go. This is the radar. This is the radar we want to use. Here we go. Yeah, Mankato, you should be good. So I don't see a tornado on the ground here, but again, if you're out here, Waterville, Warsaw, Faribault, Awatona, if that's how you pronounce it, just understand that there is a tour possible in there. This is all 70+ mile per hour wind gust radar indicated. Considerable damage threat up here in Minneapolis Metro and moving to the southeast. Again, if you're new in the stream, we do have an extremely dangerous situation, ongoing derecho event, tour possible, 80+ mile per hour radar indicated winds with 90+ mile per hour winds observed. Moving to the east in northwestern Iowa. Carrie, I appreciate that. What is going on here on Earth? Their weather's abnormal. It's not abnormal. We get stuff like this happening every year. The United States specifically sees like 70 to 80% of all severe weather on planet Earth because of where we're geographically located with the extremely warm Gulf of Mexico, which is one of the hottest bodies of water on planet Earth, and Canada to the north, just to the south of the Arctic, which is much more variable and cold than the Antarctic. So we typically see much more severe weather than anywhere else, which is why it's fun to be a weather enthusiast or meteorologist in this country. Let's see here. Now, I mean, derechos aren't super common, so this is definitely, you know, but we get them every year. Wind is insane here in the Twin Cities. Yeah. Yep, it's moving south now, but this thing definitely picked up some steam like we talked about. You hear tornado sirens in Burnsville. It could just be from winds, 70+ mile per hour gusts, considerable damage threat. Sometimes they'll sound off the tornado sirens because of that. But I don't see a tornado threat up there in Burnsville. Strong winds. It's not that exciting in Bloomington. Okoboji. I don't know how to pronounce that. Yeah, listen, we could have damaging winds moving through that area around Spirit Lake, Arnold's Park, Milford, Oko, however you pronounce that. In about 30, 40 minutes. So just keep your alerts on. And if you do hear the winds outside start to pick up, just get into the interior of your home and you'll be just fine. Get away from windows. Cherokee has some high winds and power keeps flickering on and off.
Considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Makes sense because of where this is. Mason City. Is that what I saw, Mason City? I think these storms will die off before they get that far out. Or they'll be... Definitely, we won't see this... they're going to lose a little steam before they get out to Mason City, Iowa. Yes, so Sioux Rapids, this is approaching you. Spencer, Lake Park, Spirit Lake, Arnold's Park, Milford, Cherokee, this is approaching Cherokee, Iowa. Let's see here. It's going to be Storm Lake. Guys, get ready. Yeah. Estherville, down towards Emmitsburg, down towards Pocahontas. We may see this severe or this destructive severe thunderstorm warning extended out in your direction. Hey, Cole, Sarah, I appreciate you guys. Apple Valley, Minnesota. Where are you guys? You guys are... There it is. Yeah, I mean, your weather should be lighting up in maybe 15, 20 minutes, but you got a little bit of a...
This severe destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated.
A little bit more wind and torrential downpours to come through there. One second, guys. One second, guys. Give me 1 second. Almost done. Okay. I'm back. Tama, Iowa? Where's that? You guys should be good. I think these storms are going to dissipate as they get that far out to the southeast. Jack, I appreciate the follow. Thank you. Wells, Minnesota. Wells, you're looking pretty good. There's some strong thunderstorms out to your west, but nothing too bad. Nothing too bad. Not compared to what's going on elsewhere. Montgomery, Lonesdale, Webster, Northfield, Faribault. These winds are moving through your area. We did just get a severe thunderstorm warning stretching out into, and I was talking about this. I was saying, you know, it didn't look like Eau Claire was going to see anything. Models didn't see Eau Claire really getting anything tonight. But suddenly, Eau Claire, you are in a considerable damage threat severe thunderstorm warning. 70-plus mile radar indicated winds moving out to the east. These severe thunderstorms warning should have been here a long time ago. Adazam, that's how you pronounce it. I appreciate you. I appreciate the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you you do have access to my Discord now, Connor's Climate Corner HQ, where I do upload updates on everything weather, including volcano, earthquakes, space weather, everything weather, every single day. So thanks for becoming a member of the Climate Crew, and you can join that Discord if you'd like. Connor's Climate Corner HQ. You do have access to it once you become a sub on TikTok. And here we go. We got another severe thunderstorm warning down here to the south as well. So now we have Red Wing, Cannon Falls, Northfield, Kenyon, Good Hue, Menominee. Okay, I'm not going to say that right. But everywhere out towards Eau Claire. 70-plus mile per hour wind gusts are possible. 70 to 80-plus mile per hour wind gusts radar indicated. So this has hit another line of instability.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning.
Models didn't really see it. Well, some models saw this good yesterday and then pulled away, and now we're. This is an interesting setup. I will tell you this: the only thing that's really shocking me that's going on right now is what's going on out here in Wisconsin. There wasn't much pointing towards these storms holding much strength as they approached, especially out as far east as Eau Claire. But here we are. Kelsey and Sarah, I appreciate you guys. Des Moines, again, that far to the southeast. It's going to be tough for these storms to hold on to the strength they have now. But as we get early into the morning, 2, 3 a.m. Central, 1, 2 a.m. Central, it is possible to have some strong thunderstorms moving through your area. Sutherland, Iowa. Man, I was like, I'm getting tired. I was like, I might get off, and we still have like a derecho event in northwestern Iowa, and now these widespread potential damaging winds up here. Okay, I might be on a while longer, but I might need to take a break. Oh my gosh, been 5.5 hours. Time flies when you're having fun. Any tornadoes confirmed in northwestern Iowa? I think we might see that they were confirmed tomorrow. But when a tornado happens in a derecho, it's really hard for the radar to tell what the heck's going on because you've got 100-plus mile per hour gusts everywhere. It's hard for it to pick the tornado out, other than the opposite wind direction, but it's just tough for it to see. This is turning out to be what we thought it could be. Speaking out, let's see if Matt's on stream. Edina, Minnesota, done. Should be, yes, or at least playing. So yeah, so this turned out to be something.
What a wow.
Dude, I was pulling on the high res velocity, 135 mile per hour gust.
That's what we were looking at here too.
And on the base velocity, 115. Yeah.
Well, you know what's crazy too is the rear inflow jet that's coming in behind the MCS in Iowa could get this thing going for until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So it even looks like a low is trying to develop up in Sibley.
I know. You know, remember I was telling you on the phone earlier, like we've got 10,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE in northwestern Iowa. And it kicked in. We needed that jet too, though. It kicked in. I told.
It's always late evening when it does.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
I told my chat I'm not surprised by that. I'm surprised that we've got 70-plus mile per hour wind gusts approaching Eau Claire, Wisconsin. That is pretty far out east.
That's what in Minneapolis, when they issued their severe thunderstorm watch, they did it conditionally only for 65-mile-an-hour winds. So they had 70s not too long ago, and they've got 80s now on the southern side.
I was seeing radar indicated winds over 70 miles per hour 30 minutes before they put any warning over Minneapolis, too, which was weird.
So that makes sense. Well, they remember too. I don't know if you saw this when we had those tornado warnings that were ongoing in South Dakota earlier. The Aberdeen, South Dakota National Weather Service radar system went down, and then the one in Sioux City did. So they had to use Minneapolis to issue the severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings in South Dakota early this afternoon. That's why they were looking weird.
Yeah,
So
wow.
they've been on edge all day today because they've had to multitask and do stuff they're not supposed to do. So it makes sense to me.
Yeah,
honestly.
they missed a bunch, probably 3 tornado warnings that should have been up over the last 30-45 minutes in northwestern Iowa. Chat was talking about too. Yeah, very obvious ones, like super obvious ones.
It's been a weird day start from finish. Even since we started looking at this last night, and it took forever to get this going.
I know.
Probably the moderate risk will probably verify now, but
Yeah.
this is just crazy.
It will verify. Yeah, I'm really interested to see. They're going to classify this as a derecho, northwestern Iowa, 100%.
Yeah, and especially if it long tracks too much of the state tonight too.
Yeah. Okay, well, you guys heard that, guys. Matt does think there is potential, and I'll have to take a look at what's going on with our jet, but for this to long track and get pretty far out to the east. All right, well, I've been on for 5.5 hours straight, and I guess I'll stay on a little bit longer.
You're just gonna sleep, dude. It is 6 early. I'll be on until 3 or 4 probably. So.
All right, if I get off, I'll send people your direction.
Sounds good, bud. Y'all
All
say hi to Connor.
What's going on, chat?
Y'all go check out Connor's stream too. He's also live. Make sure
I'll be live for a little bit longer. Maybe another hour. Maybe another hour. All right, I'll talk to you later. I'm going to answer some questions in chat.
Sounds good, bud.
All right, see ya. Sorry, guys. Kelsey, Sarah, Smith, Sarah. I appreciate the gifts. Again, if you're just joining, we have a extremely dangerous situation derecho event unfolding in northwestern Iowa. Cherokee, you've got storms moving in there. Sioux Rapids, you're next. Spencer, you're next. Arnold's Park, Spirit Lake, Milford, getting close to Lake Park. And we could see that extended out. We also, southeastern Minnesota, we do have strong 70-plus mile per hour wind gusts. Radar indicated wind gusts moving, approaching Eau Claire, Menominee. So you guys told me how to pronounce this earlier. Menominee, we're just going to say that. Out there in Wisconsin, Ellsworth, Oak Grove, Red Wing, Cannon Falls, Northfield, Faribault, Waseca. Get ready. Some strong winds out here. We do have a Torpause. Severe thunderstorm down here. Tornado possible in this. If we did have one, really hard to tell. Let's see if we can see the rotation on here. Looks like it could be right in here if we did get a tornado touching down just to the, it could be in the, just to the southeast of, yeah, Waterville, right here. Moving to the southeast. So Medford, Owatonna, just be aware of that. I don't think there's a tornado down there right now, but there could be shortly. Extremely strong winds right now moving into Warsaw, Faribault, Cannon City, Northfield, Stanton. And, of course, down here in northwestern Iowa, approaching Spencer, Milford, down to Storm Lake, and everyone in between and above. All right. My brother and sister are in Prior Lake, Minnesota. Are they good? Yeah, they're good. They're good. Storms passed over them. Prior Lake got probably some pretty gusty winds, but, again, the most destructive stuff is down here. Prior Lake should be good. Jackson, Minnesota. Yeah, Jackson got some strong thunderstorms moving over, but you're pretty much done for the night with severe weather. The farther these storms down here get down to the southeast, well, I guess hopefully we'll get a nice transfer to this radar shortly. It's starting to pick up these storms pretty good. You can see that. This radar, for some reason, when it's getting down to this direction, I don't think it's picking up correctly what's happening with the reflectivity because they're moving away instead of towards. This one's going to start to pick it up. So we'll switch to that radar soon. Sioux City, Iowa should be good for the night. When is it hitting Davenport? I know where Davenport is. It's going to be, we're not going to have much left by the time it gets over to Davenport. You guys should be good. So what Matt brought up was this 850 millibar jet, or this low-level jet out behind it that could keep this thing going. Nearly 90,000 reported power outages in Minnesota. For those asking, yeah, and that's gonna go up. Yes, good to get out of the basement in Minneapolis or MPLS. Is that Minneapolis, St. Paul? What's MPLS? Yeah, Minneapolis. Yes. You're good. This has moved off to the southeast. Are tornadoes possible in Minnesota? They're possible. Yes, they are possible. We could have one trying to get itself together, moving down to the east, southeast towards Owatonna right now. Don't see any other ones right now, but we'll watch. Spencer, get ready. The storm's moving into your area. I'm worried about a little rotation just to the west, or moving into Spencer as well. Iowa. Spirit Lake, you're probably about 20 minutes away from having some pretty strong winds move in. So just make sure if you start to hear those wind gusts get too strong outside, you stay away from windows and get into the interior of your home. Owatonna. Okay, I'm not gonna remember that, but I should remember that. Pablo, I appreciate the follow. Thank you guys. Menominee. Menominee. Listen, I'm going to be living up in Minnesota. For those of you who weren't in here before, I moved to Minnesota in 4 days, so from Philly. So I'll have to learn all the names, all the Midwestern cities in and around Minnesota. Hastings, Minnesota. Hastings, your weather should only be improving at this point. It's going to rain for a little bit longer. All right, Nicole. Got it right. Clear Lake, Iowa. Listen, we'll see. These storms could make it that far out east. Keep your alerts on tonight. I think they'll be a little bit weaker by the time they get out there, but I did want to take a look. I guess I could do it. I want to look. I'll do it on my end at our mesoscale analysis again and see what's going on with this jet. Give me a second. What is going on with our jet stream? Is it going to keep... This is going to help me know if this derecho type event up in northwest, or this derecho in northwestern Iowa is going to sustain for a little bit longer than maybe expected. Let's take a look. Upper air. Yeah, I mean, we've got a pretty strong jet in and around Minneapolis, as well as down there, western Iowa. Give me 1 second, guys. I just want to see what's happening here. Oh, there we go. Let me change sectors. Oh yeah. It's right behind it, like Matt said. It's moving with it. We could see that sustained. Interesting. Give me 1 more second, guys. I'm just looking at what's happening in the atmosphere right now in that area. A little bit of helicity out ahead of this storm too. It's not great. Our violent tornado parameters still around, but it's not too bad. Okay. All right. Let's get back to answering questions. Sarah Fisherman, I appreciate you guys. And Jules. Smith again. Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Okay, here we go, guys. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This does include Bancroft. You know where you guys are. Armstrong, Ethersville, Emmitsburg, West Bend. Up here, 80+ mile per hour observed winds. They're saying in the storm that's approaching you guys. So, again, if you're up here, this is a destructive damage threat, Tor possible. So, just be aware if you hear winds beginning to pick up speed. Or if you hear those wind gusts outside, we'll see. As this approaches you, I would make sure you're at least away from windows or in the interior of your home, and you should be safe. But this destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been stretched out farther out to the east, almost all the way to Buffalo Center. Spirit Lake, these winds are getting pretty close to you guys. Lake Park, Spirit Lake, these winds are moving in, so just make sure you're in a safe spot at your home. Spencer, these winds are moving in now. Sioux Rapids and Alta and Storm Lake, these are getting pretty close to you as well. The worst of the winds do look like they are now up on the northern portion of this, though. So Sioux Rapids down to Storm Lake, you guys may be okay, but there's still some strong wind gusts down there. Let's look at what's going on up here in Minneapolis. Still some very strong. Let's make sure we're on a good radar here. Still some really strong wind gusts down here, moving through Faribault, Waseca, out towards Owatonna, Cannon Falls. We do have these 70+ mile per hour radar indicated wind gust severe thunderstorm warnings stretched pretty much from Eau Claire all the way down to Mankato. And these storms are moving down to the southeast. That does include into Winona and Rochester, Minnesota. Let's see if we can see the rotation up here, because they're still calling this Tor pause. A little bit of rotation in here. Potentially. Somewhere in between Spencer and Milford. In the rotation in the clouds, not on the ground right now. Brandy, I appreciate you. Fort Dodge. Fort Dodge, keep your alerts on today. This could sustain some energy as it heads out towards you. You're not too far, so you could see a destructive severe thunderstorm warning soon. Des Moines. Not impossible to get some strong thunderstorms later tonight. It's going to be very difficult for these storms to remain severe past this point. So I don't expect anything too destructive or damaging in Des Moines. Not impossible, but not highly likely. Keep your alerts on in Des Moines. But by the time these storms get down to Des Moines, the environment is not going to be extremely unstable. And we should be definitely seeing a lot of weakened storms. Storm Lake. Yeah, I was just talking about that, yeah. Storm Lake is looking a tiny bit better right now because it looks like the majority of these winds, of the strongest winds, are up to the north. Sioux Rapids, you have strong winds moving through. Storm Lake, you have strong winds moving through. No tornado threat, though, as long as they're inside in Storm Lake. Inside, away from windows. You know, if they hear the wind gusts pick up outside too much, just get into a closet, interior closet. But right now, I think Storm Lake's going to be all right. But they are going to get some pretty strong winds moving through in a second here. Spencer, Iowa. And just, guys, a reminder, destructive damage threat severe thunderstorm warning, again, was extended out into the east, out in this area here, almost all the way out to Buffalo Center. It does include Algona, Bancroft, Emmitsburg, West Bend, Armstrong, Ethersville, and Eau Claire down to Mankato. These storms are moving down to the southeast towards Rochester and Winona and La Crosse. I was going to look up something. I have to stop forgetting. Savage is good. These storms are moving away now. Should be getting better. Marion, Iowa. Marion, Iowa, same type of thing. I think these storms are going to be pretty weak by the time they get out there. I'm not too concerned about Marion, Iowa. Power's, yeah, your power's up, Minnesota. Yeah, I think we'll probably at least have over 100,000 people without power in Minnesota and around Minneapolis metro. They've downgraded this to 70+ mile per hour radar indicated winds, so that's good. Let's hope that continues.
This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, they changed that. They downgraded this right now to 70 miles per hour, considerable from destructive. That's good news. So hopefully that continues. This live stream is too local. I'm just covering where all the severe weather. This is literally all the severe weather in the country. There's no other severe weather currently. Yeah, you do have a severe thunderstorm warning out here in actually in Minnesota. Got about 1.5 inches hail to the north of Billings. 50+ mile per hour gusts heading into Billings, Montana. So that's something to watch out for. Not too bad though. Not compared to what's going on out here. There it is. Observed 70. Observed. I got kicked. My stream reset.
Considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
My stream reset. One second, let me let some people hop back in here. What happened? I don't know. TikTok kicked me off for inactivity.
A new severe thunderstorm warning.
Do you guys think that I was inactive? Classic. Kicked me off for inactivity. What do you think? Yeah. All that inactivity, I know. All right, guys, we'll get started again talking about this. Give me 1 second. All right, we're back. Sorry, guys. I got kicked off. Someone came in and said it was cloud seeding. This is not cloud seeding. Yeah, TikTok, you ready for this? TikTok kicks me off my stream for inactivity. This app is dumb. Okay. Luckily, these. I don't know if I fully agree with this. I think I do. We're seeing a little bit of a collapse with this derecho. It's looking less and less. It's probably not even considered derecho at this point. But 70+ mile per hour observed winds heading east. Now we have Fort Dodge involved. Eagle Grove, Pocahontas. Almost down to Sac City, all the way up towards Armstrong, Buffalo Center, Algona, Emmitsburg, Ethersville, and everyone in between. Considerable damage threat, severe thunderstorm warning. These storms are moving out to the east at a decent pace at about 60 miles per hour. About twice as fast as a normal thunderstorm. We also have this big QLCS, MCS, moving to the south, moving to the southeast. This is about to enter into Eau Claire, it's entered into Red Wing, Lake City, Wabasha, getting pretty close to Rochester and Owatonna. 70+ mile per hour gusts have been radar indicated, and some small hail and torrential downpours are heading in that direction. Sorry for anyone who was in my stream earlier. I got, as I said, I got kicked off for inactivity, which is hilarious because I've been nonstop talking. Lake Park, Iowa. Your weather should be slowly improving in Lake Park, Iowa. Minneapolis is not going to get hit again later. Nope, you'll be good. You will be good. How do you read radar? Well, I don't have time to explain that right now. Another reason to go to YouTube. Exactly, Brandon. Silver and Cecily? I appreciate that. Is it slowing down in Mankato? You're good. You're good for the 9 Mankato, Minnesota. Is storm increasing or decreasing? It depends on how you look at it. The storm up here, Rochester is now in a severe thunderstorm warning as well. 60-mile-per-hour radar indicated wind is 3/4 inch.
A new considerable
What?
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
How are wind speeds through Iowa? The destructive thunderstorm has been downgraded to a. Let's switch this up. The destructive thunderstorm has been downgraded to a. Well, actually, did they just upgrade it again? No. 70 plus mile per hour. 70 plus mile per hour wind gusts have been observed. So this was destructive. This is probably going to be switched to considerable now. But we'll see. We could easily still see 80 to 90 plus mile per hour gusts moving out east into Ethersville. Like I said, Emmitsburg, out towards Algona, Bancroft, down to Humboldt, Pocahontas, Fort Dodge, everywhere in between. So just be aware of that. The storms up here to the northeast are actually probably intensifying more than these are, but these are still a little bit more destructive
Severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
down in Iowa. Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Yeah, you guys are pretty far out to the southeast. You guys should be good tonight. Des Moines, Iowa. We'll have to watch you guys. You're going to get some bad weather later. I don't expect super severe weather down in Des Moines. We'll see these storms losing a little bit of steam. But keep your alerts on just in case. It's going to be a close call. Appreciate that, Heart. Thank you. Mason City. Mason City. Yeah, look, you're probably going to experience some strong thunderstorms tonight. Potentially severe, heavy downpours again. Big issue here is going to be flash flooding as well. So keep your alerts on tonight. We're seeing these winds kind of lessen a little bit. We still have a pretty good amount of instability out here. 7,000 to 8,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE out here. So we could still see these 80, 90 plus mile per hour gusts associated with this MCS headed out to the east. I wouldn't call this a derecho anymore. It was a derecho for quite a while, though.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Snowy, I appreciate that.
New information. Thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Lacrosse, yeah, we could get some 60 to 70 plus mile per hour gusts through that area tonight. Some small hail. So keep your alerts on. You're probably another couple hours away, or at least an hour and a half. How much longer is Lakeville, Minnesota in it? I don't think very long. Let me see.
This flash flood
Lakeville, you're good. That your weather's getting much better right now. Wright County, Iowa. You could end up seeing these, like I said, 80 to 90 mile per hour local wind gusts, because we still have a pretty good structure here with this MCS. It's not impossible to see another derecho event.
new information. This considerable severe
I'd say 45 minutes to an hour, so just make sure your alerts are on. User, I appreciate that. Sorry for anyone who was in here earlier. It kicked me off TikTok for inactivity, which is crazy because I haven't stopped talking for 6 hours straight. Sioux City, you should be good for tonight. Baldwin, Wisconsin.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Oh, I said ball wind. That's not how it's spelled. Oh my God, not California. Here we go, chat. Baldwin, Wisconsin, these storms are moving out. Flash flooding could be an issue moving on through the night, but you're pretty good when it comes to wind, tornado threat, all that other good stuff. One second, guys. I looked at that area earlier. Okobji. You guys do have some very strong winds moving through right now. Spirit Lake. Yeah, Spirit Lake. Arnold's Park area. Pretty good winds. It's going to move through pretty quick. Again, these storms are moving very, very fast. But you're going to have an excessive amount of rainfall there. You guys could be in that for another 25 minutes. What's going on in Cherokee? Some strong winds moving through right now. Heavy downpours. It's should be getting better for you. Yeah, no, Cherokee should be improving right now. Algona. You guys probably got about 40 minutes before this moves in. 70 plus mile per hour wind gusts. I would say 80 to 90 plus mile per hour wind gusts are going to be possible with this out in this region of northwestern Iowa. So have your alerts on if you hear those winds pick up too much outside. Make sure you get into an interior room, closet, or storm shelter if you have one in the home. Again, up here, we do have 70 plus mile per hour radar indicated wind gusts now moving down to the southeast, continuing to push towards Austin, Minnesota, Rochester, Minnesota, Wabasha, Minnesota, Red Cedar, Eau Claire, and Stanley, Thorpe, Wisconsin. Thanks, Leon. Lake Park, you should see an improvement in about 10 to 15 minutes. I know you're probably still getting some pretty bad weather. Let me check on something real quick. All right. Sac City, Iowa, at any risk? Yeah, I saw where you guys were. I think you guys are good. A lot of these storms are staying just to your north, but you are going to have some strong thunderstorms move in shortly. Not impossible to get small hail, 60 plus mile per hour gusts. The worst of it looks to remain to your north for now. Which radar do I want to use? It's tough. We'll stick with this one for now. Well, got it. These storms are moving into a radar dead zone. Smelly Shelly, I appreciate you. Elizabeth, I appreciate you. Stephanie BC, what's going on? What's happening in Fort Dodge, Iowa? You guys are in a considerable damage threat severe thunderstorm warning. So 70 plus mile per hour winds have been observed out to the west of you. And they could be approaching your city in about 35 minutes, we'll say. Small hail is also possible. We did get an update with our severe thunderstorm warning to the north. They're sticking with 80 plus mile per hour observed winds. So we could see 90 plus mile per hour gusts moving through this portion. Westbound out to Algona, up to Bancroft, Armstrong, Ethersville, down to Emmitsburg. You could see strong. destructive winds right in that region. Again, for everyone up here, Minneapolis Metro, this is actually way far down to your south now. These storms are moving down into Austin, Rochester, Wabasha, and Eau Claire. Continuing off into the southeast at a pretty good clip, around 50, 60 miles per hour. Britt, Iowa. Keep your alerts on. These storms could maintain their strength as they push through Britt with some pretty strong winds tonight.
This severe destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Cresco. Cresco, Iowa. It is possible to have these storms maintain their strength. Keep your alerts on tonight. We could see 60, 70 plus mile per hour gusts moving through there about an hour and a half. Pretty late. But yeah, it is possible. These storms are moving in your direction. Again, Des Moines, I don't think we're going to see too bad of weather in Des Moines tonight. I'd say have alerts on. It's possible we could get some bad weather moving into there around 1, 2 a.m. Central time. But these are going to lose a little bit of steam the farther down they push to the southwest or southeast. Eau Claire, these storms are very close to pushing through. 25 minutes max, maybe. 70 plus mile per hour, 60 plus mile per hour radar indicated winds with 1 inch radar indicated hail. Des in BC, I appreciate you again.
New information. This flash flood warning has been updated.
I'll probably be on, guys, another 15 to 20 minutes. I've been on 6 hours straight now. I do got to get up in the morning for work. But I will keep staying on and I will keep updating you until then. Another probably 15 minutes. We've got more severe thunderstorm warnings. Now pushing down into Denison, Carroll, up towards Lake City. Almost down to Coon Rapids and Jefferson. So you can see these severe thunderstorm warnings are starting to getting closer and closer to Des Moines. The most severe winds are up here to the north. We're talking Pocahontas, Manson, Fort Dodge, Hamble, Algona, Emmetsburg, and Ethersville. These winds are moving into your area. Some destructive. What was that? Fairmont, Minnesota.
New information. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Your weather's improving. You're good. You're good. Savage, you're good. Your weather's improving. Sioux City, you're good. You're good for the night. Ames, Iowa. That's how you pronounce it. About 2 hours, you could have some strong, hour and a half to 2 hours, you could have some strong thunderstorms moving into your area. I don't expect a derecho type conditions, but maybe 60, 70 plus mile per hour gusts are possible. Savage, yeah, you're good for the night. Let's hit Arlington, Iowa. These storms will move through Arlington, Iowa. It's probably a few hours away, and they won't be as strong. But it's going to be pretty late in the night. We're not going to see a destructive threat. Very unlikely to see a destructive threat through that area tonight. Yeshua, I appreciate you. Rubes, I appreciate you. Tina, I appreciate you. Thank you, guys. Appreciate anyone who's followed. Gifted, just being in here. Thank you, guys. Sioux Center, Iowa. You guys are good for the night. Just some downpours. You guys are good for the night. Rochester, Minnesota, with these storms are getting real close to you. I'd say 40 minutes max, these storms are going to be there. 60 to 70 plus mile per hour gusts are possible with small hail. Eau Claire, getting close. Reporting live from Crystal, Minnesota, there seems to be some precipitation outside. Oh, yeah? Let's see. Not much up there anymore. There was earlier. Sioux City, you're good. You're. I mean, you could see some thunder showers on the back end of this, but most of your severe weather's gone. SPC needs to update. Again, 80 plus mile per hour observed winds are still up here. Algona, out to Emmitsburg, Ethersville, Armstrong, everyone in between. So an airport out here did report almost a 90 mile per hour wind gust about 16 minutes ago. That's why I said I think we could have 90, 100 mile per hour wind gusts up here still. Additionally, wind gusts of 60 to 90 miles per hour have been observed on other portions of northwestern Iowa. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles. Extensive tree damage and power outages are likely. We're talking about up here. Just make sure if you hear those wind gusts picking up outside, you get into an interior of your home. If you're inside of home, you should be perfectly fine. But inside interior closet or interior room without windows will be good too, because we still do have some violent winds up there. And 70 plus mile per hour observed winds down in this region as well, a little bit to the southeast, Pocahontas down to Rockwell City up to Humboldt. And we could see those winds intensify down in Denison, Carroll, and Lake City shortly. Again, up here, strong wind gusts and small hail are about to move into Eau Claire, down to Lake City, or potentially Lake City, Dodge Center, close to Rochester.
New information. This considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Shakopee, your weather is improving now. You should be good for the night. Kathy, appreciate the follow. Ben and Son, I appreciate you guys. Awatona. Why can't I see it on the map? Aren't you guys right out here? Am I crazy? You guys are good. Your weather's going to be improving. Will this reach Chicago? Yes, but it'll be pretty dang weak. That's not reach Chicago, so don't worry. Don't you worry. Pretty dang weak by the time it reaches Chicago. Yes, Minneapolis Minneapolis Metro is done. Minneapolis suburbs are done for the night. Faribault, including you, you're done for the night. You should be good. Weather should be improving there. It should be. Des Moines, Iowa, you could see some strong to severe thunderstorms moving in 2.5 hours. These storms are likely to lose a lot of steam before they get there, but still keep your alerts on. See? St. Croix? Are we talking about St. Croix Falls? I didn't see a state with that, but if that's what we're talking about, you're good. Storm Lake, Iowa. Storm Lake, Iowa. Your weather is now should be improving at this point. Oh my god, I need a stretch. Go to the gym tomorrow. It's too much sitting today. What was that? Alberta, Minnesota. If that's what you're talking about up there near Morris, you guys are good. Mason City, Iowa. Mason City, keep your alerts on. These storms are moving out in your direction. Not impossible to get some damaging wind in an hour, 1 to 2 hours out there as these storms continue to push off into the south and east. Again, they're not going to be as strong as they are now, but yeah, well, we'll see. We do have a decent low-level jet that's trying to assist these storms and keep them juiced up, keep that energy going as we push on later through the night and into the early hours of tomorrow morning. Wow, models were wrong, but they were right. We did get a derecho. We do have widespread destructive winds, but they saw that happening here, and it's happened out here. Instability was just out of place, not where they thought it would be. All right, we have all these. We have now Rochester down to Stewartville, Austin. You guys are in that 70+ mile per hour, considerable damage threat, severe thunderstorm warning. Wabasha down to almost Independence, Wisconsin, Buffalo City, Wisconsin. These storms are approaching you. 70+ mile per hour wind gusts have been recorded. Dodge Center, Stewartville, Austin definitely look like they're going to get some good wind gusts here in a little bit too, including Rochester actually as well, Minnesota.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Keep your alerts on tonight. We could see some strong thunderstorms through there, but they're gonna be quite weakened as they get to you. I'm not overly concerned about that area. Faribault, Minnesota, you guys are improving. Des Moines, Iowa, you could have some strong thunderstorms in about 2 hours. Not going to be steam. Guys, I've been on stream for a little over 6 hours straight. I think the longest break I took was maybe 2 minutes. This is after an 8-hour workday too. So you could say I'm minorly tired. Really quickly, guys, I do post updates every single morning on severe weather, rainfall, temperatures, everything that's going on around the states. I live stream every day. Now that my computer was broken, I wasn't, but I live stream every day. So yeah, if you want to throw me a follow or sub, you'll always see me when I'm on. I'll be live streaming. We have severe weather out here tomorrow. I'll be live streaming that again tomorrow. Yes, believe it or not, we have more severe weather in this area. Again, guys, really quickly, everyone out here, how far out do I think this severe weather could get? If you're in this region, if you are here in this circle, you could experience some damaging wind gusts, small hail, some severe weather tonight. Keep your alerts on. If you're out here, it is possible, but less likely, okay? Cedar Rapids, however you pronounce that, Dubuque. I don't know how to pronounce it. Des Moines, Omaha, I don't think so, but it's possible here. You'll probably experience some bad weather in here, okay? I just have been on over 6 hours after a long work day, so I got to get off. I appreciate everyone in here. I appreciate the follows, appreciate the subs. I do this every single day, so you can always catch me. If you do sub on TikTok, you get access to my Discord, which I'm in every day. You can ask me questions on there off stream, and it's live updates and daily updates are in there every day. I talk on Discord about what's going on for the day before I go anywhere else with it. And if you become a member on YouTube, you get access to the Discord as well. I appreciate you guys. Everyone have a good night. Please stay safe. Mesomat is live streaming right now. Mesomat, M-E-S-O-M-A-T-T. M-E-S-O-M-A-T-T. Mesomat is live streaming. He's my best friend. He does the same thing I do. He's really smart. He is covering this. He'll probably be covering it until like 3 in the morning. So hop on there. If you do hop on and watch Mesomat, tell him Connor sent you. Mods, I love you to death. You guys are amazing, and I owe you. You guys are awesome. Thank you for mods, for sticking through this. Sandy up, son. I appreciate that. Ben, I appreciate you guys.